Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Baltimore County Council Legislative Session, day number 14. We have a packed agenda as we have less meetings in the summer, but when we have the meetings, they are very robust, let's say. So we're going to try to get through as much of this as quickly as possible. Are there any comments from any of the members before we start? None? Okay. So we're going to start with appointments, and we have a couple different appointments to the Baltimore County Animal Hearing Board, and I'm going to call those one by one. Chris, okay. First up is Cynthia Dryban. Is Ms. Dryban with us today, either online or?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding is Ms. Dryban was not available today. Okay. She is going to try to get on virtually on next Tuesday. Okay. For the, she did want me to point out, or the administration indicated to me, that she was just recently appointed to, I think, fill out the remainder of a term, and I think she was confirmed, I think, in February or March.
Right. She's basically a reappointment.
So she's a reappointment for a full term, so she's not unfamiliar.
I think the next one is as well, Amanda Serafini. She's online. And hopefully I didn't butcher that name, Ms. Serafini.
Yes, you did not.
Oh, good. Did you want to say a few words about the Animal Hearing Board and your experience, and tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. So I have been involved in the kind of overall animal care industry, everything from nonprofit shelter work to general practice. I'm a registered veterinary technician. I've been in the field for about 21 years. I've been on the Animal Hearing Board for a few years now, and took the position of hearing board chair in January. I've really enjoyed the time that I've been spending on the board and the difference that we can make in conjunction with animal services in hearing the citations from the general public, as well as mitigating the dangerous dog cases. So and we've made a lot of really great changes to the board and to how we hear the cases, how we arrive at our decisions. And I really have felt very rewarded in the work that we've been doing so far.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Serafini. Ms. Belcastro, is the volume a little low on that?
Volume on?
For the online?
No, everything's the same.
It just seems slightly low.
You can check it.
Of course, Councilman Patoka's up here making noise, so. Ms. Serafini, we greatly appreciate you, your willingness to serve on the board. It's an important board, and you deal with there's a lot of volume on that board as well. So it's great that you're willing to serve. Any questions or comments from the members? Ms. Serafini? I didn't catch, what part of the county are you from, Ms. Serafini?
I am in the Bowleys Quarters area.
Oh, good. That's Councilman Marks, and now he wants to address you.
Thank you for your interest. It's an important board. It's one that doesn't get a lot of headlines, but requires a lot of work. So thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank
you so much for being here today, and we look forward to your appointment.
Thank you.
Okay, so next up we have Miss Michelle or Shelley Silwick. Is Miss Silwick with us online or in person? Okay, Miss Silwick?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Do you want to tell us a little bit about yourself and why you want to serve on the Animal Hearing Board?
Sure. I've actually been serving on the board since this past January, so for about 6 months now.
Okay, so you're really a reappointment.
Right. I'm a
Okay,
reappointment.
great.
So nothing much has changed with my original application. I'm still, very passionate about animals and their care and their lives. And I have very much enjoyed being a part of the Animal Hearing Board. It has been a very positive experience for me. I've been very impressed with all the board members and their dedication and the animal control workers there as well. I have volunteered for many rescues, and I've done a lot of volunteer work for a long, long time. And I still manage to do a little bit of volunteer work along with my Animal Hearing Board work. Is there anything in particular you would like to know?
No, not at all. I just thought you would take a little opportunity to tell us about you. And it's funny, I recognized your name, so apparently it seems like everyone's a reappointment on this board, which is great because you all want to continue to serve, and we appreciate it. Councilor
Yes.
Marks, did you want to?
Just that Ms. Silwick lives in Perry Hall.
Yes.
So we have 2 fine 5th District representatives.
Thank you. Thank you.
So thank you for being here, Ms. Silwick, and we look forward to your appointment.
Oh, thank you very much, and I really appreciate the chance
Your
to serve.
reappointment, that is.
Reappointment, right. All right.
Thank you so much for being here tonight.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
You too. All right. So next up, we have Director Hickey, Terry Hickey from our Department of Housing and Community Development. Is Mr. Hickey here? There he is. How are you, sir? And I know you have 2 different resolutions to talk about. Resolution 3825, which is a pilot, and also Resolution 3925, which is also a pilot. And I'm sure you're going to tell us about both.
I will. 3925, is that the one you listed first?
Start 3825, Towson,
Towson Town Place.
yes,
Yes,
Towson
sir.
Town Place.
Alrighty. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. I'm here today for the first of 2 pilot agreements to help us advance our housing needs in the county. For this particular resolution, I'm here on behalf of the administration requesting council approval of a proposed pilot agreement, which is a payment in lieu of taxes agreement, with the record owner of Towson Town Place Apartments located at 6906 Donashie Road in Towson. The property overall consists of 828 total units. The pilot that we're presenting today, coupled with a loan request that would come to the council separately via a 7-day letter and the amount of $2.8 million from the Housing Opportunity Fund, would result in 414 preserved affordable units for a 20-year period. 133 of these units would be substantially renovated and preserved at 60% AMI, with an additional 14 reserved for those at 30% AMI or below. That would give us a total of 147 units that would count towards the county's VCA requirements. The remaining 267 units, recognizing the importance of workforce housing over and above the VCA, would be preserved at 80% or below for the same 20 years. So, some quick math. This would bring the county's total for VCA approved units to over the 1,000 unit threshold, about 1,055.
Finally getting there.
Well, with the caveat that that's approved. So we have, this would give us 1,055 units approved towards the VCA. Those would still have to be substantially renovated on time. This one's a low risk for that, substantial renovation. But all of our new construction deals that are out there would also have to be completed on time. So we have to negotiate all of that. As you all know, there's also subcategories in the VCA. We have to have a certain amount of 3 bedrooms, a certain amount of very low income, and a certain amount of accessible, particularly wheelchair accessible. So we're going to overshoot our mark just to be sure that we're covered no matter what. And then all of these units have to be leased by early 2028. But this is a fantastic deal as it relates to VCA requirements. It also would result in major renovation for units in this development that have not been reserved heretofore. So you'd have substantial renovation, you'd have a mix of income units, and we would take a real chunk out of the VCA. If approved, the pilot would be effective July 1st of 2025. It would be retroactive. It would last 20 years to correspond with a period of affordability. Tax payments would be 25% of assessed, which would escalate over time from 3 to 4%. And very important, if you haven't dealt with us on the pilots before, any default under the agreement or attempt to sell the property or remove the affordability in the period would allow us to recoup the taxes that had been abated under the agreement. We will have, I know it's been asked before, so I just want to throw in, there's a tremendous amount of reporting that goes with these deals. So with this pilot, with the loan, there'll be a loan agreement and a declaration of covenants that will include reporting requirements on income, so we'll know who's there at what income and that all the different rules are being followed. And we'll address that in the loan agreements we'll bring to you soon. So that I'm going to stop and see if there's any questions.
Any questions from the members on this particular resolution? None? Okay. I guess move on with the Lansdowne project,
Great.
Holiday Heights.
Yes, so we have a packed house tonight, and I suspect folks that are involved in the county in general are going to recognize some names that we're going to talk about. So this is Lakeside Homes at Holiday Heights. Some may also know it as Circle Terrace. So I want to sort of frame for the council, oftentimes when we come to you, it is about the VCA, it is about developing new units moving forward. But as I know you also are aware, we have a duty to do our best to preserve senior housing wherever possible and to preserve existing housing. There are examples in the county of, and I know Councilman Marks and I have talked about this quite a bit, of affordability that wears down over time and doesn't provide a livable environment. We're here today officially asking the council for approval of a proposed pilot, again, a payment in lieu of taxes agreement with the ownership group of Lakeside Home at Holiday Heights. It's a very unusual property. It's 303 units. It's a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms. It is a HAP agreement, a housing agreement directly with HUD. So all of the units at Lakeside are considered voucher properties. They just run through the federal government, not through the county. It's been this way for a very long time. This particular property, as I know Councilman Young is well aware, has been a historic challenge. There's been livability issues going back decades. It's been known by many names. It's had different owners. Approximately 2017, a group called Millennia Properties from the Midwest purchased the property sight unseen and began to operate the property. By 2024, I think it's safe to say, their support for the property had cratered. We were at a real crucial moment. HUD was threatening to withdraw its agreement. This is one of the properties listed in the VCA as a required preservation complex, which means the county has to take all reasonable efforts to preserve affordability. If HUD were to remove its agreement with the property, the county could have been responsible for finding new housing for almost 300 low to moderate income residents. If you walked that property 3 years ago, you would have seen any number of issues. Luckily, the county was working with HUD. We were able to connect with a passive investor and other investor who happens to be a subsidiary of TIAA, which I'm sure everyone's familiar with, called Nuveen Real Estate Holding. They also have their own subsidiary, which is Paths Property Management. They stepped in, they requested that the court approve a receiver to stabilize the legal process for the property while HUD was conducting an investigation into Millennia. Nuveen also worked closely with the county and with HUD to stabilize the property and look out for the needs of its tenants. A lot happened in between those things since October of 24, but I'm proud to say you wouldn't recognize the property if you walked it today. There is train security, cameras, a tenant association, The weeds are gone. It's a safe, a lot of the units have been initially renovated. Nuveen has already put approximately $8 million in 2 phases into the property and plans to seek state support for a $20 to $30 million long-term renovation of the property. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. The pilot is meant at these initial stages to help support the efforts of Nuveen to complete initial, and then we would support Nuveen in their attempts to seek state support as well. There's a wait list for the property. This is now a chance to undo, and I can't state it enough, it's a chance to undo decades of neglect and provide 303 livable units. We were worried the county would be asked to do much more. In this particular instance, it is a pilot agreement and general support that we are requesting. It's a similar pilot to the one I just described, although it's much shorter. It's a 10-year pilot in line with what we've done traditionally through the years. It would be effective as of July 1st, 2025. Tax payments would be $300 per unit for the first year with a 3% escalator years 2 through 5. Year 6, it jumps to $400 a unit with an escalator of 3%. There's penalty escalators if they transfer or sell the property. And of course, if the affordability were to end, we could recoup prior abated taxes. And at this point, there's no underlying loan. They're asking for a pilot only. So that's what we're presenting to the council today, and I'm happy to address any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Councilman Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director Hickey. One, for presenting it and giving the background and context. Also partnering throughout this process. I know I've been in this position for 2.5 years, but even working from the state side and trying to work with the county to figure out a solution for the residents that had been living there. Appreciate your willingness to then bring to bear county resources, but also bringing the attention from the resources at HUD to alleviate the situation and come to, because at some point I'd say 2 or 3 years ago, we weren't sure what the path to a resolution was. So thank you for that, and thank you for your partnership on it. I do want to ask about, there was a previous pilot attached to the property.
Yes, sir.
Could you tell us a little bit about that, though?
Yes. So previous owners prior to Millennia coming in, there was actually a pilot that was drafted in 1991. And I know there's been some concern and confusion around the pilot, so I want to give a little bit of background. I'm a lawyer by trade. It's not what I do for my job, but I can see a document that's not well or not clearly written, and the 1991 pilot certainly had some confusing language in it. Essentially, it was interpreted by OBF. Now, just to clarify, there wasn't a DHCD when this pilot was done. In fact, Joel, our deputy policy chief, made me aware that he was born the year after it was signed. So that was something. But it includes, normally we have very specific termination dates in pilots. They say they will terminate 10 years to the day. This pilot had language that was admittedly confusing, that reads, essentially the pilot could continue as long as the property was continued to be affordable. There was other language that could be construed as conflicting where there was a timeline put into place. So when this was raised by the auditor, and we appreciate that, we raised the issue with the Office of Law, which provided an opinion that OBF made a reasonable interpretation of the pilot language and acted accordingly by allowing the pilot to remain in place so long as the complex was affordable, which it's under a HUD agreement, it certainly is, with the vouchers being provided directly by HUD. We conferred with OBF to ensure, number one, that they were properly tracking pilots, which they are. Two, whether we saw this ambiguous language in any pilots, even the ones that came before us, some which are quite old. This is the only agreement we saw the language in. But just in case, we're going back through every other pilot agreement we have to make sure there's no ambiguous language and that we're dual tracking the terminus dates of every pilot, both from OBF and from DHCD, to make sure that there's no errors. And I do just want to say, so the revenue that we estimated with OBF of what was abated during that period from 2019 to 2025 was approximately $400,000. In the last 2 years, Nuveen's put over $8 million into the property. And our interpretation also is that under the terms of the VCA, we would have been compelled, absent a good reason, to renew the pilot anyway, which meant if this had been raised, we would have renewed it probably at a more beneficial term to the property owner at the time. We'll also say that it is very important, though, that the current pilot with the modern language and the specific terminus date that the county controls and has ownership over is put in place, which would allow us to permanently expire the not as well written pilot from 1991. Sorry, that was a lot, but
No,
I
it's
wanted
all
to
right.
make sure that everybody kind of knew where we were.
No, appreciate the conversation. Also say new folks that are running and owning the property, new pilot. Also, they've been a lot more communicative with my office than their previous owners who we couldn't talk to or couldn't reach for over a year. So
Yes, sir.
appreciate the help on this, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Any other questions for Director Hickey? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You know, it's been a long road on this VCA, and you have been I know we're not all the way there yet, but you've done a great job with, bringing the county into compliance, and it's something that has been a worry for a long time, because we have to provide affordable housing. And we look forward, I think, to a new chapter in that we can maybe turn our attention to some projects for seniors and maybe some more home ownership things. I'm not lecturing. I'm just saying it'll be nice to be able to kind of be flexible now.
Look forward to that as well. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I think next up we have Director Tan from the Department of Aging. And Director Tan has two different items, contracts for us. Director Tan, I haven't seen you in ages. I know. By like 4 hours.
Good
Whenever you're ready.
evening. I have two contracts put forth to the council for approval. The administration is requesting approval for a professional service contract with the Image Center of Maryland. This partnership helps us provide essential services to older adults and individuals with disabilities, including counseling and assistance for disability-related services, options counseling, level 1 screening through the Maryland Access Point. Each year, this program reaches about 2,000 clients, giving them information, guidance, and community resources. The original contract covers us for 1 year with the option to renew for up to 4 additional years under the same terms and rates, as long as the state and federal grant remain available.
Okay. Auditor's office, did we get all our questions answered on these? Oh, good. Any questions on this contract from any of the members? Okay, Director Tan, and yeah, there's
I
one
have
more?
one
I
more.
think? Yes.
I have one more, and it's a batch of 39. But luckily, it is just one intro. Thank you. The administration is requesting approval of 39 senior assisted living subsidy contracts under the Senior Resources Program. This program is funded by the Maryland Department of Aging. It provides critical support to low and moderate income residents 62 and older who reside in Baltimore County and would not otherwise be able to afford assisted living. The subsidy provides essential services such as meals, personal care, 24-hour supervision, and allows older adults to live safely in their homes, in the community. The program has served over 90 older adults each year. Each fiscal year with continual funding and approval, we anticipate a similar number this fiscal year.
Okay, great. Any questions from the members? Those were the questions. I had it backwards. I was looking at the order. I know, okay. All right, thank you, Director Tan. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
you being here. All right, moving on, we have Director Buckler, Lauren Buckler from Department of Public Works and Transportation. Contracts for snow removal, that's depressing. Oh, it's Mr. Russell. How are you, sir?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Before you tonight, the administration is requesting approval to amendments to 3 of our snow contracts. One with ARG General Contracting, one with Consolidated Services, and one with P2 Cleaning Services for on-call snow removal and de-icing services. This amendment incorporates a new pay structure. The structure includes a minimum guaranteed pay and updated incentive payment amounts. The Office of Budget and Finance Purchasing Division advised that the new minimum guarantee could potentially cost up to $394,000 annually for the 36 contractors that DPWT now has on service. The contracts are 1-year renewables with 2 renewables through April of 2028.
So Russ, on the minimum guarantee, how does that work? Is that
SHA recently changed the structure of their contract to include it. We follow SHA's contract. The minimum amount is a $3,000 minimum payment. So if I don't call you in, you're guaranteed to at least get $3,000 for that snow year. We went back even to FY25, where we know we didn't have a lot of snow. We only had 11 events. But during those 11 events, the minimum we paid out to a contractor was $12,000, and the average got paid out to $79,000. And it just shows that, how dependent we are on these guys.
so unless it doesn't snow at all?
Unless it doesn't
Or
snow at
ice,
all.
or
ice.
freezing rain,
Correct.
then we probably are still not going to have to deal with this because we'll be
Right.
above it. Right, okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Hi, Mr. Russell. Just so I'm clear, so it's $3,000 per snow event or $3,000 per season?
It's $3,000 per season, per vehicle, though. It goes by a $3,000 minimum for a Class 5 vehicle, which is, the dump trucks, the larger 1-ton pickups and up, and then $1,500 minimum for, the smaller pickup trucks that we do use, but it's per vehicle.
Okay, so one contractor could have several vehicles, $3,000 per vehicle per season minimum?
Correct.
Okay. And that's basically to cover costs of keeping people and vehicles ready and on call?
Correct. We've talked to a few of them. A lot of it is just, most of our contractors are minority-owned or small businesses within the county, and the issue they have a lot is trying to keep the insurance that we ask to do the work.
Okay, thanks, Tony.
Yep.
Good to know. That was a good explanation, too. I think it was good for us all to be clear on that. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. And then I think last up from the county on fiscal matters is Director Richardson. And Director Richardson, it looks like you just have one because one got knocked out. I haven't seen you either for a long time.
Good afternoon, Chairman Ertel, members of the council. The administration is seeking your approval for a contract with People Encouraging People to provide behavioral and mental health services through our Transitional Age Youth Program. The program serves youth ages 18 through 24 to help develop skills necessary for successful integration into the community. This contract will commence upon your approval and run through June 30th of 2026. The initial term for $79,329 will also have 5 one-year renewals. The total compensation estimated not to exceed $396,645. The Transitional Age Youth Program assists eligible young adults to transition from receiving adolescent mental health services into adult independent living. And our funds will be used specifically to help fund a program coordinator and residential counselor who will assist the participants in growing their independent living skills and obtaining employment and promoting the development of community living skills. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Any questions from the members? Councilman Crandall.
Hi, Mr. Richardson. I have a question off topic, if you can indulge me. You know what I want to talk to you about? You're smiling?
I'm not sure.
Oh, okay. So are you aware of the refrigerator issue that we're having in Essex?
Yes.
Okay. So I just wanted to ask you about it. I usually keep these things offline, but we've contacted different agencies, and it doesn't seem like we can reach a resolution on it. And the situation, just for everybody, is a nonprofit thought it would be a good idea to have a volunteer homeowner run an extension cord out to their alley and plug in a refrigerator that would be open to everyone that wanted to come in and get some food out of the refrigerator. There's a reason it's a violation of state law to have a publicly accessible refrigerator. It's a safety issue. I would think it might be a fire code issue if that extension cord is not running on the right kind of circuit. Not to mention the health risk if that fridge does not work and someone goes in and eats spoiled food, we could have somebody sort of in trouble there. So we don't have anything in the county code that we could find that makes it a code violation. But to me, it's a public safety and health issue. So I just wanted to, ask you about it and see, what route I think my staff has contacted police and fire today to see what they may be able to do about it. But it seems that some think it might be under your department's purview.
Yeah, and we're aware, and we've reached back out to Doug and your staff. I believe also staff in Councilman Patoka's office had similar questions in his district. We are doing research. I believe Dr. Wilson has sent some correspondence for some research that we've done throughout the state. This is an issue throughout the state that we become aware of.
Okay. Well, just generally, in my opinion, to have a publicly accessible fridge that might be accessible to a child and a fridge that has a seal on it is a really, really bad idea. So thank you for your answer, Mr. Richardson. Madam CAO, yeah.
It did come to our attention on yesterday. I know 2 of the DCAOs were talking about it. We have an internal meeting scheduled on Friday to discuss options.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam CAO. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Jones?
I think Councilman Jones has a question now. You've opened a can of worms, Councilman Crandall.
Or maybe a refrigerator.
Look, you've opened a refrigerator full of worms.
So, so that I understand, people are taking a refrigerator, taking it outside, I'm assuming putting food in it, and they leaving it for whoever needs it. And
In this particular instance, the refrigerator is outside of public property in an alley.
oh. But
Not behind a
obviously-
fence or up on someone's deck or secured in any way.
Kid gets in it.
Okay, but I mean, somebody's trying to feed homeless people, right? Or hungry people. I guess that's what they're doing.
I'm not sure that we want to do that at the peril of health and a child locking themselves in a refrigerator.
Okay. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. I guess, I'm trying not to be at war against people that are trying to do the right thing and trying to help people. And
Well, I'm not looking to go to war. I'm just saying that this is the wrong way to go about your mission.
There may need to be some controls on this, I think was what we're trying to say.
I'm going to continue to muddle it over. Because, listen, homelessness is a serious problem, and people are hungry, and we as a county, we do an awful lot to help people as best we can. And in some ways, I think it's admirable that citizens would want to step in and do whatever they can. Now, I understand there has to be some controls, but I'm just trying to wrap my head around us somehow making it illegal to do so. So, all right, that's all I have for
Well,
now.
Councilman, as I understand state law, it is already illegal to have a publicly accessible refrigerator. If you scrap a refrigerator, you have to take the door off for obvious reasons. Thank you.
All right.
Mr. Richardson, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Richardson.
We'll look forward to the conclusions you all reach. Appreciate it.
All right. Next up, Mr. Scott Schellenberger from the State's Attorney's Office on Bill 5125, Victim Witness Unit Services. How are you, Mr. Schellenberger? Oh, good. Go ahead, Mr. Schellenberger.
Thank
Sorry.
you. Good evening, Chairman Ortel, members of the County Council. I'm here in support of Bill 5125. First, as a moment of personal privilege, I had a dermatology appointment earlier today, and I was going to cancel it because I was coming here, but then I decided not to so that I would get the sympathy factor, and you would pass 5125. So I'm hoping that works. So.
We can see that you have a wound.
Yes. So with me today are Bonnie Fox, my Associate Professional in Human Relations Resources, and Stephanie Fruling, who's the head of my Victim Witness Unit, in case there are any detailed questions. Since 1992, our office has received funding through the Victims of Crime Act grant, and that money has been devoted to dealing with victims and witnesses of crime. We currently have 4 advocates who work in our circuit court with victims and witnesses and work in the Victim Witness Unit. They do everything from helping people find directions, to getting Ubers, to sitting with them during a loved one's murder trial that may last several weeks. We've had these 4 paralegal positions for decades, and it's a very helpful thing to have. We applied for additional grant funds to support an advocate for our district court division. And that's important because while it's important that we handle our very serious cases carefully, we also need an advocate who can devote some of their time to district court, where very often domestic violence cases occur, and they could use that help. There's no extra county money involved. We have already budgeted for it. We just needed to update the amount that the grant is raising to, and the amount is $49,891, and that will help fund the new position. If you recall, I was here back in the spring, and you approved a first grant, but as we moved around, we realized we were getting extra money to fund the whole thing. And again, no county money involved. It's a grant, and it will do a lot to help victims and witnesses of crime.
Okay, great. Any questions from the members?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. All right, and I inadvertently missed one of the fiscal matters. I'm very sorry. We have Mr. John Herbst here, who's chief of our real estate compliance division, on a couple of contracts of sales and actually looks like a land donation as well. Sorry, Mr. Herbst. You were first on the fiscal matters, and I
Not a problem.
missed it.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, nice to see you all. So I'm going to start with 2 drainage and utility easements that we are seeking approval for. There are two separate contracts to acquire easement access totaling .222 acres. This is for the Jennifer Branch Sewer Relief Project east of Harford Road and south of Northwind Road in Parkville. The first one, fiscal matter 1, is a contract with Dennis C. Orand and Tama V. Orand for $10,320. And that is it's actually two addresses. It's 3110A and 3110B Summit Avenue. And that's 5,206 square feet of drainage and utility easement and 257 square feet for a temporary construction easement. The second contract, fiscal matter 2, is with Tiante Dorman and Crystal M. Dorman, and that's a total of $5,136. And that's also drainage and utility easement, which is 2,382 square feet, and then a temporary construction easement of 1,786 square feet. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any.
Councilman Marks?
These are in my district as well, so thank you for all your work, Mr. Herbst.
Very welcome.
Okay. And then there was, we have the donation as well?
Yeah, so the other one, it's a little bit of a quirky one. This is one where the developer came to us and said they actually donated a parcel. It's 0.044 acres. It's really a fairly small parcel that's a right-of-way area that connects to Washington Boulevard. And this is in your district, Mr. Chairman. What happened was, instead of checking with the state first, they went ahead and donated the parcel to the county for that right-of-way area, and then it turned out the state actually is asking for it. So we're going to go ahead, if the council approves, obviously, and donate this 0.044 acre parcel to the State Highway Administration on behalf of Maryland Department of Transportation for no consideration. From the county standpoint, as long as the state's maintaining it, it doesn't matter to us. And frankly, it's probably better for us if they take care of it. And we are allowed under county code to, as I'm sure you all know, to convey a surplus property to a governmental entity for no consideration. So that's what we are intending to do here.
Great. Any questions? All right. Thank you, Mr. Herbst.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Sorry for the delay.
Not at all. Actually learned a couple things sitting back there. Thanks.
Okay. All right. So next up, we have Resolution 4025. This is from Councilman Marks. This is a resolution to the General Assembly about Inspector General oversight of BCPS.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. There's been a lot of discussion about the Inspector General over the past few weeks. This resolution encourages the Maryland General Assembly to pass legislation that extends the oversight authority of the Inspector General to include Baltimore County Public Schools, from which the Inspector General does not have jurisdiction. The duties of the Inspector General would be the same as over all other units of government, to look for waste, fraud, and abuse. We're not talking about oversight of curriculum and things like that. We're just asking the Inspector General to have the power to look for fraud, waste, and abuse. We do have some strong support for this resolution. I'd like to thank the Teachers Association of Baltimore County, which opined in favor of this. Also, the League of Women Voters. We have bipartisan support in the Maryland General Assembly so far, and hopefully this resolution prompts some action by the Maryland General Assembly. There was a similar effort several years ago that failed, and I think this simply adds another layer of accountability to the process. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Marks. And I think Does anyone have questions for Councilman Marks before we? Councilman
wait.
Jones, and then I'll go to Councilman Young.
No, I read the resolution, and it had some sponsors in the General Assembly in '21. That was before the new current CEO of the schools. And I think that she's been extremely forthright in opening up the budget for everyone to see. I think there's all sorts of oversight right now at the state level, as well as auditors on their side in terms of the schools. So I guess I'm curious, are we doing this just to do it, or is there a particular problem we're trying to address? Why do we need to, the Baltimore County Public Schools is bigger than our government in and of itself. So we're going to spread the Inspector General pretty thin. Why would we want to do that?
Councilman Jones, we sometimes get accused of reacting to things. This is looking ahead. This is trying to anticipate good government in the future. I don't think it's good government for $2.4 billion of our funding to be exempt from the Inspector General.
From this Inspector General?
From any Inspector General.
Not an Inspector General.
From any Inspector General. I do think the superintendent has done some things very well. I've been publicly complimentary of her when she cleaned up the school bus delays, right? I think she's done some things well, but who knows what we can predict in the future. I just don't think it hurts to put a process in place by which the Inspector General can go into the books, review them independently, regardless of who the superintendent and regardless of who the school board members are.
Okay, but I'm assuming that like 85% of the funding that goes to the schools have some restrictions on it in terms of them making sure the money is being spent appropriately. I'm just curious, what issues are we trying to fix?
I'll give you a big one, the ransomware attack. Did we ever get satisfactory answers over the ransomware attack? I don't think we did. That was a big one. That ransomware attack paralyzed Baltimore County Public Schools over a long period of time. That's the type of, I think, big issue that would benefit from having another set of eyes.
But to be fair, the FBI was involved in that and put a gag order on what people could say, right? So if somebody were to come here and give us a full reporting of everything they knew, they could have run afoul of the law because the FBI was involved and told them to keep certain things hush.
And that's the first I've heard of that. You may be privy to information I was not privy to. But my point here, Councilman Jones, is that we may have the most exemplary superintendent in the world, but in 2 or 3 years, we may not. What is the harm in having an Inspector General have that additional jurisdiction?
I think some would argue that there's already enough oversight of the schools, including Inspector General at the state level. Who oversees schools.
An Inspector General who looks at counties all around the state of Maryland. It's a pretty big assignment.
It's not one person. It's an office.
Well, and you mentioned about the staffing. I did talk to Ms. Madigan about this, and she believes it would require an additional 5 positions or so. And when you add those to her current office, it's still well below what, for example, the city Inspector General has. I think that's a reasonable number of positions to help us with oversight over a $2.4 billion budget.
Councilman Young?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councilman Marks, appreciate the conversation briefly about this. Wanted to just ask, and since we brought up 2021, I was the chair of the Baltimore County delegation at the time, and talking to the sponsor of the bill, was asking why we ended up, because I don't think it ever even came up for a vote, didn't get that far. I was asking what the issue was at the time, and in context, there was a Blue Ribbon Commission that was being stood up to make recommendations to the council. We collectively in this council ended up passing those recommendations at the beginning of this term. So they were sort of asked to slow down and wait to see what the commission came back with. It hadn't been established yet. It was just they were in the works, so they were asked to slow down. Also, there was concern about the need for staff, which I think you addressed related to Councilman Jones. And there was also there was a question about the fact that under the law now that they can, I say they, the Inspector General can investigate BCPS in certain instances. And talking with the state, and the Inspector General for the state and education mentioned that the MOU between Baltimore County and their office now allows for investigations into certain aspects of BCPS. And I just wanted to get your, I guess, comment on that, or at least your take on putting this resolution into request for expansion of those powers of BCPS, but also the MOU that we currently have as a county and with the Inspector General, with the Inspector General of Education for the state.
I mean, I'm not aware of the specifics of that memorandum.
Sure. Don't want to put you, I'm just.
Right. But I mean, and I think the creation of that Inspector General was a good thing, right? But I think it also helps to have a hometown Inspector General who's looking at these issues. And again, this is simply a resolution. The General Assembly can look at this, they can dissect it, they can add their own expertise, but it gets the issue front and center as they prepare to go back in January.
Right. No, I understand and appreciate it being a resolution too. And just your discussion with our state partners as well about what that looks like when they get there. In bringing it up and our discussions up till this point, remembering that discussion at the state level and chairing the delegation where I didn't think it got beyond that debate was because of the request from the administration at the time, but also their expectation that there would be recommendations, which didn't come from the Blue Ribbon Commission, which ended up not getting picked up by any other legislator after that. So it would be interesting. I'm still trying to find out details related to the MOU because I don't know what the restrictions are related to it. My understanding is that the Inspector General now can, if asked or there's a complaint about BCPS, can investigate, and under the guise of including the state Inspector General because they have a larger staff when it comes to us. And then there's a separation when it comes to county funding and then state funding, which I believe is in the MOU. But I'd encourage the continued conversation about it between now and when we vote on it. So,
very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments before we, I know we have some speakers on this.
Chairman,
Yes, Councilman Ketch.
just want to make the point that Baltimore County taxpayers contribute $1 billion to the Department of Education of Baltimore County. And in reality, we have no say over how that money is spent. We don't even have the right to go in and audit the agency to make sure the money that's been appropriated is spent properly. I worked in the audit office of the Baltimore County school system for 8 years. In around 2001, 2002, you all remember there was a problem in the school system and our superintendent ended up going to jail. And actually, I had an idea what was going on. And I sent a letter to the Baltimore County delegation to the General Assembly requesting that they asked the Legislative Audit Office to do an investigation and audit of our school system. Now, this never took place, and I think that if it had taken place, we possibly might have been able to not lose as much money as we did. So I absolutely am supporting this bill without any reservation at all. People will call me and ask me about the school system. They'll ask me about spending this money, that money. And I'll tell them we have no control over it. None. Once we send them the money, it's over. We have no say. So can't even audit them. So I think this is, we can't allow this to go on. So I think this move to have the Inspector General be able to audit is a good idea. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Yes. Just to be clear, though, the resolution is asking the legislature to enable us to, in the future, put in a piece of legislation that would expand the role of the Inspector General, correct? Right, right. Good. And so that role doesn't necessarily, I mean, we're not prescribing what that role is in terms of auditing. It's the role would still be waste, fraud, and abuse, which means if there was a complaint about spending, then they could investigate. But technically, they might be able to do that now.
Right.
Right, okay.
And for others watching, I mean, this becomes an issue because the Maryland Department of Education is a state agency. Baltimore County Public Schools has been considered a quasi-state entity. It's why when high school students graduate, they get a diploma from the Maryland State Department of Education. So that's the issue, is giving the county inspector general oversight over what some have considered a state entity.
Got it. Right, okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Councilman Crandall.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to concur with my colleagues, Councilman Katch and Councilman Marks. This, I believe, has not been true of the current superintendent, in as much as past experience has gotten me to the point, and I don't think that I'm the only member that has felt this way, council member that has felt this way, that in the past, in certain budgets, we were asked to write the check. Just write the check, but don't ask any questions. And even if you cut something out of our budget, if we want to do it, we're going to do it anyway. And that's allowed by how our school systems in Maryland are governed. However, that attitude that I perceived, I thought was inappropriate for the fiscal fiduciary of Baltimore County to basically be told, write the check, don't ask any questions. And we have no ability at this point, as Councilman Marks said, from a local perspective, to question the school system on their spending on potential waste, fraud, and abuse. And if you followed the school system over the years, like many of us have had, there have been some questionable things. And I think, Councilman Marks, Councilman Katch have alluded to two of them. I think there are probably even more than that. The retirement pay issue that I think was bad or going poorly even before ransomware, if I'm not mistaken. So, I'm going to concur with my colleagues on that. I think that the level of oversight, considering the amount that Baltimore County taxpayers, over 50% of our budget goes to our school system. So it seems to me that it would just be inherent in that process that we have the ability to investigate allegations of waste, fraud, and abuse. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Crandall. So we have some speakers on this, Ms. Belcastro.
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have 3 speakers on this item. Our first speaker is Meg O'Hare, who is here in person.
She's on the school board, really good member.
Welcome, Trustee O'Hare.
Thank you, Trustee. Oh, Chair Ertel. I think I have a paper that you can all read, and it's very succinct. I gave it a lot of thought. But what it comes down to is common sense. I'm going to tell you a tale of two organizations, okay? I have a unique perspective because I served on the board of both. I was a member of the Baltimore County Board of Education when Dr. Joe Hairston was the superintendent. And then for 10 years, that was from 2007 to 2012, before the decline. And then since then, for 10 years, I served as a trustee at the Community College of Baltimore County. And what I want to say to you is what is being asked for is common sense. Baltimore County government itself has external auditors come in every year to audit their operations to make sure that there's nothing untoward happening, money isn't being wasted, procedures are being followed. I heard mention of the, what was that, the ransomware attack. That happened because somebody in the system decided not to renew the software. And that's how it happened, if you didn't know, because I have inside sources. But at any rate, Baltimore County Public Schools has no oversight. I mean, there may be the occasional audit that I'm not aware of, but even when you go to their Office of Audit and read, it's clearly an internal audit group, not an external audit group. And I think what putting this under the Inspector General for Baltimore County, I like that hometown Inspector General, because that's exactly what it is. What that would accomplish, because I would see us putting that under her, and I would assume that part of that would be a yearly annual audit of the Baltimore County Public School System, as Baltimore County does, as CCBC does. It's just good common sense. If you have an entity that takes half of your budget, it needs external oversight. If it was a private organization, you wouldn't have an organization of that size that didn't undergo an external audit by certified public accountants. Every year, when I was at CCBC, I got a budget book like this with so much detail on how the money was being spent or how it was going to be spent that it was tiring at times. I don't think you see that level of detail from Baltimore County Public Schools, but let's say you did. It's just good common business practice to have external audits. And my 3 minutes are up. So I hope to be back again. But I'm getting old. I'm 76. I've been at this for 30 years as a volunteer. So you don't have to worry about me being corrupt, because I've never been paid.
Ms. O'Hare,
Thank you, Meg.
Thank you, Meg.
Councilman Ketch, did you have a question or no? You have the, oh, good. All right. Thank you, Ms. O'Hare. Good to see you. Next speaker.
Sure. Our next speaker is Mary Taylor, who is here in person. And then we'll have our final speaker, Amy Adams, who is online.
Hello, Ms. Taylor. How are you?
There's so much I want to respond to, but I'm here with a different hat on this evening. Because most of you know me from the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition, but Amy will be speaking on our behalf. But tonight, Council Chair Ertel and members of the council, my name's Mary Taylor, and I'm here tonight on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Baltimore County. The League is a nonpartisan grassroots organization for more than 100 years, has promoted accountability in government, fiscal responsibility, and strong public education. We're here today to express our support for resolution number 40-25 introduced by Councilman David Marks. Resolution 4025 asks the Maryland General Assembly to authorize the Baltimore County Office of the Inspector General to extend its jurisdiction to the Baltimore County Board of Education. Each year, nearly half of Baltimore County's budget is devoted to our public schools, $2.98 billion to be exact, and is by far the largest single investment of taxpayers' money in Baltimore County. Yet, unlike other county agencies, the school system does not have independent OIG oversight. We believe this gap should be closed for 3 important reasons. First, stewardship of public funds. Taxpayers deserve to know that their dollars are being used efficiently, effectively, and with integrity. The OIG exists to prevent fraud, waste, and abuse, but also to recommend improvements of how our government operates. Second, rebuilding trust. This year's budget disputes have raised public concern. Adding independent oversight will reassure families, educators, and taxpayers that decisions are being made transparently and in the best interest of our students. Third, alignment with league principles. Our mission is to ensure that public resources are managed openly and fairly. This resolution reflects those priorities by holding all major recipients of county funds to the same standards. We also want to be clear. This resolution will not hurt the school system or the Board of Education. Oversight is not punitive. It does not interfere with curriculum, policy decisions, or classroom teaching. Instead, it strengthens the school system by protecting resources, improving efficiency, and reinforcing public trust. Every dollar saved or safeguarded is a dollar that can go back into the classroom to benefit students and teachers. And for those reasons, the League of Women Voters of Baltimore County respectfully urges you to pass Resolution 4025 introduced by Councilman Marks. Doing so will send a powerful message of accountability, transparency, and leadership as we look ahead to the 2026 General Assembly session. Thank you for your time and service.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Any questions?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Belkash, your next speaker.
Our next speaker is Amy Adams, who is on virtually. Ms. Adams, you may begin your testimony.
Thank you, and good afternoon. Sorry I could not be there in person with you all. It's a busy start to the school year for my family. For the record, my name is Amy Adams, and I serve as president of the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition. Thanks for the opportunity to speak in strong support of Resolution 4025. This resolution is about one simple principle: accountability for taxpayer dollars. Each year, about half of Baltimore County's entire budget is invested in our public schools. We all recognize the importance of that investment because strong schools build strong communities. But with such a significant share of our resources devoted to the school system, taxpayers and families deserve confidence that those dollars are being spent wisely, effectively, and transparently. The Office of Inspector General was created to provide exactly that kind of independent oversight, to identify waste, fraud, or abuse, and to recommend improvements for efficiency and integrity. The OIG has already proven its value in monitoring county government operations. It only makes sense that the single largest recipient of county funds, the Board of Education and the school system, should also be subject to this oversight. And this is just not a matter of policy. It is a direct request from the community. The Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition, which I help lead with Mary Taylor, has consistently called for a complete forensic audit of the school system over the last several years. Parents want assurance that every dollar reaches the classroom, and students deserve to know that resources meant for their education are not lost to inefficiencies or mismanagement. Resolution 4025 is a concrete step toward answering that call. I also want to extend a special thank you to Councilman David Marks. On behalf of our coalition, I deeply appreciate that you listened to our years of pleas for stronger accountability in the school system and that you have presented this resolution to move the conversation forward. The kind of responsiveness that builds trust between community and its elected leaders. It's also important to stress that this resolution does not strip authority from the school board or interfere with the superintendent's daily responsibilities. It just strengthens public trust. Oversight is not punishment, it's protection. It protects taxpayer dollars, it protects educators who want resources used responsibly, and most importantly, it protects our students. On behalf of the families and the students that we represent, we respectfully urge the council to pass Resolution 4025 and send a clear message to our delegation in Annapolis that Baltimore County values transparency, accountability, and integrity in public education. Thank you for your leadership and thank you for allowing me to speak. And I will just add after your discussion that a few of the topics that weren't mentioned that still are kind of open-ended for a lot of people of the public, including the ransomware attack, were the COVID money, exactly how that was spent, how many children participated in the tutoring, and what were the outcomes of that tutoring, the ERP system, which is badly needed, but is it on schedule and on budget? And every year, our Board of Education passes a budget, which then gets forwarded to you all. But the superintendent and executive level staff do make changes to that budget after the fact, and that is their authority. but it would just be really helpful for trust in the public to see exactly how those changes help the system. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amy.
Thanks, Ms. Adams. We appreciate you testifying. That's all the speakers, correct? Okay. All right, so we'll move on to Bill 4325. This is with Councilman Jones, Voluntary Security Camera Registration Program. Councilman Jones, did you want to talk about this at all?
Yes, to be quite clear and simple as I can, this is a voluntary registry for citizens to be able to register their security cameras with the police. The police would not have access to their cameras. The police would only know that they have a camera. People would not be compelled to offer any footage, but it would enable the police to be able to know that a camera exists, because what normally happens is if a crime occurs, the police, not knowing who has a camera and who don't have a camera, they will ride up and down the street or canvass the area looking for cameras. Oftentimes that can be very difficult in the dark. And then they have to get in touch with the people who have the camera and see if they have any footage. So the example I like to use is, if you imagine some of the worst things that can happen is a parent comes outside and their child is no longer in the front, and they call the police, and instead of the police riding up and down the street looking for cameras, the police will be able to pull up a registry in their police car and know of all the people on that block or in that area with a camera. They would be able to immediately contact them and ask them for any footage, or ask them if they see anything strange or any vehicles or whatever during a specific period of time, and they can speed up an investigation and possibly save lives and clearly result in speeding up investigations in terms of solving crimes. So this is a force multiplier to simply help the police and give the citizens of Baltimore County another opportunity to help keep their communities safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Any questions for Councilman Crandall? Did you have a question?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, not a question, just want to thank Councilman Jones for his leadership on this. I think it's a great idea. I look forward to voting on this on Tuesday. Good job, Julian. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir. Next up, we have Bill 4425 from Councilman Marks, Zoning Regulations, Commercial Film Production. Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, Bill 4425 amends the Baltimore County zoning regulations to require a use permit for commercial film production in a residential zone regardless of the number of days in a week, or the number of days a lot is used, and requiring certain notice to be posted. This bill was an idea that came about thanks to a meeting between a constituent of mine and the Director of Code Enforcement. Our commercial film production regulations had not been modified since 1990, and I was happy to work with the Office of Code Enforcement on this language.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Marks. Any questions, members?
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
I guess I had one question, Councilman Marks. When we talking about, you say commercial film production, correct? So I take it that's, how do we know? I mean, I know when we see the big trucks. I know when we see the big movie trucks and, you know, the hundreds of people running around, and I know they could wreak havoc on the community or anyone when they're filming. But I'm just curious, how low do we go in terms of, what is the rules when we say commercial?
I think the nice thing about this bill is it does give some discretion to the Director of Permits. The Director of Permits, Approvals, and Inspection will have some discretion about notifying the community. You're right, we're not talking about the person who with their phone is maybe doing a small amateur film. We're talking about large commercial enterprises.
Thank you.
Councilman Jones, I can give you an example of something I saw. So in my neighborhood, there's 2 Airbnbs across the street from each other, and apparently some commercial entity, film crew, rented both homes and filmed, were supposedly filming commercials for 2 weeks where they had people coming and going, cars parked on lawns, lights on houses till 11, 12 at night while they were filming. And then they would party after they finished up for the day. So it was, and again, no oversight whatsoever in a residential area. And one of the disturbing things we're seeing, I think, in this county is we're seeing more and more commercial entities where people, between Airbnbs or people who buy a house and decide that they're going to run an automobile business out of it, or a auto glass place. I have a neighborhood place where a truck comes every morning and delivers windshields to a house, and they stack them on the front lawn. And we're just seeing a lot more of this. And unfortunately, for the public, often we have to legislate down to the least common denominator because people don't use good common sense. And this bill might help with that small piece of, but I saw it personally last summer where 2 weeks of filming in our neighborhood. So anyway, I'm glad the bill's on the docket. Yes, Councilman Jones.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I guess I wanted to add that for those that may not know, that this very chamber was used in the House of Cards. They used, the movie crews came in here and set up, and they used this they changed everything and made this like a hearing room at the House of Representatives. They covered this whole wall, they covered the sides, if you walked outside of this room, it was like it must have been 1,000 wires running around the ground and trucks outside and 100 people running around. So it was a lot of activity here in House of Cards.
And the movie Serial Mom was also filmed in this courthouse. Yeah, no, seriously. Movie Serial Mom was filmed.
Who knew?
There was an HBO series filmed in council offices not too long ago.
Councilman Patoka.
No, I was just going to say Serial Mom is Director Gutwald's favorite movie.
Totally random comment. All right, we'll move on from commercial film production. Next bill up is Bill 4525. This is zoning regulations, uses prohibited in the Maryland 43 overlay district.
Thank you very much.
Councilman Marks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. The Maryland 43 overlay district is located in the vicinity of White Marsh Boulevard. It was actually created through Bill 78-2002. So that bill passed in 2002, 23 years ago. And the uses that were prohibited include, and I'm reading straight from the code, after-hours clubs, junkyards, outdoor advertising, scrap metal processing facility, striptease businesses. This legislation adds an additional prohibited use, businesses providing for the leasing, storage, or transportation of roll-off dumpsters of any size as a principal use unless located at least 1,000 feet from a residentially used property. Again, unless located at least 1,000 feet from a residentially used property.
Any questions for Councilman Marks on this? I know we have several speakers as well.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilman Graham.
Councilman Marks, thanks for our conversation on this. As you know, there's a longstanding business that has Dundalk roots that we've been contacting either people that have a history with them or maybe even currently work with them. But I just wanted to be clear on what you just read. So the overlay district was created in 2002. well before your time representing the area. And a prohibited use at that time was a scrap metal processing facility.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to be clear on that, because I think there may be some sort of misperception on that this bill would actually, your bill would actually prohibit a scrap metal processing facility. However, that prohibition has existed for 23 years. Okay. I just wanted to be clear on that. Thank you for the discussion earlier. Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Crandall. Ms. Belcastro, first speaker.
Certainly. Our first speaker is Patricia Malone, who is online. Ms. Malone, when you're ready, you may begin.
Welcome, Ms. Malone.
Thank you. Good evening, Chairman and members of the council. Again, my name is Patricia Malone with Venable LLP. I am here at the request of the master developer of the Crossroads at 95, Greenlee at Crossroads project. The master developer owns or controls a majority of the land zoned with the MD 43 overlay district, although there is some adjacent land along Earls Road still zoned with the MD 43. Members of the residential community within Greenlee contacted developer representatives about a new use on property immediately adjoining theirs. This use involves the transportation and storage of roll-off dumpsters, and it also appears from the photos to include keeping trash-filled dumpsters on the property for a period of time. In an effort to ensure that bordering uses are compatible with the developed and developing land within Crossroads, we are proposing that certain uses be restricted in the MD 43 overlay district, or that certain additional uses be restricted. My client's primary concern is the roll-off dumpster business, although community representatives have suggested additional restrictions. To those who might comment that residents moved here knowing about industrial uses, I took a look at Google Earth imagery and some historical information on there. The homes have been there for several years, and this is the first complaint I've heard about a conflict with uses. From the Google Earth imagery, the homes have been there since at least 2022. Maybe a little bit earlier, they only had 2019 and 2022. And at that time, the homes were constructed and this adjacent parcel appears to be unoccupied. So the use actually moved to the site knowing it was moving next to residences. It also appears that the business did not do its due diligence. A prior zoning case allowed a junkyard on the lot fronting on Earls Road with the understanding that the back lot, the one we're talking about today, would be used residentially. So this roll-off dumpster business is clearly not a residential use. The business has been cited by Baltimore County Code Enforcement for violating the terms of that zoning case. To date, the business has refused to comply. So this bill would provide further assurance to the residences of Greenlee that the use would not be permitted and that there would be no argument at a code enforcement hearing. I appreciate Councilman Marks's willingness to support his constituents, and I would ask the other members of the council to also vote in favor, and I'll answer any questions if there are any.
Any questions for the speaker? Ms. Malone, the property that you speak of,
yes.
What is that property zoned? What's the classification on it?
The adjacent property also has the MD 43 overlay district, and it is MHIN.
MHIN?
MHIM-MD 43.
Okay. All right, thank you.
And I can forward you all some photographs so you can see the proximity between basically these people look out their window and look over top of these trash-filled dumpsters. So I could forward those photos. I don't know if I'm able to share them. Am I able to share?
You should be able to if you're a panelist. Do you have a share button on there?
I do have a share button on there. I apologize I wasn't sure if I was going to be able to share them. Let me move. I want to make sure that I'm sharing the correct thing. Can you see dumpsters? Are you looking at my screen?
I'm at your desktop.
You're looking at my desktop. Okay. I apologize. I'm going to do this as fast as possible. Here we go. All right, so if I can zoom out a little bit. You're looking at out someone's window. This is the fence that separates the property, and then this is the use. The junkyard, which is a non-conforming use under the prior zoning, is here. There have not been complaints about that use as far as I'm aware, but this is the dumpster operation. And you can see that they're just dumping trash into these dumpsters, looking out over them from this person's window. And then they have, we buy scrap metal and the mattress. So these are just some images, and you can see the proximity of the use and why the residents are concerned. So that would be my testimony, in case there's anything else.
Malone, I have a question, and you may not have an answer, but you're representing the master builder. Why would they even allow houses to go this close to a piece of industrial land or commercial land?
The actual
why?
The property itself is industrial. So the Crossroads was 1,000 acres essentially of industrial zoned land that through an agreement with the state, the county, and the master developer, they agreed to do basically a mixed use community on this 1,000 acres. And then years later, there was a residential component that was added. So the entire underlying land.
The common sense move to be not to, put a buffer between any commercial land and the neighborhood and not build houses right up against wouldn't that have alleviated this whole thing? Probably, but here we are. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
We all know why. Okay. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
One moment. Ms. Malone, can you stop sharing your screen so I can put you back in our attendee list? Our next speaker is Harold Headley, who is here in person.
Mr. Headley, welcome to the County Council.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for having me. I'm not much for
Absolutely,
speaking
and
in
your
front of
mic's
people.
already on, the green light's on, so you're ready to go.
All right, I'm going to be real quick. So I'm an employee. My name is Harold Headley. I'm an employee of Al Metals, Inc. We are a metal processing facility. We have been in business for over 25 years. We employ 40-plus people. Okay. There was a lot of issues brought up about what we do brings thieves. We buy and process metal. We are an asset to any community because if we do not buy and process these metals, where do they end up? In landfill, in your local creeks, in your woods. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to help the community as an asset to the community, not hurt the community. There are thieves in every line of work. You can't stop a thief, but we can. We have more cameras in our facility than a bank. We work very closely with Baltimore County Police Department. If somebody brings us any stolen material, it is reported immediately and they will be arrested in our driveway. We will give all footage, all data. We are mandated to take identification from every transaction. We do everything we can for the community. We give out free dumpsters, community cleanups. We do not charge any trucking. We actually buy the material from the community cleanups so we can give the money back to the community because that's what this is about, community. But as I sit and I listen to that young lady, I had a nice long speech for you. I'm going to avoid that. I don't want to talk about that no more because I see what this is about. Earl's Road has always been commercial. It's always been commercial. There's 4 generations of commercial property owners who are being affected by this bill. If it passes, it will dramatically affect what their value on their property is. And I repeat that, gentlemen, their property. not that housing community's property, their family, their 4 generations of hard work, they are going to lose in a major way if this bill goes through, because it restricts. So we're commercially zoned. We can buy a piece of property commercially, but then we're going to be told what we can and can't do on that piece of property because of people that live 2,000 feet away. I don't see as that's fair. We didn't get a discount on the property price because of those people. We didn't ask those people to buy a house. I love what you asked the young lady. That was a great question. Why would you build houses right on top of a junkyard when you know it's already there? It's been there for 50 years. I think the bigger question here, gentlemen, is not how can we zone out commercial business. We need commercial businesses. We need this in our communities. We need to figure out how we can take these big realtors and stop letting them push us around and stop letting them dictate where we're going to work and provide tax dollars to the community. And I apologize if my 3 minutes up. That was fast 3 minutes.
Oh, it's good.
I'm sorry I didn't get it.
Any questions for Mr. Headley? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Councilman Crandall.
Sure. Thanks, Mr. Headley, for coming up. And, as a Dundalk resident, I've been to Al Metals. I think my last trip there, you guys recycled an air conditioner for me, and I think gave me $18 for a defunct air conditioner. So I'm familiar with your operation there. So your objection to the bill, though, is about roll-on and roll-off dumpsters? Or it's about not being able to do scrap metal processing?
So we do scrap metal processing, plus we have a roll-off service also. And yes, I have a problem with people saying, I'm going to pick that truck and say, you can't do that with that truck. But this tractor trailer running down the street empty, hitting every bump in a road, banging around, that's okay, but not a roll-off dumpster. Why? Where does this stop? Where is the line drawn in the sand when we can pick and choose what truck we're going to allow to do what?
So I understand. I just want to understand your objection to the bill, because the bill is solely about roll-on, roll-off dumpster storage and removal operation.
Correct.
Is that your concern, or that you can't do scrap metal processing at a site in the 43 overlay?
So the roll-off dumpster is the immediate concern, because I don't feel like that's, I feel like that's your discrimination against a certain type of vehicle. It's a commercial vehicle. We pay insurance on it. We pay taxes on it. We do everything we're supposed to do with it safely. That is a concern. You know what I mean? But as far as the metal processing part of it is that there's all kind of different ways you look at metal processing. And to look at it as a junkyard or this or that or not, it's not. It's an asset to a community. I mean, we spend a lot of money in the Dundalk area in the community, and now we moved to Earls Road. Now, obviously, to note that there was a bill passed 23 years ago, well, obviously that was never brought to our attention when we purchased this piece of property. There was nothing there that said, hey, you guys can pay, X amount of dollars for this piece of property, but you can't use it for what you do. You know what I mean? So it's zoned right. It's zoned exactly what it's supposed to be, but we can't use it for what we want to use it for.
Yeah, I get you. I understand your frustration with that. But again, I mean, the zoning classifications, MLIM within the 43 overlay. It was MLIM with the overlay, which became law in 2002. I think that's really a matter for you and your realtor.
Understandable.
But I just wanted to understand your objection to the bill. And if it's roll on, roll off, I mean, I get it.
I'm totally, yes,
but
that is my objection.
I looked into this because of, again, the correspondence that I've received from different folks, mostly Dundalk people who know Al Metals. So I looked into it and found that this has been, in this particular overlay district, the prohibition on scrap metal processing has been around for a long time.
Right.
So I just wanted to get clear on that and clear on your objections. So thanks for coming in today, making the trip.
Thank you, sir.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Headley.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Absolutely. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Robert Bennett, who is here in person, and that would be followed by Tamara Gunter, who is on virtually.
Bennett, welcome. How are you?
Excellent. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Speaker, fellow councilmen, thank you for inviting me to, or allowing me to speak. Before I start my time, I would like to ask a question. This amendment or this bill 45-25, so this will supersede the previous bill, correct?
Well, you're the sponsor, David. Do you want to answer that?
It's an amendment to a bill originally passed 23 years ago, essentially.
So
Okay.
So it will super.
It doesn't supersede.
Just like Harold, I prepared a little something. I'll go ahead and I'll do my prepare, and at the end, I'll close. If I could get, well, my time hasn't started, so I'm going to go ahead and start. Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. My name is Robert Bennett Jr. I'm a longtime Baltimore County resident. I'm here to speak on Bill 4525, introduced on 7 July 25. Included in the bill is a provision to prohibit any metal recycling facility. On May 15, 2025, Daybreak Holdings purchased the property of 500 Earls Road with the intent to relocate Al Metals to the newly acquired property. If this bill is passed, it would most certainly eliminate any chances of Al Metals receiving the required zoning permits to operate, most likely resulting in the desolation of Al Metals, a Baltimore County company that provides large sums of money to Baltimore County through various means. Not only is the owner a lifelong resident of Baltimore County, but most of our customer base, whether it be individual or commercial, are Baltimore County residents. I'm sure the proceeds they receive from us go back into the Baltimore County pockets. Not only that, one of our customers, the Baltimore County School System, which receives approximately $4,000 a month from Al Metals, takes their money and it goes directly into the general fund of Baltimore County every month for years. Al Metals has always been very community involved. Al Metals provided the funding to the Wise Avenue Volunteer Fire Company to acquire their first AED. Al Metals provided the Christopher Columbus statue that sits in front of the Knights of Columbus next to the Dundalk Fire Station. Not only did we provide the statue, we personally reached out to other companies in the community and had them volunteer their services. Middle River Aircraft Systems provided a marble base for the bottom. Eastern Crane Services set the base in place. United Rentals provided a forklift. Joe DeLorean Sons did the rigging and set this. Al Metals and George DePietro, the owner, has always been involved in the community. When we were at war, George packed care packages to send to our troops overseas. So many, that one of the local papers, I don't know if it was the Sun paper or the Eagle, did a nice article on it. As Harold pointed out, our dealings with the Baltimore County Police Department, as well as the Maryland State Police. I have a letter here from the chief of the Baltimore County Police Department, at the time, James Johnson, thanking George DePietro and Al Metals personally for the work that we do. Before the county or the state had a recycling protocol, we required people's sound X's and tag numbers and identified people to the police long before we were required to by law. I would ask that your members, if there's any way to take that provision out of this bill of no metal scraps, and then pass the bill without that provision and allow us the chance to go in front of the zoning board and plead our case. If anyone would like to come to our old yard, which is now cleaned up completely in 2 weeks, or to the new place and see how we did it and how we would plan to do it, I would be more than happy to assist you with that. If you have any concerns that you're concerned about of the way that we do business, I or any of these guys would be more than happy to address your concerns any way we possibly could. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. We appreciate you being here. Any questions for Mr. Bennett? Thanks for coming all the way up here to speak. Means a lot. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Tamara Gunter, who is on virtually. Ms. Gunter, whenever you're ready, you may begin your testimony.
Hi, hello everyone. My name is Tamara Gunter, and I am the legislative liaison for the Greenlee community. I'm actually a homeowner in the community. As you just stated, our backs are to this property, and it's our take that this property in question needs to be a good fit and good use because it's so close to our homes. And as you stated, you just purchased this property. The company just purchased this property, and Greenlee, they said, has been here. But also want to just reiterate that the business is very, very loud, and there's constant vibrating noise creating cracks in homeowners' walls, ground shaking, and also there has been police reports made of foul smell odors that is making residents sick. And I guess the police have definitely came out to the business to investigate. So, I understand that this property was just purchased, but like you said, our the homes there were purchased, one in 19, one in 22, 21, 22, and 23. And again, when we purchased these homes, this was not back here. I understand it was for that type of use, but it was not this type of facility. The noise was not there. The loud dumpsters and anything else, that stuff was not there, and this is definitely not what we need in this community. And I do understand job security, and my heart goes out to anyone. Again, I don't want anyone to lose their job, not be able to work or feed their family, because that's also important to me. But understand, having to come out on your porch and have that foul smell, you can't even be on your deck. Not this is an eyesight, eyesore, but just to be able, the smell alone is very intense for the homeowners there. And I think that, we are definitely in support and for this bill. And I yield the rest of my time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Gunter. Ms. Belcastro, next speaker. Oh.
Next speaker is Josh Sines, who is on virtually. Mr. Sines, you may begin your testimony.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Josh Sines. I serve as president of the Essex Middle River Civic Council. The Civic Council supports Bill 4525. However, we respectfully suggest two important amendments for your consideration. First, we ask that the bill not apply to businesses that have been established for more than 5 years. We believe it's only fair that those operating long before surrounding residential communities were developed be allowed to continue doing so without disruption. Second, we ask that the bill include restricting two uses: sole purpose trucking facilities and power plants. The Earls Road corridor at this time is simply not designed to accommodate 18-wheel tractor trailers. The roadway cannot safely or practically handle truck traffic. We hope one day a direct access will be made to 43 to safely handle this. Likewise, a power plant would be wholly unsuitable adjacent to residential neighborhoods. We believe these amendments strike a balance between protecting our communities and respecting established businesses. On behalf of the RCC, I respectfully urge the council to adopt them. I also want to add here, I am very intimately have knowledge of all these properties down there. So there is several different uses in here and several different issues going on. The small roll-off dumpster company just moved into that property, I would say, within the past year. Before that, it was a residential house back there with a small pole building with one guy who had a van that did contracting work, and it was like that the entire time. The use that's going on right now should have never been allowed there to start out with, and as Ms. Malone mentioned in the beginning, it's against already the codes. The other part of this with the Al Metals, you know, I appreciate the situation that they're in, but make no mistake, they're in that situation because they got themselves into it. They didn't do their due diligence and look up and realize that what they wanted to propose there was not even allowed in there in the original law. And in all fairness, it's not our responsibility then to fix that problem for them. The idea of putting scrap metal recycling next to one of the communities that Baltimore County holds up as the trophy community of something that's very nice and done, it's ridiculous to even be asking this. So I thank you all for your time and your consideration. Any questions you might have, and yes, if you ask me there why I threw a power plant into it, is because we have had a request in the past week to put a natural gas power plant next to this neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Sines. Any questions? All right, next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our final speaker for this item is Scott Myers, who is here in person.
Mr. Myers, how are you tonight? I'm doing great. Good afternoon. We're almost over the afternoon.
All right. So my name is Scotty Myers. I'm a problem solver for the Department of Defense. I focus on hypersonic and ballistic missile systems. George is a subject matter expert at times for the work that we do. And Bob and George asked me to review this and give an opinion. I'm not working for George. I'm not speaking for them. I'm just going to give you an opinion. I do very quick analysis, and this is kind of what I see here. County Council Marks, wow, what a background. Amazing. What you've done, you're published. You're on a million committees. I agree with what you're doing. I agree with the concept. I agree with the watershed. I agree with the pollution. I agree with everything considering a recycle facility, we'll call it 1.0, the old style recycling facility. Kind of like a 69 Camaro that's running around without a catalytic converter. It stinks, it's ugly, it's nasty, it's loud, and it's a problem. What appears to solve this problem is a recycling facility 2.0. So everything that has been spoken about in the past, I don't know, 5-10 minutes, we can solve all of those problems. I just wish you would let us do the analysis and solve them for you. Thank you, sir.
Any questions for Mr. Mark? You want to ask a question?
No, I was just curious. Who do you work for again?
I work for the Department of Defense. I'm a problem solver, and I'm a government agent.
And you were hired to?
I was not hired. This is voluntary.
Okay.
George and Bob asked me to review this and give them my opinion. I do this all the time. I look at problems. I solve them within about 60 seconds. So my accuracy rate is 60% in 60 seconds, is 95% in 35 days. I do it every day. This is not a problem. The recycled technologies in the past are horrible. Everything they're saying is correct. It needs to be solved. It can be solved. There are MERV filters, high resolution filters. There's sound abatement. There's ways to make containers that don't have open tops. All these roll-off challenges that you're talking about, easily solved in other industries, other places all the time. Every manufacturing facility has solved every problem that you're talking about, whether it's a car painting or manufacturing, right down the street. You'll see containers that are cars that come in from ships that they're covered. Very easy solutions to solve this problem. I'm not quite sure why this hasn't been recommended or approached before. Anything that you need from me for free for George, I'll do. You just ask me, task me. I'll give you the analysis. I'll give you the proof. I'll give you other industries where these problems have been solved. Thank you.
They're willing to make these improvements?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Anything you want. Yesterday I was at Al Metals. It was an open warehouse. There were like 25 people sitting on the concrete. All those people are homeless, or they're jobless, or they're about to be jobless and homeless. They have nothing. They're not summa cum laude. They're not from Harvard. They don't have training. George has been funding them forever. He pays their house payments. He buys them food. On the weekends, and during the week, he buys them lunch and breakfast. These are the poorest of the poor people. Every single action that has been taken before this has come up was interested in supporting the homeless community and the underserved. George will be the person that does that every single day. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate you being in here.
Yes, sir.
George is the, I believe it's the purple shirt. Okay. Ms. Belcastro, no other speakers? We're good? Okay. Thank you, gentlemen. We have the next bill. We got a lot of bills tonight. 4624. This is from Councilman Marks and Patoka. Historic and Architectural Preservation Appeals. And do you want to handle, you want to do both 4725 and 4625?
Okay. Looks like they're the exact same speakers, so yeah. Bill 4625 permits certain decisions of the Landmarks Preservation Commission to be appealed to the County Board of Appeals and sets certain requirements for such an appeal. And then Bill 4725 requires that all meetings and hearings of the LPC be held in person except under certain circumstances.
You're done? Okay, Ms. Belcastro. Councilman Patoka, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I just want to acknowledge, I had a meeting with John Holman this afternoon, and one of the things that we discussed was extending this bill so that we could have the time to have the Preservation Alliance and the LPC. Councilman Marks and I will convene a meeting, invite other council members to join that if they so choose. If we have a quorum, we'll put out sufficient public notice. So I just want to say that before we hear testimony, that's something Mr. Holman and I spoke about. I spoke to my colleagues. Everyone thought it was a good idea. So I just want to put that out there so that the testimony we hear is relevant to what's going to be happening moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka. Ms. Belcastro.
Chair?
Yes.
Just for clarification, when I said Mr. Holman, I meant Mr. John Holman. The John Holman, that is they're in the Landmarks Preservation Commission, not the John Holman who was former fire chief, and not Fred Holman, who was former.
Your lights on.
Okay, I'm not going to repeat that, so everybody got it.
Okay, so Ms. Belcastro, we have speakers on both, and I think a lot of the speakers are the same, so.
We do have an extra speaker, which should be on your list for 47, who is not on for 46.
Right.
How do you want me to?
Well, I figured,
They can
I was
testify on
just
both?
saying this as a housekeeping item. You're coming up to speak on 4625 or 4725, if you could combine those comments together. We're not going to call you up two different times.
All Our first speaker is Caitlin Merritt, who is here in person, followed by Director Steve Lafferty, who is also here in person.
Ms. Merritt, how are you? Good.
So my name is Caitlin Merritt, and I'm the Chief of Historic Preservation within the Department of Planning. I'm here to speak, or thank you for allowing me to speak in opposition for the proposed bills of 4625 and 4725. First, let me say that these two bills were introduced without any prior consultation with the Department of Planning and Historic Preservation staff. And the language in these bills shows that they were written with a lack of understanding of current historic preservation planning practices and state requirements, and written without any proper research into current procedures. And one of these bills, 4625, has potential issues with our state certification with Maryland Historical Trust, and we have requested formal comments from HT that we are waiting to hear back from. So for Bill 4625, the appeals in subsection B2, where the BOA will hear the case de novo, this has significant negative impacts to the preservation program. It takes the authority for designation recommendations away from a qualified body, which is the commission, for which the state has set standards, and places it with an unqualified body, the boards of appeals. So Baltimore County's Historic Preservation Program is part of the Maryland Certified Local Government Program, or CLG. And as part of this national program, we are required to follow certain state requirements, such as establishing a qualified Historic Preservation Commission to review historic properties for designation eligibility. To serve on the LPC as per state requirements, and which are also outlined in our county code, members must have a demonstrated interest, knowledge, or training in historic preservation, history, architecture, conservation, or related disciplines. Additionally, the state requires us to have designation criteria similar to the National Register of Historic Places. For a property to be eligible as a preliminary landmark, the LPC first must find through proper study that it meets one or more of our 5 designation criteria. These state requirements create a benchmark for consistency on how historic properties are reviewed across the board. Please note that these standards do not apply to the members of the boards of appeal. Hearing the appeal de novo creates a decision that is arbitrary and capricious, thus weakening the integrity and application of historic preservation practice in the county, and makes it far less consistent. For Bill 4725, the meeting and hearings bill, a lot of this language in this bill already exists in some form, either in the current code or other procedural documents used by the LPC. Some subsection B wants to establish rules and procedures on how meetings are conducted. This language already exists in subsection 1205 of our current code, and the Commission's adopted set of rules and procedures are available for public viewing on our website. Additionally, this bill also says that if a person wants to testify, they shall register in advance in the method established by the chair and commission staff. These already exist. We already have procedures for testifying when meeting in person and for when meeting virtually. The bill also wants to require the commission to meet in person. If this is passed, the LPC would be the only commission out of dozens of county boards and commissions that have this requirement. And from my research, there are at least 10 county boards that still meet virtually. Additionally, we are not the only historic commission that meets virtually. Our counterparts in Montgomery, Prince George's, Howard, Calvert, Frederick, and Charles County all meet virtually. This bill also assumes that our meeting room has the ability to run hybrid meetings, and it currently does not. The in-person meetings would still run like virtual meetings. Nothing will change other than the location. The public will still have to sign up to speak in advance. They will still have 3 minutes to share comments. People will not be allowed to raise hands or disrupt during active discussion. So I believe that the issues that initiated in this bill could be resolved outside of legislation. Perhaps there can be compromises made, such as holding in-person meetings for when we have a public hearing for a landmark nomination, or if an applicant requests it. But we're willing to be open to discuss all possibilities. Thank you. And I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Ms. Merritt. Thank you for your testimony. You know, Ms. Merritt, I think you do an excellent job. And part of the role of council and your lens as a planner and specializing in historic preservation is through that lane of how does this fit within historic preservation guideline structure. But we as a council, we have a broader lens. And so we look at all of the boards. We look at how it fits with constituencies. Each of us, each of us has 1/7 of the county, soon to be 1/9 of the county as constituents. And one of the things that, you're right, we shouldn't be asking the LPC how to conduct their meetings. We shouldn't be directing that. However, what we did learn through the process is that we don't have adequate facilities in county government, in our buildings, to address the needs of public hearings on all of our boards and commissions. And Madam County Administrative Officer, I brought this up, I think, a couple of hearings ago where, we learned a lot from COVID. We learned, just think about it, 6 or 7 years ago, having a meeting on Zoom or Google Meets or platforms that didn't exist at that time was like, are you out of your mind? We don't do that. We all come into a building and we engage with one another. Out of the devastation of COVID, we did learn that we can meet virtually, and even better, we can provide hybrid opportunities, because virtual, while it is convenient, it does limit direct interaction. And so I believe that we have an obligation, as we did in these council chambers, in every single county building that has a hearing room, that there should be hybrid capabilities. So it goes beyond just the LPC. And so I would urge the administration and the budget director and Madam CAO here is in the capital budget, which begins in October, that we put in the capital budget an upgrade on our building facilities so that we can have public hearings that are accessible in a hybrid fashion. This is 2027 budget, right? 2026 budget or 2027, fiscal 2027. So by fiscal 27, 5, 6, 7 years past COVID, we can do this. And so I know that the council cannot add money. We can only cut money. We cannot move money, but I would request in the initial draft of the capital budget that we have a line item, a specific budget item that says upgrade county hearing rooms. And let's go through all of where are the rooms, whatever rooms meet in this building, whatever hearing rooms exist at across the street at the 2 county office buildings, that they be equipped with 21st century capabilities. And so I can't urge this or stress this strong enough, but I think it's not related to LPC, but clearly through this process, we learned that we are buying new building inventories like 305 Washington Avenue, but we're not addressing 21st century interactive needs of our boards and commissions and councils. So sorry I got very long-winded with you, Ms. Merritt, but I agree with some of the things you said, but not all the things you said. But on that particular item, I think it's a broader concern. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Patoka. Any others? Thank you, Ms. Merritt. We appreciate you being here. Ms. Belcastro, I think we have more speakers.
Certainly. Next is Steve Lafferty, followed by Daniel Dean, who is also here in person.
Welcome, Director Lafferty. How are you tonight?
Doing well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman and members of the council, appreciate the opportunity to speak with you this evening. Let me first, though, thank those of you that we had an opportunity to meet with over the past couple of weeks to discuss these bills, as well as Councilman Patoka's bill regarding demolition. I think it's important to have those kind of conversations, and hopefully, as the Councilman Patoka indicated, we can find another path forward on these. I think, importantly, we all share a common goal, and that's preservation and protection of the county's history, and those symbols and buildings and properties that reflect the history. And so we need to be thoughtful and deliberative how we go about that. I also want to thank those of you who have reached out to our department on issues and potential legislation. We welcome that outreach and believe that by working on legislation prior to its introduction, that we can actually find common ground and solutions to the issues you're raising. I'm not going to repeat what Ms. Merritt has already shared with you. I think it's clear that we have a highly competent and skillful and experienced set of planners who are doing the historic preservation work, although they may be limited in the resources they have available. As to Bill 4625, we really don't see the need for this. In 2010, the council actually established this prohibition about appeals based upon a couple of issues that it had been facing. And we'd like to also point out that even as the bill is drafted, it deals with final landmark designation, and that's not what the LPC looks at. That is in your purview alone. And if there is a belief there should be an appeal right, we'd argue that it should be on both sides, that whether someone has a disapproved or an approved. Because there could be a property owner whose property has been put on the landmarks list who takes issue with that and should have that right as well to challenge that. The issue about a de novo appeal does put an onus on the Board of Appeals that really goes beyond what their expertise is. And in order to apply the Secretary of Interior standards as well as the National Register guidelines, it takes a degree of expertise that, in all due respect to the board members, really is best placed in the LPC and not with the Board of Appeals. Also, we had argued that you cannot deny an appeal right to the Circuit Court. Regarding Bill 4725, again, we strongly support preservation, but do not believe this bill gets to that issue. This bill is only about processes, and it's not necessary to really deny the opportunity for virtual meetings. As Mr. Holman testified during the last work session, this not only is desirable by the committee members or the commission members themselves, but they found more participation from the public. This is something we can revisit, and certainly the procedures and processes that are applied can be on the table for conversation. We believe that the processes and procedures that are in place now are sufficient and do allow, for instance, testimony as well as written testimony as well as spoken testimony at a hearing. And even having an in-person meeting does not guarantee more public input. The public processes, public comments really are not what guides the LPC. It has to be guided by the standards and the regulations. As we've indicated previously, we've been willing to and still are willing to sit down with Preservation Alliance and any other advocates to talk about how we can make sure the LPC serves the communities better. Although we believe we're doing a very good job, we're always looking for rooms of improvement. And to your suggestion, Councilman Patoka, to extend, we'd certainly welcome the opportunity to sit down and have that meeting. Fortunately, we have other LPC meeting members here tonight who I think would also support that. So thank you.
Thank you, Director Lafferty. Councilman Patoka.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Director Lafferty. I would just urge you, Director Lafferty, the Planning Board and Planning Department staff draft the first iteration of the capital budget. So I would just, again, encourage that budget include an upgrade to all county hearing rooms. And if it can't be done in the first fiscal year, that there be a plan in the 6-year program to implement 21st century hearing rooms in Baltimore County.
Well, Councilman, in all due respect, we do not draft the budget. We are responding to the budgets as presented by the agencies and then take public comment into account, as you've indicated, in the recommendations that we make to the county executive. So certainly if that is something I'm certain the Planning Board will take under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lafferty. Any other questions? All right. Ms. Bel Castro, next speaker.
Our next speaker is Daniel Dean, followed by Phoebe Latoka, who is also here in person. I hope I pronounced that correctly.
Hello, everyone. My name is Daniel Dean. I represent District 5, David Marks' district, Councilman Marks for the Landmarks Preservation Commission. So essentially, I agree with my predecessors here as far as the issues go. I'll try to keep it short and simple with this, but essentially this isn't I fully support everything happening with preservation, and I have to give it to, Councilman Marks for having something put on the preliminary list and then become a final landmark in our district. It's amazing work. I fully support the Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County. I do, however, believe that there are other ways to go about this. I think the meeting would be a major thing to help out. As many of us know, with where we work, our personalized communication is the biggest issue. And there was very little communication with any of these issues happening, especially on the LPC level. I'm fairly new to this appointment. So as far as that goes, one of the things I try to look at is logic and think of the simplest ways with this. I was appointed for a reason. All the LPC members were appointed for a reason. As far as other commissioners go in other aspects of Baltimore County, I'm unpaid. I'm a volunteer. One of the things is, I wouldn't have been appointed for this if I didn't have knowledge in that aspect, dealing with preservation, research, history. We are bounded by guidelines. These guidelines are set forth, so even if I don't agree, as some outside interest group influences may be, whether it be Preservation Alliance or anybody else, I adhere to the regulations set forth by me. I support those groups. I would preserve everything I could in my capacity, honestly. However, I adhere to what our guidelines are, whether I agree or not. And in the decisions made by the LPC for properties that become or don't become landmarks, final landmarks, I support the other LPC members because we all have the qualifications, we all have the background to make those decisions without an outside board of appeals to override those and undermine those decisions. The same would go for any committee, any council. You then turn us into middle management at that point. And then as far as the meeting in person, hybrid, perfectly fine if there's the ability. Once again, we are unpaid volunteers for this commission. So asking those to travel that are not located near Towson, it may become an issue. Also for people that have driving issues, it makes it more inclusive in a hybrid or at least allowing the virtual aspects. But also ask all of the councilmen to take a look at one of our meetings other than the John McGrain meeting that we had and other than the Choate House. You had two properties that were a failure to act and a failure to persuade. In those instances, a failure to act added to the final landmarks list and a failure to persuade from getting it on the preliminary list. Most of what we do are administrative tasks. So deciding between putting shingles on a roof or slate or anything else, 90% of what you see in those meetings are administrative tasks. So once again, look at the resources as far as this goes towards having people come in person and the ability to not come in person and do it virtually where it can last for 20 seconds. Thank you very much for your time. Once again, I thank David Marks for his wonderful aspects for preservation. I fully support everything. I just think this needs to be tweaked. Any questions?
Mr. Dean, I think Councilman Marks has a comment and Councilman Patoka, I think, has a question.
Daniel, I just want to thank you for your spectacular work. Not only is Mr. Dean a member of the LPC, but he's also involved with archaeology at the
research chair for Marshy Point Nature Center Council, a nonprofit, and regular job stuff.
He does a great job, so thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You said a question as well.
Patoka, did you have a question?
Just a comment, Mr. Dean. So thank you for your testimony. We have a bill coming up that we're going to discuss in just a little bit that will address the issues of the demolition of the Choate House and also the John McGrain House.
Yeah, and once again, it's communication. I mean, for everybody, it's communication, your personal lives as well. We all know if people don't hear about it, if it's not brought to the attention of other council members, that's a failure to act in something that could have been saved, in my personal opinion.
And that bill, the bill we're going to hear in just a few minutes, will address that failure to act.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Phoebe Evans Latoka.
Ms. Latosha, how are you tonight?
Thank you. Followed by Lily Mundruff, who is
I
on
have
virtually.
insider knowledge, so.
Thank you, Chairman Ertel. You are also my county council person, so So good afternoon. I am Phoebe Evans-Latosha. I am the current chair of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, and I am here to voice my opposition to the 3 proposed bills, 4625, 4725, and 5225, that relate to historic preservation and landmark review processes they are currently written. So just a point of clarification, you're going to do the 5225 a little bit later in the meeting? Okay, I'll try to separate those comments to that point, but I will also be speaking on that one. My preference would be that these bills, all 3 of them, be either withdrawn, tabled, or rejected outright. I am open to Councilman Patoka's suggestion of extending the bills and getting together and holding a meeting, whether that's a public open meetings, with all parties, or a meeting with a select number of representatives from the LPC, from the council, from preservation groups. I will defer to to others on that format of the meeting. So I have served on the LPC as a county executive appointment since the fall of 2020. And so I'm here in my capacity as the chair of the LPC, and additional LPC commissioners, in addition to Mr. Dean and staff, are also present today in person and online at this work session. You also previously heard from the immediate past chair of the LPC, John Holman, at the last meeting. I'm sorry I wasn't able to be at the last work session. I was out of town and unavailable due to family issues. So I currently work as an archivist at Johns Hopkins University. I have a master's degree in history from the University of Delaware with a concentration in American history and material culture. I live in County Council District 6 in a contributing property in the Stoneleigh Historic District, which is listed on the National Register of Historic Places as a historic district. I was encouraged to apply to serve on the LPC by Carol Allen, who was a past chair of the LPC, past executive director of Historic Towson, and my former neighbor in Stoneleigh. All of the commissioners to the LPC bring a diverse set of qualifications necessary for the review of historic landmark applications, whether as architects, historians, preservationists, or representatives of the agricultural community or planning board. We serve as volunteers, freely giving our expertise to the county to further the county's interest in historic preservation. As I state in the opening of every LPC meeting, we can all agree that historic preservation is an important aspect of the quality of life and place that makes Baltimore County unique. As commissioners, we serve on the commission due to our expertise, interest, and passion for historic buildings and places. We review submissions based solely on their merit. The LPC is a qualified historic preservation commission, which reviews and approves nominations to the Baltimore County preliminary landmarks list, comments on National Register nominations as a certified local government agency, and reviews all exterior alterations within county historic districts, and is charged with evaluating Baltimore County historic tax credit applications. LPC commissioners annually participate in training sponsored by the Maryland Historic Trust and the Maryland Association of Historic Districts. In my capacity as chair of the LPC, I have sent a letter to the Maryland Historic Trust asking that they review these bills regarding the impact on our CLG status and other state and legal conflicts, and we are awaiting their response. Bill 4625, as written, would create an appeals process for the Landmarks Preservation Commission decisions, which would allow any aggrieved party to appeal of a disapproval for placement on the county final landmarks list to the County Board of Appeals. First off, the LPC only votes on whether to place a property on the preliminary landmarks list, not the final landmarks list. Authority to designate a property as a final landmark currently rests with you, the County Council. The process spelled out in this legislation is in conflict. The process that in this legislation is a conflict with the current process unless your intent was to give the Board of Appeals the authority to review your own county council decisions regarding final landmark disapprovals. Second, we do not really want to take the authority to review applications for preliminary landmark status out of the hands of a commission of knowledgeable preservation experts that has been appointed and approved by this county council and the county executive and recommended by the county executive, and instead place it in the hands of more general Board of Appeals that has no expertise in historic preservation. Third, applications that come before the LPC can be resubmitted for review at a future meeting if they are not approved, based on additional information, changes in the criteria for review, or the passage of time. The solution proposed in this legislation is completely unnecessary. Bill 4725 would require the LPC to hold all meetings and hearings in person. Since 2020, our commission meetings have been held virtually. I have never attended an in-person commission meeting, as I was appointed in the fall of 2020. We reviewed this procedure of having virtual meetings rather than hybrid or in-person meeting only about 2 years ago, and agreed that our meetings are more productive in the virtual environment. The LPC commissioners receive access to the meeting application packets 1 week before the meetings after the submission deadline is passed. These applications can involve complex architectural drawings that we need to zoom in and out of to review intimate details, both in preparation for the meeting and during the meetings themselves, to inform our votes and decisions. I do also want to assure the members of the public that we do read all the letters that are submitted to us before the meetings. So it would be harder to do that, intense review of photographs of architectural drawings, zooming in and out during the meetings on multiple screens that we often will have up in our homes. It would be hard to do that in person when we do not have accesses to personal devices or county issued devices with second screens during the meetings. I've also found that public participation is increased in the virtual environment as the time and expense of coming in person is less of a burden in virtual meetings. It is not uncommon for participants in our meetings to disclose that they are parents of young children, senior citizens, or people with underlying health conditions where it would be a burden for them to have to, take 2 hours out of their evening, plus travel time back and forth, plus paying for parking, babysitters, et cetera, to come to an in-person meeting. Virtual meetings allow all citizens to participate from the comfort of their own homes and other locations at their convenience. Why require the LPC to only hold in-person meetings when other boards don't have similar requirements? As chair, I recognize that the LPC meeting procedures that are posted on the LPC website have not been updated since 2003. A review of those is overdue. Rather than force the LPC to meet in person through this legislation, let us first review our procedures, taking into account the feedback that has come out of this legislative process. I agree with one of the speakers at the last work session that applicants should be given equal opportunity to address the board and answer questions of LPC commissioners as property owners without time limits. We as a commission are open to suggestions on our meeting procedures, which would facilitate the smooth and time-efficient process of our meetings, but respectfully ask that you give us flexibility to do that through a review of procedures rather than through legislation. And I'm happy to answer any questions about this, and we'll come back to you on the 5225.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Latosha.
Thanks.
Appreciate you being here. Ms. Belkacem, our next speaker.
Our next speaker is Lily Mundroff, who is on virtually.
Ms. Mundroff, how are you tonight? Welcome.
I'm doing well, thank you. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the council. My name is Lily Mundroff. I've been serving in the Landmarks Preservation Commission since January 2022, and I represent County Council District 1. Professionally, I'm an associate principal in a residential architecture firm specializing in historic preservation and adaptive reuse. At LPC, all the commissioners are heavily vested in historic preservation, in maintaining the value of history, buildings, and landscapes within Baltimore County. I'm strongly opposed to Bill 4625, as it confuses the role of the Landmarks Preservation Commission in regards to preliminary landmarks listing. The steps and procedures are clearly listed on the county website. I won't read them, but they're 1 through 4. All of these steps and details ensure a participatory process between property owners, nomination individuals, general public, LPC commissioners, and staff. In the process, LPC commissioners become well aware of the nomination proposal and are given ample time to research, review, respond in written or in-person testimony. The public is also able to request and review any of the applications listed on the agenda. Additionally, significant overhaul update of the Landmarks Preservation Historic Guidelines was recently completed and made available to the general public. I was part of that review task force, and the goal was always to make sure everything was clear and accessible contextually and visually. Additionally, all the procedures for when, how, where to apply, contact info, meeting agenda have also been clearly integrated into the Baltimore County government website. The bill negatively creates a bypass process where all the LPC staff historic research and/or LPC commission discussion and vetting following all preliminary landmark steps mentioned above are completely disregarded. This bill will have the unintended consequence of taking authority of historic designation out of the expertise of the Landmarks Preservation Commission, a certified local government entity which works in close partnership with the Maryland Historical Trust and National Park Service, into the hands of non-historic qualified Board of Appeals. I'll jump now to the Bill 4725, and then I'll come back for a final. I'm against Bill number 4725, as it calls for an in-person Landmarks Preservation Commission meetings and hearings, which I believe have been conducted virtually since the onset of the 2020 pandemic. As commissioners, we are given full access to all applicant materials, staff research, and meeting agenda at least 1 week prior to the virtual meeting. The benefits of these virtual meetings, for the same reasons as they are implemented by other commissions within Baltimore County, as well as become standard of practice for other historic commissions, such as Frederick, Prince George's, Cecil, Montgomery, and Howard, are as follows. Accessibility. Virtual meetings allow commissioners to participate in the group conversation while seeing the visuals on individual screens. Having access to all of the materials on an individual screen while actively listening to each speaker is a great way to interface fully with both the visuals and the listening. Having offered testimony in the past for in-person meetings, those meetings would have a single presentation screen where often most of the visuals, especially architectural drawings, would be impossible to decipher. Often it would be harder to hear everyone, whether they were standing too close or too far from the microphone. The interface was always such that time and details would be wasted. A virtual, well-run, and organized meeting is accessible and efficient. Public participation. Participants can join from anywhere without traveling or having any mobility or transportation issues. They can join via landline, cellular, tablet, computer. An elderly person can make a phone call from their landline and offer testimony for the safeguarding of a historic property. The same person may not be so inclined to hop on a car or public transit, if that's even a realistic option, travel on the Beltway, fuss with the smart parking, and make their way to the office building to sign up in time for the testimony. In-person meetings for those who are elderly and have limited transportation do not work. Transparency. All of the meetings are very well prepared, agenda, meeting minutes, supporting documentation of docket review items. Additionally, they are recorded and can be reviewed for further details. It is the streamlining of the procedures and the handling of the virtual meetings that allows all of this coordinated effort to make things available to everyone for ease of communication. In conclusion, I oppose both proposed bills as they diminish the role and expertise of the state certified Baltimore County Landmarks Historic Preservation Commission. It also hinders accessibility and participation. I welcome the opportunity of any and all local historic groups to work together with the Baltimore County Landmarks Preservation Commission in safeguarding and advancing the nomination and preservation of county historic properties. I leave you with the mission of the National Trust, the definition of the certified local government, such as the case of Baltimore County Landmarks, to which each commissioner is sworn to. Certified local governments are municipalities that have demonstrated through a certification process a commitment to local preservation and saving the past for future generations. This commitment is key to America's ability to preserve, protect, and increase awareness of our unique cultural heritage found in the built
Ms. Mundra.
environment. Yes.
You're way over time, and I think we have the point. Can you summarize and finish up?
I have one last sentence, and I'm sorry, it was just the two bills, so I understand I'm a little over. I just didn't want to do it
but
twice. Yeah.
you're in the 8-9 minutes at this point.
Okay. So the CLG program was federally mandated as part of an amendment to the National Historic Preservation Act of 1966. All to say that all of these procedures and the way the meetings are conducted are very much in alignment with what the Maryland Historical Trust and the National Trust for Historic Preservation are there for. And just wanted to conclude with that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Mundriff. Ms. Belkacem, your next speaker.
Yes, we have one final speaker who registered for Bill 47, and that is Pamela Shaw, who is here in person.
Ms. Shaw, how are you? Good. Good.
Good evening, Council Chair Ertel and the rest of the council. I'm Pamela Shaw. I am the president of the Lutherville Community Association, and that community association includes the Historic District of Lutherville. In the last couple of weeks, I've sent all of you 2 emails, which I would like to have included as part of my testimony. I'm not going to belabor the particular issues that I raised in them, but I do appreciate some of what has been said here tonight, not just by Director Lafferty and his staff, who are excellent, excellent people, and the members of the commission. I support strongly their work, but I think this is a moment in time where we can see that there are other voices that probably need to be heard. Councilman Patoka, I think it's a wonderful idea to draw some other organizations in. I think by looking at what I sent in, you're going to see that there are probably other people and communities who have some issues that they would like to raise. I think what might be best, in addition to extending and perhaps having some interaction with different groups, is to withdraw this bill, and maybe the suggestion would be to have the council create a work group, or minimally to have some more organized public testimony opportunities to discuss how the mechanisms are working. These bills address specific items. I agree with Councilman Patoka that hybrid should be the standard. It's not just it's not just an equipment issue, okay? It is a people issue. We don't have Chris everywhere, but we need a Chris everywhere to assist the different boards to get it done. And it's not just an LPC problem. It's a problem with Animal Hearing Board. It's a problem across the board, the Liquor Board. And an opportunity is being missed to educate the public about how these institutions work, okay? If you don't have the opportunity to hear how the Liquor Board works, because there's no hybrid, because it's not done publicly or virtually, nobody will ever know, okay? Nobody who's working in the communities will ever know. So it's very, very important that we be more transparent, more integrating and accessible, and I think that's very important in this particular case. I also think, and I love the people that work at LPC. They are terrific people, well-educated people. They came and gave a lengthy presentation to the Lutherville Community Association, and that was fabulous. But they need more staff. They don't have enough people to do the job that needs to be done. Take a look at the code and read that long section about everything they're supposed to be doing. Thank you all for hearing me.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw. Councilman Patoka, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and Ms. Shaw, thank you. I agree with you. They do need more staff. We learn that, as a planner, you learn many ways to improve and stabilize neighborhoods. But one of the most proven way to do that is through historic preservation designation. It works all the time. And so how do you do that? You need staff to do that. And so I think it's something that we need to double down on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Thank you.
All right, I think that's it for 47 and 4625. We're going to move on to 4825. This is from Councilman Ketch, zoning regulations, solar facilities on prime farmland.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislation, quite simply, will not allow solar to be installed over prime and productive soil. In this nation, very few states have prime and productive soil. The Federal Department of Agriculture has mapped where this soil is located. It's basically Maryland, Ohio, Pennsylvania, maybe parts of New York. It's soil that, an area that really was called the breadbasket during the American Revolution. Not that I was around then, but
You might have been.
I might have been, you're right. So anyhow, that's what the bill will do. My colleague to my left has an amendment that I support that would exempt solar businesses that do solar and agriculture together. So if you take a look online, you'll see situations where the solar panel is here and then the agriculture is under it. And it does work in certain situations. I think we need to take advantage of that. And I just want to remind everybody that during the COVID-19 pandemic, we had to rely on our northern Baltimore County agriculture. They provided a large amount of what it was that we provided as a government to people who needed food during the pandemic. So I think about 150 acres of prime and productive soil that are out of commission because of the fact there's solar panels over it. So this would solve that particular problem. I know that's been mentioned about common sense. I think this makes common sense because obviously food is, well, very important to say the least. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Ketch. Councilman Jones.
Yes, Councilman Katz, I appreciate your willingness to protect farmland, but I guess we shouldn't forget that the property owners who own the property are choosing to exercise their right to install solar panels on their property that they own. So this bill is a restrictive measure that takes away their property rights. I just wanted to make that clear.
Yes, you're right.
Okay. Ms. Belcastro, we have two speakers.
That's correct. Our first speaker is Patricia Fallon, who is here in person, followed by Michael Sonnenfeld, who is on virtually.
Ms. Fallon, how are you? Thanks for having patience with us. It's going to be a long night. If anybody wants to go out for pizza, we'll welcome it. Maybe we can order it for the.
Why is it everyone's problem? I agree. We want crab cakes.
Crab cakes?
Yeah.
Okay. Will Pappas deliver?
The folks that are virtual miss out on.
Are you kidding? Of course they would.
Okay.
Yeah. Can I have your credit card?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead, Ms.
Well,
Fallon. Sorry.
Thank you, Chair
We're getting
Ortel.
punchy
That's
already.
okay. I think a crab cake sounds good. Thank you, Councilman Ortel and council members. I'm here as the Secretary of the Hanover Road Association, and I also want to add, because you'll see as we go through this, that I have a master's in manufacturing production operations, and I worked in a large manufacturing facility that built semiconductors and printer wire circuit boards, and so I have a little bit of background on what goes on with the solar panel and solar facilities. We are in complete support of Bill 4825 to prohibit solar facilities on land that constitutes prime farmland. And Councilman Koch, he mentioned that Maryland is part of the most productive farm area in the United States. One of the things that we have that many other states don't have is we have a limestone undersoil that is underneath our topsoil that stretches from York County down through northern Baltimore County, and it makes us one of the most productive farm soils in the entire nation. And I just wanted to bring that up. One of the other reasons that we totally are for prohibiting solar facilities is the contaminants that are in the solar panels. So in photocell manufacturing, there's a number of hazardous materials. And I just want you to know, if you can imagine just a solar panel is made up of maybe 1,000 solar cells. Each solar cell has a semiconductor. Each solar cell in one solar panel that has 1,000 solar cells are full of semiconductors. Now you look at a field of solar panels, it's full of manufacturing semiconductors. And where I worked, where we put semiconductors in a lot of very large electronics, our hazardous materials books was this thick of how to deal with the materials in these types of conductors. For instance, the chemicals used in general semiconductor industry are hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, nitric acid, hydrogen fluoride, trichloroethane, acetone, and your thin film photocells contain a number of even more toxic materials like gallium arsenide, copper, indium, galamide, diselenide, cadmium, telluride, and lead. These solar panels contain toxic metals also, to include chromium and cadmium. These components leach out of solar panels through degradation and damage. There was an article in Solar Power World by the chief editor, Kelly Pickerell, who came out and was going through the data that said that the solar panels that we are acquiring are these cheap-made Chinese solar panels that deteriorate and degrade. And once they start to deteriorate and degrade, these materials that I just went through come into our soil. Restoring any soil to productive farmland is nearly impossible due to what I was just mentioning, plus the fact that, so where my house is, I have 2 solar farms. One is a quarter-mile north of me and one is a quarter-mile south of me. We had a front row seat to the implementation of these solar fields, and one was about 35 feet from a wetland. What happens is they build this, they dig, and they build this concrete base, and then they put the pylons in order to fit the solar panel on top. The amount of concrete dust that covered the wetland, that wetland is never recovered. The amount of concrete dust that occurs when you're putting these solar panels in is unbelievable. These are the side effects of what people don't think about. The other thing is the soil layers are totally compacted. The rich limestone subsoil layer cannot be used again. Okay, that is some of the reasons we are very much for this bill. So these solar panels are classified as toxic hazardous electronic e-waste. They are not allowed to go into the Baltimore County landfills because they are classified as toxic. Instead, what happens is, and this has been documented in the solar power articles, we are instead, because the counties cannot accept the solar panels into their hazardous waste dumps, they are dumped into the ocean, or we are paying third world countries for us to deliver our old and degraded solar panels, and there are literally mountains high of solar panels in these countries. So what are we doing? Now, the other thing is, when you ask yourself, is there really a cost benefit to this at all? There was a hearing in the Senate during the Biden administration where they were asking the different people who were on the panel, what is the percentage of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere? And this was documented in the Department of Energy department under Joe Biden. And everybody had these different answers. What's the percentage of carbon dioxide in our atmosphere? People said, I don't know when to ask you, but 8%, 10%? No. In the Joe Biden Department of Energy handbooks and documentation, it's 0.04%. 0.04% of our atmosphere is carbon dioxide. Then you ask how much of that 0.04% is made up of human activity, meaning all the human activity we do in the entire world. It's 0.05% of 0.04%. So, and I have to say, most of the people in the panel, nobody in the panel of the Senate hearing knew these statistics, but it came right out of the Department of Energy under Joe Biden. So you ask yourself, are we willing to give up our prime farmland, which is the best in the country, for this? The other thing, I have a handout that I gave that you could take a look at. They are actually easily damaged. You have trees and debris and hailstorms, lightning damage, shattered glass, and you can see pictures of the holes in the solar panels that then are leaching all these chemicals into our land. The other thing we have noticed in our organization up in northern Baltimore County is the local environmental impact now, because we've had these solar farms there for several years. The trees and shrubs have inhibited growth, and they don't grow naturally. There's a constant humming sound. If you live near one of these, there is literally a constant humming sound coming from these facilities. Birds and wildlife have disappeared, and there's a lot of dirty runoff coming into the nearby streams and wetlands. And one of the pictures I have for you in the handout is there are literally wetlands and streams within 35 feet of these solar farms. And I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but one of the amendments I would like to request is that there be no solar facilities allowed within 1,000 feet of a wetland or a stream. I have in the handout a picture of the Baltimore County streams. It's numerous. We are so blessed. And then I have a list of all the streams. I mean, it's pages and pages. We are very blessed with water, beautiful soil, the best in the country. Why would we want to allow these toxic solar panels on top that also degrade the land to the point you can't reproduce it again?
Ms. Fowling, can you summarize?
Okay, so I am actually done saying we support that bill. And real quick, the second bill I came to talk about.
You want to do the
second bill?
Department Ag?
Yes, sir. It would only take me a minute. Obviously, we are then in very much support of a Department of Agriculture for the county. Agriculture, as you know, is a significant contributor to the economy and the agriculture and for public health and the quality of life. It's a major source of the food supply. It's a primary source for water. It touches every one of us and all of our agencies. It plays a significant role in health, environmental sustainability, natural resources, et cetera. It would provide a dedicated leadership role to administer various programs, funding, and grants offered by local, state, and federal agencies, and it removes any duplication of services and expedite reviews of plans submitted to the Soil Conservation District, ensures that the agricultural sector is an integral part of all the decision-making process of Baltimore County. So we absolutely recommend voting for 4925 also. And thank you, Councilman Koch and Councilman Marks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fallon. Thank you. Appreciate you being here. And that was some stuff that we didn't know. Ms. Del Castro, next.
Our next speaker is Michael Sonnenfeld, who is on virtually. Mr. Sonnenfeld, you may begin your testimony.
Thanks very much. And Chairman Ertl and council members, thanks for the opportunity. I'm testifying in favor of this bill. Preserving prime agricultural land for agricultural use is really important to maintain a critical mass of ag land to support all of the service providers that are necessary to support an active ag economy. And Baltimore County is blessed with a good one. I think it's important to point out that solar panels for ag use, I think, are also a good idea. And solar panels for use by the landowners on their property are a good idea, but I don't think this bill has any impact on those per se. And that's all I had to say. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Sonnenfeld, sorry. And I guess that wraps it up for Bill 4825. We're on to 4925, Department of Agriculture. Councilman Ketch.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This legislation would simply create a Department of Agriculture, and therefore we would have a Director of Agriculture who would be the head of this department. When I was elected to the council, the first group to come to me were the farmers in northern Baltimore County with some concerns that they had. And for the next 10 years, I spent quite a bit of time advocating for them and to try to resolve some of the problems that they were having. And there's been recommendations made, studies made, recommendations, and the first recommendation is always we need a Department of Agriculture. I talked about the fact that during the COVID-19 pandemic, we found out how important the agricultural community is to Baltimore County. And adding on to that, there actually are thousands of people whose jobs depend on our agricultural community. In addition, the agricultural community brings in $90-some million in revenues to our farmers in Baltimore County. So it's a very important business, to say the least. And the other issue is, you all know that our drinking water comes from northern Baltimore County. So we need to make sure that we're smart when it comes to development, when it comes to making sure that we don't allow contaminants to go into the streams which feed the reservoirs. I mean, that's very important. We need an advocate for the ag community. That's what we need. We haven't had one for 10 years. We've had, I think this administration and the previous one did make efforts to address some of the problems, always avoiding, though, setting up a separate department. When I think of this, I think, first of all, of the MARC Board, which is the Maryland Resource Council. And what they did is they're the ones that arranged the financing for the Baltimore County Ag Center back in 2005. The Ag Center opened up in 2010. And this organization, which raised a lot of money toward its purchase, actually was there to advise the Ag Center and to run volunteer programs. For instance, I had approximately 10,000 school children tour the Ag Center while they were there. They also ran demonstration project, farming demonstration projects. And I do need to bring something to your attention. At the Ag Center, I know people are tired of hearing this, but at the Ag Center itself, the MARC Board recommended a experiment where they were going to plant different grasses to see which ones would be the most successful in Baltimore County. Well, they planted it, and guess what? One of the county agencies let some sheep into the field, and they ate all the grass, so never got the results of this experiment as to what the most effective grasses would be. So you got to admit that information would be valuable to all of us. As far as solar goes, we needed a director of agriculture that knew something about solar, who would be an advocate for the farmers. I mean, you heard Patty Fallon talk about solar panels. I mean, the truth of it is, when they become obsolete, what's going to happen to them? The so-called third world countries no longer accept them. You can see pictures of piles of panels and little kids playing. Well, they don't accept them anymore. So we have the problem of what to do with them. And so we didn't have any guidance from the Department of Agriculture, which doesn't exist at all, none whatsoever. And we really needed it. We've learned so much more since then. We also have an issue of our farmers in Baltimore County getting older. The average age keeps going up each year. So we need to attract young people to come and be farmers in order to accommodate that effort. Most people don't have the money to go in and buy 100 acres or something like that. So we need to hook up those farmers who want to lease their property with individuals with potential farmers. That's what we need to do. I want to go back to the Mark board for a minute. They raised over $700,000 in funds and commitments, which were to be used for a riding center at the Ag Center. And what happened was a county official said to them, just give the county your money and we'll, proceed. And they got the input that they had for this particular endeavor. The administration didn't care at the time. And so that money was lost because around 2020, the Mark board, who had done all this on a volunteer basis, disbanded. I mean, what a blow to Baltimore County. What a blow to our agricultural community. The Ag board, this Mark board, remember, volunteers, voluntarily contributing money. I mean, now what we have is we have a farm on Route 30 that has kids touring it instead of our Ag Center. I mean, this makes no sense whatsoever. County funds support the Ag Center. Now, there is a fiscal note. Now, this would go on the ballot in November of 2026, would not go into effect if the voters vote for it until the end of December 2026. So we're not talking about expending any money for the next year and a half. And I'm hoping, and I talked with the administration, and the administration does have plans to address some of the concerns I talked about in the meantime. So actually, they're setting the stage, as far as I see it, for a Department of Agriculture, because they're already talking about addressing, as I said, some of these concerns. I can tell you that the agricultural community is very happy with this. I mean, without a question, they're happy.
Councilman Ketch, we should probably hear from those speakers.
Okay, I guess. You all better be happy. Okay, I'm sorry for going on so long, but this issue is so important to me and to my district, and we need to take this next step. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Katz. Ms. Bill Castro first.
Our first speaker is Meg O'Hare, who is here in person, followed by Linda Dorsey Walker, who is also here in person.
Meg may have given up on us.
I think she left.
Okay. Linda
Patricia
Dorsey
Fallon
Walker.
spoke, and Ms. Dorsey Walker, are you speaking about the Department of Agriculture? That is unbelievable. And you're in purple tonight, too.
Oh, good. Thank you.
I know you're thinking, why is she up there to talk about agriculture? Good evening. My name's Linda Dorsey Walker. 41 years ago, this child created a brand new department. It wasn't a brand new county department, it was a brand new state of Maryland department, which today is still around and one of the most significant utilized departments in the state of Maryland. It's called the Maryland Department of the Environment. I'm the child of two scientists. My dad was an analytical physiochemist. My brother and I spent most of our young lives during the summer going to science and math courses. When I went away to grad school in the Midwest at Northwestern, I found out that I was wrong about my knowledge of farmers. My knowledge of farmers primarily consisted of green acres and movies. I arrived at Northwestern University and met some of the smartest people I ever met in my life. They were sharp as a tack. They knew their stuff. They had technology that they brought to the table with them, and they were able to share their knowledge base with them, with others. I also found something else when I was living in the Chicago area. There was a need for pollination, and Chicago, not surprisingly, has a pretty sizable criminal incarcerated population. One of the things they did was trained folks that were in prison to go out and pollinate those farms. It was a very good use of people who many of them couldn't be around children. They had lost their rights to be around children. But those huge agricultural farms needed people to go from place to pollinate. I came back to Baltimore, and one of my first things that I did, I was given a whole bunch of boards and commissions to oversee in the health department. One of them was just a registration. It wasn't a registry list. It wasn't even a board, but it was this group of people called environmental sanitarians who had a vision of something that hadn't started yet, environmental science as a part of government. And I first started by getting all the jobs upgraded, $10,000 each. Got them all on the national registry, and then they said, we want to be our own department. That's what we did. What I'm seeing here is a similar opportunity. I got a piece of news in an email yesterday. It came from the Congressional Black Caucus. It said, we're looking for young people who know AI to come. This is a brand new workshop they just added this week. We want young African-American young people that know AI, and some of us know a real smart AI young person. I immediately told him about it, and he's going to go. He signed up. They want him to come and teach learn how to teach Black farmers and other farmers how to increase their crops and do a better job of distributing them. There's technology, there's there's a bringing together of modern, ultra-modern technology with the old farming profession. Why do I know about the Maryland Agricultural Farm? Let's see, it's the last building in my 11th district that I represent. So I used to have to go out there and put up my signs and things like that because it was used as a voting site. I saw it was being used not as a place for agriculture, but for parks and recreation and other things that had nothing to do with agriculture. And I said, what a waste. Here's why it was a waste. Because I went to talk with some folks in the Padonia area, around Padonia International, and I asked them if they had ever gone out to the agricultural farm, because that's where the early voting site was. They said, we know nothing about it, but there's a place that we could go to. These were new Americans. They said that they had grown up in agricultural environments, young people with young families and children who were now living in an urban and suburban setting where they didn't get to be exposed anymore to the agriculture that had been part of their daily lives when they were young. And they said, how do you get out there? And I told them, some of them didn't have cars and things, and I thought, wow, wouldn't it be something if we arranged transportation for those folks to leave that part of Hunt Valley and that area and take them out to the Maryland Agricultural Farm? Let's teach them the new technology. Let's have them share with us some of the knowledge that they bring from all over the country. And not just that site. Hey, folks, there's a brand new emptied out site on the western side of the county. It used to be the Job Corps Center, 46 acres of land, surrounded altogether by 119 acres of land owned by a small Catholic church, which is going partially out of existence. That property is owned by the state of Maryland. We could start training our young people, because guess what the Congressional Black Caucus thing said? Going forward, food is going to be the new currency. Did you hear me? We already have parts of the world where food is being weaponized. Food is going to be the new currency. We've got to prepare our young people on all levels for every possible scenario, including the time when food as the new currency starts to impact their lives. That's all I had to say.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey Walker. Councilman Marks has a question.
So you're proposing sort of an agricultural incubator?
Yes.
Anyways, okay.
In two places, let's maximize the use of that Maryland agricultural site. And then also let's use some of the available, because not everyone can get all the way over there, but right over off of, what is it, Old Court Road, where the Jobs Corps was in Woodstock area, that's another area. There are, hey, when my daughter was going through high school, I put her in 4-H. I wanted her to be one of those black kids that knew something about agriculture and farm life. I didn't want her to think that everyone living on a farm was what you see on television. These are folks that are intricately important to our future. And we've got to learn to prize what they do and train more people to do it. So I'm glad, I'm really happy to hear the Congressional Black Caucus has said we got to get some of these really smart computer expert kids matched up with black farmers and other farmers around this country so that we use their skill to the max.
Maryland National Capital Park and Planning Commission has an urban farm incubator. It's an interesting idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey Walker. Ms. Bel Castro, next speaker.
Our next speaker.
Mr. Albright.
Yes, Jesse Albright.
He's back there.
Followed by Jonathan Albright, who are both here in person.
The Albright brothers, they're bringing it once again to the county council.
So I want to start by quoting a statement that was made by Secretary Addix, who's our department or secretary for the Maryland Department of Agriculture, in an article that was released today. And he says, it's obvious for there to be a Department of Agriculture. And I think that's important. And then I want to play a little bit of homage to some statements that were made in that article by a county employee. The first being that the Ag Center currently costs the county $1 million per year. So the fiscal note that's been proposed for this department is minimum comparative to the money that is already being spent by the county related to the Ag Center. And that's just in the maintenance of the facility. The next thing that I want to take note of is that the county employee was quoted as saying that this seems to be a solution looking for a problem. And I think that's very telling that this county employee is saying that, because it shows to me the lack of understanding and lack of knowledge that the county employees truly have of what is occurring at this site. To that same note, over the past 3 years, there's been over 20 agriculture-related bills that has come in front of this council. Despite the volume of legislation impacting the agricultural community, the director of the Department of Economic and Workforce Development and his office, who's seen many changes, has not testified on a single bill until recently. Now, he sat here last month, I believe it was, or maybe it was early this month, my days are a little bit confused, and took a no stance on this bill, which is very interesting given that the board that advises, the board that was created by the county council, or county executive, I'm sorry, the agricultural advisory board, was promised by that same individual that they would come here and support. And then he testified in front of this group with a no, that he was not in support or not opposed. But that's the first bill in the last 3 years of 20 that somebody's came and testified on behalf. That is why we need this department. It needs to be in the charter so that it doesn't just go. I know there's been push from the county executive that we can do this departmentally and we can create it and so forth. But this needs to be in the charter. The ag sector does not have a strong director voice or a seat at the table to have some of these conversations. This is about increasing efficiency and bringing things together to be more efficient. This is not, he was also quoted as saying that the sins of the past have been corrected. And I would like to bring in front of this council's attention that they have not been corrected. I testified last month and told you about the issues that are occurring there with the weeds. There are cattle on site that are not properly being tended to and do not have the tags and requirement documentation that they should have. There are, and I know I'm out of time, there is lack of licensing that has existed, that has not been updated, that should be taken care of. You're supposed to have a stable license if you have a horse in the state of Maryland. The county does not own a stable license, does not have a stable license, and is not in compliance with state and local laws. All of this could be fixed for a very small amount of money. I don't think that the farmers of the county ask for a lot, and I think that we give a lot. But this is one thing that we're asking for. So with that, I'll finish by saying that due to the current federal state of things, there's been a lot of cuts, and food and food security is certainly something that we should be concerned about. Recently, the SNAP education funding has been cut to SNAP educators who go into our Title I schools to educate those individuals about healthy eating and healthy food. I had a conversation with Mr. Marks the other day and made him aware of this, that Baltimore County has multiple individuals who were doing this. They are no longer employed as of September due to the federal cuts from the USDA. This is a simple thing, and we're not talking about a huge amount of money here, but if we had this department that we could funnel and not only go into Title I schools, but expand the reach of education to all schools and give better learning to these children. We have so much opportunity here. It's a little ask. It's a little lift for finances. So, thank you. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Albright. You always do a great job.
So,
Our
And
next,
there's the Albright too.
yes, our next speaker is Jonathan Albright, followed by Quandra Gray, who is also here in person.
I did not mean to imply that you were second best or anything. I just, yeah.
Good morning, gentlemen, or good afternoon, gentlemen. Good evening. First, I'd like to start off by giving you guys a little bit of homework here today. I know you have plenty to do already, but I would like to encourage all the councilmen to ask those in charge of the departments if all their people got paid last year. The reason I say this is because what we have, the Ag Advisory Council and those who are in the ag community are asking for is transferring people from programs that are already funded. So we're not asking for a huge ask here. We're asking for one position basically to be made at the top. And I'm assuming that would be roughly around $200,000 to $500,000, roughly if we're talking about a job. I mean, I don't know what you guys pay the head people here. So with that, the creation of a director will also allow you to testify at the state level, which we have not been doing. As a Farm Bureau president right now for Baltimore County, I go down every year and I sit down in session and listen to the fact that there is nobody from the county level testifying on behalf of Baltimore County in regards to ag bills. And those bills can also give us funding, allow us to have more educational programs, SNAP programs, allow us to have more grants, more streams, and that's all funding that we've missed out on because we don't have representation down at the state. Farmers don't have representation on the council or on the county level, and that's hurting you guys for not being able to pull funds back from the state as well. And that's all I have for today.
It's a good point.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very good point. We're not asking enough for schools either. Our legislative partners don't realize how much poverty we have in the county, and they don't seem to be asking for the money that we need. Ms. Gray, how are you?
I can start?
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Good evening, council members. My name is Quandra Gray. I am the founder of What the Sprout. It's an MBE certified agricultural company. We are certified in agricultural consultancy. We teach families, children, and communities how to grow their own food through microgreens and small-scale farming, connecting agriculture to health, education, and workforce development. So we do vertical farming, and we also have a value-added product where people learn to grow their own food at home. In the past 2 years, What the Sprout will be 2 in October. In the past 2 years, we partnered with libraries and community centers to deliver over 40 programs and workshops, reaching over 450 Maryland residents with our hands-on food education. I live in Dundalk. I've been in there for about 11 years. Dundalk is a high food priority area or food desert. And with recent changes to food stamps, the food stamp policy, more households will experience food insecurity. And we need to be preparing now and not reacting later for what's to come. That's why we need a director for the Department of Agriculture that understands the needs of farmers, food producers, and families. And for this director to know how to connect resources back into the community. A department led by a director with deep knowledge of agriculture and food systems as a whole. Agriculture and food systems require consistent focus from subject matter expertise. A leader who understands that food is perishable, that hunger cannot wait, and that agriculture is directly tied to public health, education, and overall wellness. Food sovereignty is the solution. If we give farmers and community growers the programs, resources, and support we need now, Baltimore County will be in a stronger position to fight hunger tomorrow and today. Heard about their refrigerator situation. That's pretty sad. Our Department of Agriculture handling the administrative work, coordinating across agencies, and advocating for agriculture at the highest level will give us the foundation we need to reduce food insecurity and strengthen our communities. For me personally, as a founder of What the Sprout, having the director at the Department of Agriculture would be transformational. Right now, I'm working to expand programs that teach food literacy, create workforce opportunities, and bring food sovereignty to communities like Dundalk. But the barriers are real: access to resources, clarity on programs, and the administrative support to scale small but impactful efforts. A knowledgeable director would lead in providing that structure. It would mean clear pathways to programs and funding, coordination across agencies, and leadership that understands the urgency of the work I do. With the support, What the Sprout could grow from a community-based initiative into a county-wide model, equipping more families, training more young people, and helping Baltimore County lead the way to food sovereignty, and helping our most vulnerable populations.
Thank you, Ms. Gray.
Yeah, sure.
Appreciate your testimony.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Councilman Cronder, thank you for making the trip up from Dundalk tonight and for your obvious passion for your life's mission, it sounds like. I do appreciate you coming up, and I agree with you. The loss of the grocery store at Logan Village was a big blow to Water's Edge, Turner Station, the Logan Village community, Dunlogan. There's been a significant amount of effort to try to rectify that situation, and it has proven to be very difficult. And I know that the administration, Department of Economic Workforce Development, has been trying to secure a grocery store either in that location or in Dundalk Shopping Center, so that those communities, for people that don't know the geography, are all the way on the southeast side of the district. And the closest grocery stores really are to travel probably 3 or 4 miles down Dundalk Avenue, and then another mile or so up onto Holabird Avenue, and then even further to get to Merritt Boulevard. And it's a community of thousands of people, and there is no grocery store. So I agree with you that there is, that area of Dundalk is definitely a food desert, and some effort has gone in, but with no success yet. But
yes,
I would just encourage you to stay tuned and stay hopeful.
All right, stay tuned. Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for that. But grocery stores have been coming and going. In the past, Turner Station specifically had a really strong agricultural presence. Mm-hmm. A lot of those seniors are passing away. There's one left who knows how to till the land with his hands. Agricultural practices are revamping in that area of Dundalk would reduce our need or reliance on grocery stores that don't always stay. So the department, I'm going to ask you though, are you voting for this bill? Are you going to be supporting it? What is that? What? Are you going to support it?
Yes, I'm going to be voting for this bill.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Gray.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Councilman Katz.
Excuse me just for...
Ms. Gray, you got one more admirer here.
I'm going to ask you to thank you for your testimony. I really appreciate it. Could you need to look online at the Montgomery County Ag Center, because they have quite a program that feeds people who are, need food. So Montgomery County Ag Center. Okay.
Thank you. All right, next up, we have Ms. Sean McIntosh. I'm sorry to do your job for you.
No, that's okay. Sean McIntosh, followed by Brad Kroner.
No, it's getting late. Good, how are you? Chairperson Ertel and members of the County Council, thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of Bill 4925, which would establish a Department of Agriculture. My name is Sean McIntosh, and I'm a resident of Sparks, Maryland, in northern Baltimore County, which is surrounded by farms. I commend the council and the bill's sponsors for bringing forward this important legislation. Agriculture is not only a key part of our local economy, it's central to our heritage, our land use, and our food systems. Creating a Department of Agriculture is a timely and necessary step to support the more than 60,000 acres of farmland in our county, protect rural livelihoods, and strengthen our ability to respond to emerging agricultural and environmental challenges. However, I respectfully recommend an amendment to further strengthen the bill by more fully describing the duties and functions of the new department and clarifying how it will coordinate with and/or consolidate existing agricultural-related services that currently reside in other agencies. Baltimore County already houses several agricultural functions, such as farmland preservation, soil conservation, zoning reviews, and rural development programs across various departments, including planning, environmental protection and sustainability, and economic and workforce development. Without a clear integration strategy, we risk duplicating efforts or leaving vital gaps in service delivery. A successful Department of Agriculture should not only support new initiatives, but also act as a centralized hub that coordinates and streamlines existing agriculture-related programs and staff functions, provides a single point of contact for farmers, landowners, and rural businesses, and offers interdepartmental leadership on agriculture-related planning, land use, economic development, and environmental stewardship. I propose that the council consider adding the following language, either with the functions and duties section and/or the bill as an implementation directive. And this is the language I propose. The department shall coordinate and, where appropriate, consolidate agricultural programs, personnel, and functions currently administered by other county agencies, including but not limited to farmland preservation, rural economic development, and soil and water conservation. The department shall work collaboratively with the Office of Planning, the Department of Environmental Protection and Sustainability, and other relevant agencies to ensure alignment and efficiency in agricultural service delivery. Such language would help ensure that the department begins its work with a clear mandate to collaborate and reduce fragmentation, maximizing its impact while respecting institutional expertise already in place. Baltimore County farmers and rural communities have long deserved a centralized voice and advocate with county government. Bill 4925 moves us towards that goal. Thank you again for your leadership and for considering this testimony. I urge you to pass Bill 4925. Thank you.
Our final speaker, Mr. Chair, on this item is Brad Kroner, who is here in person.
All right, for the record, Brad Kroner, Legislative Officer for the Administration. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight on Bill 4925. Thanks also to Council Members Marks and Catch for taking the time to have some good discussions on this bill and what it means for Baltimore County. To preface my remarks, I just want to say that we all agree on the importance of ag, and I think we've had a lot of successes over the past couple of years to build our support for the ag community. 3 years ago, the administration stood up a division of agriculture. Baltimore County continues to be a state and national leader in land preservation with over 71,000 acres of land preserved in ag easements, and we're doing more to engage with the ag community through the Ag Advisory Board. Today, I'm really going to focus on 3 primary points. First, I just wanted to touch on the issue of the Ag Center. This has come up a lot in testimony, in the media, and in conversations. I wanted to give a little bit of backstory to that issue and our challenges at the site. So about 15 to 20 years ago, the county acquired the Ag Center using a multitude of funding sources. 20 acres were acquired using local funds. That's the primary campus where the buildings are. but 129 acres were purchased with state funds through Program Open Space and the Land and Water Conservation Fund. Both of those funding sources come with specific requirements. For example, the property has to be used for recreation, for preservation, to protect land and water conservation, and this is protected in state and federal law. So we are limited in our ability to expand agricultural programming on that 120-acre part of the property as much as we'd like to, I think. Look at opportunities for ag incubators, things like that, but we are bound by those requirements. With that said, we did meet with DNR on Friday to further discuss our interest in other activities and programming at the site involving agriculture, and we remain in active conversations regarding that. Next, I'll touch on this really briefly. The Soil Conservation District is mentioned in the legislation. This has also come up in a couple conversations. I think the bill references slower reviews of plans submitted to the Soil Conservation District. That district is a state agency. It's not a county agency. We have limited ability to, while we correspond and work with them on a departmental level, we don't control that agency. So. Next is just the fiscal and operational impact. I've shared with you the fiscal impact. I think that's in the auditor's report. We're projecting an annual cost around $1.2 million in operating, on the operating budget side. The net fiscal impact, though, is around $550,000. That really just includes the reclassification, transfer, and backfilling for roughly a dozen positions across the county enterprise that work with ag. Those are in planning, rec and parks, PAI, et cetera. And that figure should really be considered a minimum, as it doesn't really contemplate programmatic or capital costs, nor does it contemplate future growth. And ultimately, as this is a ballot initiative or a charter amendment, it would fall to the next administration to build out. So it's, there's lack of clarity on, how it would actually be built out. Finally, I know I'm at time. I'll close with the proposal from the administration for an alternative or a compromise. We have staff who work on an interagency work group on agriculture, staff from PAI, from planning, from rec and parks. They get together to coordinate on any issues in the ag community. We would fully support codifying that work group as a sub-cabinet or a coordinating committee on agriculture. The state did something very similar, I think about 3 weeks ago. While the state does have a Department of Agriculture, they also recently expanded their sub-cabinet on agriculture to further collaboration and coordination regarding these issues. That's all I have, and thank you. I'll take any questions.
Chairman? Yeah, first of all, I quarrel with the fiscal note.
Yes, sir.
At first it was 200 to 500,000. Now we have 1.2 million.
I can answer that, sir.
Changing it so it gets worse. I've been in politics a long time. I know this trick. I know the trick.
Respectfully, sir, we shared the methodology in our packet to you.
I read it.
And that demonstrates how the fiscal impact was developed. But we may just agree to disagree on that.
We can argue about that.
But, as mentioned, this bill doesn't really define the duties and responsibilities and the positions other than the director. So that represents a fuller build out of what the department would look like.
That's the beauty of this, is that the new administration will have the ability to create the Department of Agriculture and not be burdened with anything that maybe happened in the past.
Sure.
Now, your plans over the next year and a half, I certainly have no problem with them. I've been promised that I don't know how many times in the past, and sometimes it happened, sometimes it didn't happen. So, I just think we desperately need an advocate for agriculture. I can't tell you the number of times I'm thinking, I wish we had this, wish we had that, but we didn't. And we have an opportunity now. I mean, I have no quarrel with any of the county agencies. I think they're doing a great job. With the soil conservation, who works with them now?
Permits, approval, and inspections, I think, is the primary agency that works with them.
Then you would have Department of Agriculture work with them. I mean, it's not a problem. And then that the advisory commission, they made the recommendation regarding the creation of this department like 2 or 3 years in a row. And they also have a flow chart showing which agency should be transferred to agriculture from, well, we don't need to go over which
Yes, sir,
one.
I've seen it.
Yeah. So I think that, I think we're ready to go. And I think anything that you all do between now and the election will only be a plus that hopefully can be used for the new Department of Agriculture. It is so important. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Marks?
I think Councilman Katz, you used the word advocate.
Yeah.
I would use the word champion.
that's
Secretary Addix's name came up. I think he is by far the best member of Governor Moore's administration. He was right there with us on the midge problem, and worked with the county executive. He's been with our farmers in Baltimore County, a nonpartisan figure. I think the word champion is what we're looking for.
That's a great word.
Thank you, Councilman Marks and Councilman Ketch. I think we are on to the next bill, Bill 5025. This is from Councilman Patoka and Marks. This is also a county charter issue, Inspector General Appointment Board. Councilman Patoka?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill 5025 is a good government initiative. The purpose of the bill is to establish an independent authority to appoint and reappoint Baltimore County's Inspector General. It'll minimize political influence related to the appointment and reappointment of the Inspector General. This legislation was crafted by including the best practices of the Inspector General Appointment Boards in Baltimore City and in Howard County, and also in consultation with the Association of Inspectors General. The board that this legislation establishes is an appointment board. It is not an advisory board. It is not an oversight board. If approved by the voters in November 2026, this board will be assembled if there is a need to appoint or reappoint the Baltimore County Inspector General. This will be a 7-member board. The composition of this board will be an appointment. 1, an appointment of the county executive. 2, an appointment by the Baltimore County Council. 3, an appointment by the director of the Ethics Commission that is a former or retired judge of Maryland Appellate Court, Circuit Court, District Court, or the Office of Administrative Hearings. 4th, a member of the Association of Certified Fraud Inspectors. 5, a member of the Maryland Association of Certified Public Accountants. 6, a faculty member of a college or a university located in Baltimore County. And finally, a member of a HBCU in the Baltimore region. That would be the 7-member board. In addition to the composition that I just described, each member must be 1, a county resident, 2, 21 years of age, and 3, have familiarity with the subject matter. You cannot be a board member if you are an elected official, if you work for an elected official, if you are a spouse or family member of an elected official, or finally, if you're a lobbyist. Since this is a charter amendment, the bill would require 5 affirmative votes of council members and a simple majority approval by Baltimore County voters in the 2026 general election to revise the charter to include this board. Again, this is a good government initiative, and we are working on a couple of amendments. One amendment that I'm going to move forward is a residency requirement that the Inspector General for Baltimore County must reside in the Baltimore metropolitan region. And so with that, that is my presentation, Mr. Chair. And
Councilman Patoka.
Thank you.
Councilman Marks, did you want to add anything, or should we move on to the speakers? Okay, Ms. Belcastro.
Mr. Chair, I think you noted that Ms. O'Hare has left.
Ms. O'Hare is, I believe, gone for the
Okay,
evening.
I'll move on to Peter Richkis, who I believe is here in person,
Ms. Richkis.
followed by Fred Homan.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Councilman Crandall.
Yeah, I had a good conversation with Councilman Patoka earlier today. In that conversation, I brought up a concern that we heard testimony a couple weeks ago that the historic Black college or university component of the makeup of the board, considering that the way the legislation is written, a Baltimore County resident who is a professor at a HBCU, which could potentially limit that population to Morgan State and Coppin State, unless someone is maybe commuting to Howard from Baltimore County. And then, then it's someone that has to have subject matter expertise and someone that would want to do it. So that's kind of a limiting factor to me. And that, so one of the things that we discuss, and I'm going to ask that our council draft up an additional amendment that would, that particular spot on the makeup of the board be either someone as described as someone who teaches at a historic Black college or university, or someone who is a professor in one of the regional law schools. We have two prestigious law schools at UB and University of Maryland, a couple probably the top 100 law schools in the country. So I think to sort of expand the universe of that particular individual on the board might help the total makeup of the board and increase the number of qualified applicants for the board.
And they have to be one of the issues with that too is they have to be a Baltimore County resident. So it's not like we necessarily have.
Yeah, and there's just going back to the bill itself, I think that there are some complications. I know that Mr. Homan is here tonight. He expressed some of those concerns that he had last night. So I think there's still some moving parts to the bill that I think Councilman Patoka has tried to address with amendments that he just spoke to. But it's still, I think there might still be some work to do. So I'm putting it out there as a suggestion, and if our council can come up with the language in time for everyone to consider it, and at least we can consider it before the vote on Tuesday evening.
And Mr. Chair, one clarification, Councilman Crandall. So someone that was a professor at Howard University would not be eligible because it has to be in the Baltimore region.
The school itself
has to be in the Baltimore region.
Okay.
As what the legislation stipulates.
Clear enough.
And I think the discussion we had related to the potential amendment is that we would have one professor that taught at a college or university in Baltimore County, and then we would open it up to the Baltimore region and have a large universe of law professor or professor at an HBCU. And that would be.
Yeah, that is what we discussed.
Yep, thanks.
Okay, thanks, gentlemen. Ms. Richkus.
There you go.
Good evening. My name is Peter Richkus, and thank you for this opportunity. First, I'd like to thank the council who resisted the administration's efforts to weaken the Office of the Inspector General a few weeks ago. You listened to the people across Baltimore County who were unanimous from both sides of the aisle and up and down the middle that it was important to protect that office and the work that Kelly Madigan had done to date, and give confidence not only to the citizens of Baltimore County, but to the employees of Baltimore County who need to know that they have someone who can listen to them objectively. I do support and strongly support Bill 5025. I think that there is room for amendments, and I wanted to mention that Howard County and Baltimore County both provide some perhaps model additions. It became clear to everyone that this bill is needed, that it was an oversight of the Blue Ribbon Commission not to anticipate this need. So thank you very much for that, Councilman Patoka. I did also want to mention on the subject of the Inspector General, because it didn't come up in the earlier discussion about expanding the Inspector General's role to the public school system, and that is that the Montgomery County Inspector General has added the school system to their portfolio. And so it can be done if it's planned and resourced properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Richkes. We appreciate you being here. Next up, Ms. Belcastro.
Mr. Fred Homan as our next speaker.
Uh-oh, documents.
At the last council meeting, I told you that the legislation concerning the Inspector General, both current and proposed, does not require transparency. I told you that senior officials could direct frontline employees to violate the law and the public would never know because the Inspector General could choose not to investigate and simply bury any whistleblower complaint. That was not speculation. It's happened. It's happened more than once, and today I brought you an item that the media caught on to but didn't have the documentation. They caught on to a plan to violate the law to accomplish a goal, and that goal was also illegal. It was reported to the Inspector General, and she turned her back. I brought you the documentation. It's happened more than once, but I brought you the documentation in this case because it's undeniable. The documentation, step by step by step, takes you right through it, and that's what I've given you. So here we go. The initial documentation is a report from the Baltimore Brood dated June 1st of 2021 that simply reports that the Jim Smith victory slate is under investigation and identifies Chris McCollum as the treasurer. Right after that, on June 6th of 21, right, Chris McCollum submitted his resignation to the Department of Economic Development. And now is where it starts picking up, because on June 8th, and the documentation is right in your file, on June 8th, 1 week after the Brew report, but 2 days after the resignation, Stacey Rogers sends a letter to Chris McCollum. And in that letter, she's identifying several things. She's identifying that he will leave the county effective July 2nd. The county will give him 6 weeks of personal leave. That's 6 weeks of personal leave. And then when the personal leave is done, he will be put on an open-ended accrued sick leave. He then goes on that sick leave, and he stays on that sick leave for 9 months. 9 months, perfectly healthy. On sick leave from August of 21 all the way to May of 22. In the file, I identify for you that Stacey Rogers put in writing a clear violation of the county code. Article 4, Title 8, Rule 22, personnel rules dealing with sick leave, identify that sick leave can only be utilized for legitimate appointments, doctors, and alike. It's not used for anything else. And the absence control policy is also in here, which Mrs. Madigan is familiar with because she cites it in her other reports. And in that absence control policy, it tells you that within a 12-month rolling period, 8 occurrences subjects an employee to termination. So an employee is subject to termination of 8 occurrences in a 12-month period, but Chris McCollum was on accrued sick leave for 9 consecutive months, and nothing happened to him. Now, why didn't it happen to him? One, because the employees in the Department of Economic Development were directed to falsify payroll. They perjured themselves on 20 consecutive payrolls to mark a healthy person sick. The employees in Human Resources were advised to stay away from the absence control policy that's their job to enforce, because if they had enforced it, he would have been terminated. Now, if you don't believe that, ask one of the officers that's here protecting us, and ask them what would happen to them if they tried to take sick leave off when they're perfectly healthy and disappear from the job for a while. The last thing that happened, and the crucial thing that happened, the sick leave was a violation of the law, but the sick leave was there to accomplish a goal, and that goal was to give him a retirement that he was not entitled to. And I'll show you how. Move on in the pile to page 13. Page 13 is a letter from Kim Vasquez. She's a retired benefits administrator in the Office of Budget and Finance. On June 10th, 2 days after Stacy Rogers' memo authorizing all this time, Kim Vasquez confirms a buyback for Chris McCollum of retirement of department head time from when he was the acting director. And she confirms to him that his entry date for a department head pension is August the 3rd of 2020. And she tells him that he needs 2 years to be eligible for a department head's pension. Now, this happens on June the 10th when the gentleman is leaving on July the 2nd. So he's buying back time to August of 20. But when he leaves, he only has 11 months in the system. He needs 13 more months to qualify for a department head's pension. So why would he buy time back? Could he foresee that he was going to be on payroll for 13 more months? Yeah, he could. Yeah, he could. Because the next document is dated June 15th. And it's got a nice little yellow sticky on the top that tells you everything. It tells you that the retirement administrator, Kim Vasquez, was directed to override the retirement software to project him out on payroll to August of 22 to get 2 years for a department head pension. And this benefit is calculated at a department head pension. Now, the press picked up on this. The press caught on. It was going really well from July, actually August on sick leave, but July from when he left. It was going really well until March of 22. So he'd been out on sick leave. He was working a part-time job in the private sector, but he's out on sick leave. And then what happens is in March of 22, the media catches on and they start writing about it. Right? But they didn't have all the documents because they couldn't piece it all together. But one reporter was getting leaks. She got sources who told her that the plan all along was designed to get Chris McCollum to a department head pension, because a department head pension was going to be worth $25,000 more a year to him. $500,000 across over his lifetime in retirement. Since he was eligible to retire at 60, life expectancy out to 80, right? He's going to collect $500,000 additional funds. They wrote about it, right? They wrote about it, and they got information from sources. Now, those same sources might have contacted the Inspector General, but we'll never know, because we don't know what happens to documents there, except there's another document in your file, the last document. It's a 9-page complaint that was sent to Madigan in May of 22, May 8th of 22, that identifies the violation of the law. And it's done by a gentleman you're familiar with who's pretty savvy about this stuff. And in fact, yes, you're right, David Plymire. David Plymeyer, he caught on too. And he sent a 9-page letter to Madigan. Now, you know what's interesting? Because I went back after Mr. Patoka said something last time about the annual report from the Inspector General. So I went back, I read them all, but I went back to look at them again, and I again found the one document, the one investigative report that really stands out to me. And it's a report about a shop clerk in a highway shop. The Inspector General was notified by an anonymous tip that this person was committing time and attendance fraud. An anonymous tip. And take a look at that report and see how much work she did on an anonymous tip for a shop clerk in highways. And that shop clerk in highways had used 1 or 2 hour pieces of time over 27 occurrences that totaled 8 10-hour days with a value of $2,500, $3,000, including benefits. McCollum being on sick leave for 9 months in salary and benefits cost the county $120,000. Nothing was done. Now, you've got that documentation here, right now in front of you. Right now, and I'll tell you something else. You probably can't find that documentation inside Budget and Finance anymore because Chris McCollum's pension was taken away from him completely. His 20 years of service was extinguished because he brought the county into disrepute. His service wasn't honorable and faithful. But guess what? The administrative officer who gave him the time, who put him on accrued sick leave in violation of the code with a plan to defraud the retirement system by increasing his pension for $25,000, that board gave her a pension. No honorable and faithful issues there. How about that? How about that? So the question for you all is, right, what the hell is this county about? Is this county about the rule of law? Or is this county about the powerful get to do what they want and the Inspector General turns her back? I said again, this is not the first time this has happened, and nobody knows about it. Nobody knows about it till now. And the other events you don't know about either, but I'm happy to come back and talk to you about them.
Mr. Chair? Yes. Mr.
Anybody want to say anything about this?
Yes, I
If you
do,
read this
Mr. I do
documentation?
want to say something. So, Mr. Homan, is the statements you made related to Mr., I guess we're talking about, I don't know if you said Mr. Plymeyer, but I think that was inferred. Is that speculation, that you're speculating that, or do you have?
I gave you the document.
I don't have the document in front of me right now. Is it, so is it, but? Okay. Yeah. So
Well, it
I
is
just,
Bill 5025.
could you just answer that question? Is it speculation or is it something you know for a fact?
It's right in the file.
Yeah, but can you just, because I haven't had time to read it, can you just share with me?
Yeah, you want me to read it to you? I'll be
No,
happy to.
I just want to ask you if this is speculation or fact.
Should I read it to you?
No, this, yes or no, this
It's
is
dated May 8th,
speculation or fact.
22, from David Plymeyer to Kelly Madigan.
No, that's all right. Thanks, Mr. Homan. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm just looking for some kind of comment. There's 7 of you now hearing that the law was broken, the county code was violated with the intent of defrauding the retirement system to the tune of an additional $25,000 a year in an individual's pension. The individual himself could have no role whatsoever in doing it. He had no power. The power was all in the hands of the administration. Reporters find out, they get contacted by sources, and then Mr. Plymeyer sends a letter directly, 9 pages, much detail, to the Inspector General. And she does nothing. How are the taxpayers supposed to know how many other times this has happened?
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Homan. Thank you. This would have been helpful maybe a few weeks ago.
You know what? I came here to talk about this the day of the work session. And you know what I was greeted with? I was greeted with a message that was sent out by Councilman Koch telling all the people in his district, and I live in his district, that they weren't going to vote for Ms. Walker regardless. And then I went to the rally outside and I saw Mr. Patoka and Mr. Marks show up and promise endearing loyalty to Madigan. So I didn't come here that day and talk to you about that. I was prepared, but I didn't come and do that because it was pretty clear the ship had sailed. But now 5025 is on the table, and there's nothing in that bill, just like there's nothing in the current legislation, to stop this kind of crap from happening again. There is no way for anybody to know if the Inspector General buries a whistleblower report. No way for anyone to know.
Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Young?
Thank you for putting the report together. I'm happy to hand it to the attorney and get some information back from them. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holman. Appreciate it. Okay. Next bill.
So Mr. Chair, so does Mr. Benjamin have a copy of this? Do we have to give him one of our copies?
Yeah, mine.
Okay, so you have your copy. Thank you.
I'll give him an extra one.
Okay, next bill, 5225.
That me?
That's you.
Okay, we're going to go back to historic preservation, everyone. Yeah, so this is a little different. So this relates to how to prevent historically significant building from being demolished, because it has happened on numerous occasions. Two of the more prominent ones were the Samuel Owings House in Owings Mills. Another one was the Choate House in Randallstown. And they both got demolished. And once you demolish a historically significant building, there's no going back to it. It's gone. And so in some cases, it's easier just to, in one case, it was easier just to demolish the Samuel Owings House and then, you know, pay for whatever happened later, but the building is still gone. There was a replication done on St. Thomas Lane, but it's not done all that well. And then we have maybe about 6, 8, 10 months ago, the Choate House was demolished in Randallstown, and that was a 1700s historically significant house. And so there was nothing done that was not legal in the demolition of Samuel Owings. I don't have enough information, but in the Choate House, there was no, the law was followed. The problem is that the law was a little too loose. And so the bill I'm proposing suggests that when a demolition permit is applied for a historically significant house, if it's on one of these three, either the Maryland Historic Trust inventory, that's with the state, the National Register of Historic Places, or third, the preliminary county landmarks list. And so we heard one of the landmarks, I think it was Mr. Dean. Mr. Dean, was that? Yep. He said it was failure to, oh, there you are, Mr. Dean. So you brought this term up, which is a really good term, failure to act. So now this bill will put in place a safeguard against that failure to act, because if it's on the preliminary list, then it's going to be flagged that this demolition permit is going to go back to the county council, so that we can take a look at this and say, hey, we're going to destroy a part of Baltimore County's heritage and history, or we're going to preserve it. And this bill, we can take an action, a proactive action to preserve Baltimore County's architectural history. So that's really simply what the bill is. I'm sorry that it's prolonging the moment that everybody's waiting for, but that's it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Patoka. We have some speakers. Ms. Belcastro?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
And some have I think
They were talking about 40, the last time the same speakers were about Bill 46 and 47.
So anyone speaking, if you can, keep it to a minimum, since we've been through a lot of historic preservation tonight. And if you haven't spoken, then obviously.
Yes. First speaker, Caitlin Merritt, followed by Director Lafferty.
People are going to say they don't want to be a council member now. Probably will.
Hello again. Thank you again for letting me speak on behalf of this proposed bill. Subsection 1A proposes withholding issuance of demo permits for properties on the Maryland Inventory of Historic Properties, the National Register of Historic Places, and the Preliminary Landmarks List, and any building constructed before 1960. First of all, the properties that are on the preliminary landmarks list, the final landmarks list, and buildings within the boundaries of county historic districts are all protected from demolition through subtitle 4 of our current code. A historic preservation staff currently reviews all demo permits. We check for them to make sure that there are not for properties that are on the preliminary landmarks list, final landmarks list, or within a county historic district. I'd like to note that the Maryland Inventory of Historic Properties and the National Register listed properties are not regulatory at the local level unless a property also has a coinciding local historic designation. So that would include a preliminary landmarks or final landmarks property or within a county historic district. There are significant legal issues with the state if these non-regulatory properties are being regulated. In fact, the Department of Planning previously had issues with the Maryland Historical Trust. This was back in the early 2000s because they were regulating Maryland inventory properties through the county's inventory. And as a result, we almost lost our certified local government certification, and actually we no longer have a county inventory as a result of that. And there's actually a footnote in our current code that states that the Maryland inventory properties are not regulatory by our code unless they are on the preliminary or final landmarks list or in a county historic district. Additionally, this bill seems to allow for a landmark nomination to be submitted for properties that have a demo permit. However, the language is kind of confusing, and it seems that it kind of bypasses section 302 of our current code, essentially skipping the public notice and hearing procedures and going straight to county council. So this bypassing its Landmarks Preservation Commission review, where they determine if a property meets our designation criteria. So perhaps it would be better to propose legislation that makes changes to other parts of our code, such as protection on landmark nominations. So when a nomination currently comes in, it does not have any protections. Landmark protections don't actually go in place until a sign is posted on the property notifying the public of the hearing. And this happens between 60 to 45 days before a hearing. Finally, I would like to note that a historic preservation is actually supposed to be proactive practice, not reactive, and perhaps maybe using the Maryland inventory, which is available to the public as a tool to find eligible properties to nominate before they are threatened. And while I appreciate the intent of this bill, I think the outcome will cause more problems, and then it needs more time to work out some of those issues and some possible amendments. Again, I'm here for any questions you may have.
So thank you, Ms. Merritt. And what I would say, look, I'm open to any amendments to make this, to prevent the demolition of historically significant properties in Baltimore County. So if you have amendments that will help prevent these properties from being demolished, that gives you more comfort, I think I'm comfortable with it, and I think my co-sponsor is comfortable with it. And I'm just FYI, signs are not the best way to notify the public. In fact, they've been a great way in Baltimore County where you can do kind of the most minimalist attempt for public notification, and because your intent is to minimize notification. And so that's been something that's been very troubling to me. I had legislation that we had to put the signs on the front of properties because In the olden days, you could put it on the rear where nobody could see it. So we have a long way to go on this.
Yes, there are definitely areas of our section of the code that have not been updated for many decades and need to be, outdated language and posting or signage and posting.
Well, listen, I'm willing to take a deep dive in it, so count me in.
Okay.
All right, thanks.
Our next speaker is Steve Lafferty, followed by Phoebe Evans Latosha.
And Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thank you again for the opportunity to speak. And I appreciate Councilman Patoka's intent to enhance protection of historic properties. And while well-intended, I think there's a number of flaws, and we can talk about amendments perhaps later. But first of all, the intent is way too broad. And as Ms. Merritt indicated, preliminary properties that are on the preliminary list are already flagged by our department in order to determine they're not going to be subject to demolition. It also seems that this bill is intended to bypass the Landmarks Preservation Commission and leave it to the council to make that determination based upon some filing that would be made when there's an objection. There's a process in place for a preliminary determination, and then the council exercises its legal obligation to decide if it gets placed on the final list, and that's sufficient. It's also questionable that only one organization may get notice. There are historic preservation organizations and people with interest throughout the county, whether it's in Dundalk or in Essex, over in the Patapsco area. And so if notice is to be provided, it's certainly appropriate to notify multiple agencies or organizations, but that could present some logistical issues. Perhaps, though, the most important issue is the one that Ms. Merritt also referenced. Does this jeopardize our certified local government designation by the state? And without a ruling or determination from the Maryland Historical Trust, we don't know if that's the case. And if this does put it in jeopardy, I strongly urge this council to reject this bill, and we can start all over again. And with that, I think Mr. Gutwald has a couple of logistical challenges as well that he can share.
Yes, thank you, Council Chairman, members of the council. Yes, I'm here as Director of Permits, Approvals, and Inspections, and my concern with this bill, and thank you, Councilman Patoka, for looking, for amendments to make this work, because for me, it's a logistical nightmare, basically, to try and deal with these broad categories, and we need to clarify what you mean by any structure. Is it the shed out back? How are we going to determine whether it's from 1960 or not, that kind of stuff. It's SDAT would be one category you could go to, but that's not always accurate. Are we talking about interior demolition permits? Are we talking about, all these logistical types of things creates a problem for me to determine whether or not these raising permits go through this venue or not. So there's a number of clarifying points I think we need to make in terms of what we define, and then giving me a resource where I can point to say, and I think we talked about the preliminary landmarks list as being one, that resource where I would easily be able to pull that information up and flag, the historic preservation folks. So that's my testimony, and thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mr. Gutwald and Director Lafferty. So the chair wrote me a little note that says, can we do earlier than 1960s? And I would say, yes, absolutely. I think that was kind of the initial draft, but if you guys can come up with a configuration that's manageable for you, Director Gutwald and Director Lafferty, my goal is not to get us disqualified as a local historic entity with the state. My goal is to keep historically significant properties in Baltimore County from being demolished. And that should be a goal of all of the organizations that have a responsibility, Landmarks Preservation Commission, Department of Planning, all of us, every one of us that are involved in governance in Baltimore County, we should have that same goal. So if we can find out, and I see some state delegates here, maybe they're willing to help us as well. If we can find out from MHT what would give them comfort and allow us not to demolish our historically significant buildings. That, to me, would be the sweet spot.
And we've already reached out to MHT in order to get that information, Councilman. And as to the date, I mean, as I think Mr. Gutwald indicated, Ms. Merritt, just because it's built in 1955 or 1960 doesn't make it historic. It's old, but that doesn't make it historic. And to flag every property at a certain point in time doesn't necessarily do much more perhaps than burden the reviewers who have to now look through every raising permit for a building that's built in 1955 or 60. You know, we want to focus on those that have those historic elements as laid out and which each of you know about. That's what our guideposts are, and that's the standards and regulations that LPC applies. And certainly we could use more public participation. You know, we welcome, of course, organizations like Preservation Alliance to bring potential nominees to us to meet with staff and see if it's a legitimate and strong enough application to be accepted. And those are the kind of approaches, working with the public, that we can hopefully use to actually identify some sites that may be in jeopardy. We don't want to lose any more historic properties.
Yeah, we sure don't. And I think if we work together, we can figure this one out. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Did Councilman? Oh, no. Okay. No? Okay.
You ready, Mr. Yes.
I think I'm on deck next.
No, she's next, and then after that, it's Lily Mundruff. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to echo some of what Mr. Lafferty and Ms. Merritt said, but from the perspective of the chair, and would urge again to pull this legislation at this point as it's currently written because of some of these kind of issues in terms of the confusion of the language about preliminary versus final landmarks listing, and let's work together to get a better bill so that we can reach this goal of preserving properties that really deserve to be preserved and prevent demolition of historic properties. So there are, as Ms. Merritt said, there are already checks in place where the preservation staff review the demolition permits. So in section A1, I assume that this legislation is in response to the demolition of the Choate House, which Mr. Patoka acknowledged. That demolition was approved because the property fell off the landmarks list when this county council neglected to hold a vote on its final landmark status within the 90 days of its public hearing. So this bill doesn't address that. That would be something that I would suggest that you have a requirement for a vote within a specific amount of time from the public hearing, so we don't have an issue where a property falls off the list and then there's that loophole that the demolition permit can be approved because it's not on the list. In section A2, it requires notification when applications for buildings built after 1960, come to the county council and be sent to the county council and the Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County, but it leaves out the important role of the LPC and county historic preservation staff and the distinction between preliminary and final landmark status. Certainly, the Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County has an important role to play in submitting applications to the landmarks list, but this bill privileges the Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County over all the other preservation organizations. So why just specify one? I think it's a broader committee. I also question why the 1960 cutoff. How was that date selected rather than a time period of, say, 50, 65, or 75 years? As mentioned, not every old building is worthy of landmark status and protection. There are thousands and thousands of buildings in Baltimore County built after 1960. Is this county prepared for the administrative burden of considering that volume of potential landmarks? Section A3 only discusses withholding approval of final landmarks and does not mention preliminary landmarks. And Section B2 also bypasses the Landmark Preservation Commission and the benefit of our expertise in reviewing preliminary landmark status and jumps instead immediately to the final landmark status listing by the council. So I just urge you to consider those implications and seek the MHT feedback for these bills. Thank you.
So thank you, Ms. Evans-Latosha. Question. So I don't remember having a chance to weigh in on the Choate House. How does that?
You had a public hearing.
We did?
Yeah, you did have a public hearing on the Choate House, and then you didn't get to vote because that vote was not scheduled. But you did have a public hearing.
So did we, Mr. Boswick, did we have a public hearing? Yes. Okay.
The council held the public hearing. Yes.
You just failed to schedule the vote.
Okay. I don't know what that means, but I'll try
So
to find out.
that's something to then,
Yeah.
we'd want to address in legislation so that we don't have a situation where all the process, we go through the process, it goes before us, that property went before us and was put on the preliminary landmarks list by the LPC twice, and twice the county council failed to, give it that final landmark status, and the result is that property has been demolished.
Yes, that is the result. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Latosha.
Our next speaker is Lily Mundroff, who is on virtually. Ms. Mundroff, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm in opposition of this bill as proposed. I'm in agreement with all of Ms. Mary's and Mr. Lafferty's statements. As some of you noted, better communication is important, such as the case of the signage that gets placed in these properties for demolition for a notice of public hearing, which oftentimes I've heard from neighbors, they did not see the sign and they missed it. An example of something that can be amended is other historic districts require a letter notification directly to each neighbor for any kind of historic work or demolition, as in this case. So there's just an extra level of communication. I look forward to the working group and amendments that will engage all the constituents. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mundroff. Ms. Spelker.
Our next speaker is Ann Gritchon, who is here in person, followed by Brian Fisher.
You look hesitant.
First, that's why. Good evening. Thank you, Councilman, again, and thank you again for proposing these bills. I also want to thank, just as an aside, Ms. Walker, thank you so much for caring about the Job Corps building, and I apologize for my voice, the Job Corps building in Woodstock. Really appreciate that. It's one we actually just spoke about during one of our board meetings the other week. And we're very concerned about that, and we'll love to speak to you about that a little bit later to see what we can do to save that building. And really, that's what we're about, is about saving historic buildings. And again, very grateful for the legislation, and also very grateful to the speakers who spoke in support of the bill the other week. Community members who have tried to preserve historic buildings but weren't able to. And I think I don't want to dwell on it too much because I do want to deal with Bill 52. But going back to Bill 47, part of the issue with having public meetings is really to be able to respond to issues that come up, problems that come up, new information that comes up during the hearings. And that's something that we haven't really been able to do during the virtual session. I think you all heard the other week when Ed spoke about the John McGrain house. He had some more information that he wanted to present. We also have somebody who I think if he hasn't written in yet, he'll be writing in about another situation where there was misinformation about an historic building that had an addition
that according to the commission, they stated that it was built in the 1950s, where it was actually built in the 1920s, and the community member was not able to testify to that or again, to refute that information. So that's very much what our issue is with having open buildings. It's just like open meetings, it's just like what we have right now, a back and forth. I have a question, you have a question, we can go back and forth. And that's very hard to do when you're muted on a virtual session. But what I did want to address, though, was the issue with the demolition permits and having a safety net for our historic buildings, and that's really what it's about. And it's not just about the Choate House. The Choate House is, of course, very important, and we were devastated to see it be demolished. But there's another way to deal with that. And yes, maybe there was a public hearing, but I don't think everyone, realized that there had to be another hearing. So really what could have happened is the Landmarks Department could have reached out and said, hey, we're coming up to the 90 days. Can you all take some sort of action on that? So there needs to be a back and forth that way, because they could have actually stopped that. And as has been mentioned, every building, whether historic or not, goes through a process through different departments in the county where different departments check off, okay, the demolition permit can go through, pass, no, pass, and every single building is reviewed by the Landmarks Department. And so every historic building that's torn down is signed off by them as well. So like just for instance, in the past, I think it's like 4 years, I may be off half a year or a year or so, but whether it was through a vote through the Landmarks Commission or whether it was a sign-off for a demolition permit, they have either signed off and or voted to demolish the Oddfellows building, the one that we love so much in Cockeysville on York Road. They have either voted or signed off on the demolition of the Bosley Mansion, which is thankfully still standing, but we don't know how long, and also the historic that's the historic Presbyterian home. They've also signed off on signed off and or voted, actually in this case both, on the home of John McGrain, the county historian, and that home, it was just actually demolished today. So very sad day to have this meeting, because that very important building was just demolished today. The Choate House, as we spoke about, was signed off. And again, there could have been a warning to you all saying, hey, again, the 90 days is about to expire. We just got this demolition permit in front of us. We don't want to sign it because it's a significant historic building. Maybe you all should have another meeting on that. And also the Seaton House, which I know is important to some of the council people, that was on Joppa Road. Literally middle of the morning, I think, demolition that at least nobody here was aware of, we weren't aware of. And I think really that's a huge part of it, is in terms of we don't know, and we don't know how many other buildings have been demolished, because we actually had, this is years back, we actually had asked to have some sort of information about buildings that are potentially historic and that do have an application signed on for demolition, for us to have some knowledge, so maybe we could help out in those situations. There's a building that I don't think we've spoken about before, but it's in Dundalk, or was in Dundalk. It was just a very lovely little farmhouse, very simple, from the 1920s or 30s, right in between the old Methodist Meeting House site and the Bread and Cheese Creek. Just a very simple farmhouse on a slope, but very charming, very quaint. And that house was signed off on. It never went through you all, never went through the Landmarks, officially one of the meetings. It was just signed off for demolition by several departments within the county, including the Landmarks Department. And there are countless buildings that we, again, are not aware of that have been demolished in this way as well. So our goal is to, again, as has been stated by several council people, is to protect historic buildings. That should be the goal, is to protect as many as possible, and having the safety net of having a separate demolition permit that goes finally through the council. And whether the year, again, we're flexible in terms of the year. We're very pleased with the National Register being considered, with the Maryland inventory list. 1960, maybe 1945, but that's something that can be, discussed and fine-tuned. And again, it really should be everybody's goal to do that. One thing I did want to mention, I don't think I mentioned at the previous hearing a few weeks ago, is that I was actually the certified local government coordinator for the state of West Virginia for a couple of years. And I mean, I can't imagine that I would have ever said, oh no, you can't save more historic buildings because we're going to make up some sort of regulation or there's some, little fine print somewhere. The goal is, again, with whether it's an agency, whether it's an organization, to protect as many historic properties as possible. And going back to the previous testimony is that the basis for local historic, whether a county, a town, local historic preservation commissions, landmarks commissions, called different things in different places, is really the local level. So the National Register is a lovely aspirational goal, but you're really, the John McGrain's house may not qualify for the National Register, but John McGrain's house was very significant here on the local Baltimore County level.
And
I have, just one more super quick thing, if I may. And so again, and just, when we have information that we can help potentially protect a historic building, for instance, we are now working for about a year or so with the Department of Aging. Ms. Tam was here a little bit earlier, where we are providing funding to help low-income, limited-income senior citizens protect their historic homes. They often can't afford larger repairs. So in the past fiscal year, we have worked with them to help preserve and protect by doing roof replacements and roof repairs on the homes of seven historic homeowners who are senior citizens who wouldn't have been able to do that otherwise. So that's why getting such information, we might be able to step in and help preserve a building in other ways, and then you all could also have the opportunity to stand up for the protection of the buildings as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Mr. Chair, just one final comment on this. Thank you for your testimony. So the thing that I just cannot understand, it's incomprehensible to me, is if we went to the state of Maryland, to the MHT, and say, hey, we want to set a mechanism that will, so that we won't demolish our historically significant buildings, that MHT would say, aha, if you do that, we're going to disqualify you as a local historic entity. That just, I can't understand how that would work. And so I'll close with that. I know we've been here a long time.
And if I may, just very briefly also, they're not the final decision-making power. It would actually be the National Park Service who would make the final decision on that if you wanted to appeal to them. But again, why would a historic preservation agency or organization not want to protect more? So thank you.
Our final speaker for this item is Brian Fisher, who is here in person.
Mr. Fisher.
Good evening, council members. Chair Hertel. Thank you for, I will be brief because much of what I have to say has already been said. And because of that, I want to add one thing extemporaneously aside from my prepared remarks, and that is this evening I heard not just on these bills, but on other bills, a lot of I can't. I can't, I don't know how, it's not possible. That's not the country that I know. This is a country that says this is the right thing to do and we will figure out how to do it. And that's what I hope this council will do with these bills as they have been proposed or potentially amended. By way of introduction, again, my name is Brian Fisher. I am 1629 Aberdeen Road in Towson. I currently serve as the chair of the Preservation Alliance of Baltimore County, our county's sole county-wide historic preservation nonprofit, which has been in operation for over 40 years. I hold a degree in historic preservation from Mary Washington College, the nation's premier and oldest academic historic preservation program. I'm here to testify in favor of Bill 5225 because it closes an enormous loophole in county law and gives our historic sites in Baltimore County a fair shot at being preserved. Several years ago, we nominated a building for landmark status. While the application for status was pending a hearing, a demolition permit was issued. Landmark status clearly holds injunctive power to prevent demolition, and to approve a permit while the hearing for that injunctive status was pending is just simply baffling. We actually had direct intervention from County Executive Olszewski on this to put a hold on it, but the process remained unchanged. We still have this problem. Recently, we've lost 2 irreparable historic sites, a National Register site, the Choate House in Randallstown, and the MHT registered Seddon House in Perry Hall. Those 2 buildings and their witness to 2 centuries of our history now reside in the county dump. We are among the few ignominious jurisdictions in this county that continually permit this kind of willful destruction. This bill will give our sites and our history a fair shot at being preserved. It's critical to remember that this is more than just stopping demolition. This process enables property owners to keep something that's culturally significant as an economically viable property. For every dollar of historic tax relief granted in Maryland, $8 of revenue is returned. Our historic places are worth more than the sum of their parts. They tell our story and are worth investing in. We should not have to explain to our posterity why we let our history end up in our landfill. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Councilman Marks. Thank you, Mr.
My daughter was born on April 30th of this year. I learned about the demolition of the Jacob Seaton House on that Friday, and it was demolished by the following Monday. The year
It was
Perry
shocking
Hall
to me as
celebrates
well.
its
Yeah.
250th anniversary. Now, we did get the Perry Hall School landmarked, and I
Yes, and we're
appreciate
grateful
the
for
help with
everyone's
that.
efforts on that
It feels
behalf,
like it's
yes.
it's one step forward, two steps back sometime.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Council.
sir. We appreciate you being here.
Thank you, sir.
Next, I think we're next bill, right? Okay, we're on to 5325. This is floodplain, Maryland Model Floodplain Ordinance. Councilman Mark.
Thank you very much. And there should still be someone on from Bowley's Quarters Community Association who can testify the importance of this bill. This simply changes the effective act of the floodplain legislation that we passed earlier this year.
Ms. Belkash.
Our first speaker is Eric Rockel, who is here in person, followed by Lauren Buckler.
How are you, Mr. Rockel? Did you? I'm good, I guess. Been a long night. Do you want to cover 50? Do you think you can succinctly cover 54 while you're up there? Or,
Sure.
Or do you want to come back?
No, I can cover both if that's your pleasure. And I promise you that collectively for both, I'll be under 5 minutes. Okay, so first with the model floodplain ordinance. I can see where exceptions need to be made for certain circumstances when you pass such a broad and sweeping ordinance as the model floodplain ordinance. But I'm concerned that it completely takes away this bill takes away any limitation on the square footage. The model floodplain ordinance specifically says that accessory buildings have to be 350 square feet or less. And this would expunge that limitation altogether. So that gives me concern, and that's why I said I was undecided when I responded to the online petition form to speak here tonight. So that's all I have to say about that bill. Moving on to the second bill, which is the corrective zoning map bill 5425. Again, I can understand the circumstances that would lead to need to change something when an error was made in the comprehensive zoning map process. The only thing I would caution is that there's already a procedure to correct mistakes. It's contained in the County Code 32-3-231, and that is more but not exclusively oriented towards technical drafting errors, being two of the three reasons for the possibility of overturning a comprehensive zoning map issue. And it places responsibility on the Director of Planning to receive a request from the property owner. Then the property owner can, under the current law, deal with 3 allegations of error, 2 of which are technical zoning or drafting errors. And I would urge that the gist of Councilman Marks' bill here, 5425, be added and made a 4th reason to allow for the error to be corrected. I think that's consistent with the way the code has done it for many, many years in correcting these map errors, and I think that it would remove any chance for people to say, well, this is playing a special favor for a property if it's done by the existing code. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell. You're always very succinct.
Yes. And you're always a gentleman, and you work with us, and you approach things in a cooperative manner.
Yeah.
And that is appreciated by many members of this council.
Well, thank you. It's much easier to work together for a collective goal rather than sitting in some ivory tower and taking pot shots at the council members, many times based on fallacies or inaccurate statements to begin with. So thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Rockwell. I think Ms. Buckler's up next.
Yes. Ms. Lauren Buckler, followed by J.C. Shekels.
Ms. Buckler, let's hope we don't have any pipes blowing up tonight. You can go home and sleep.
Not right now, we don't. So we have some concerns about this bill. DPWT and PAI worked together 2 years ago to get us in compliance with FEMA. FEMA and MDE had been pushing us to adopt the model floodplain ordinance. We were one of the few jurisdictions in the state of Maryland that hadn't adopted it. We did a lot of work, we did a lot of outreach to move us in that direction. We've reached out to MDE about this, and they're not in favor of this legislation. It could put us at risk with FEMA if we were to have an emergency, any type of emergency, not just a flood-related emergency. If we're out of compliance with FEMA, they wouldn't support Baltimore County or the residents in Baltimore County. The other thing that it puts us at risk for is the National Flood Insurance Program, which is administered by FEMA. If you live in a flood area in Baltimore County, riverine or coastal, so from when we did this 2 years ago, riverine structures, 4,700 properties in Baltimore County are in a riverine floodplain. So 47 property owners that have to have flood insurance for riverine flooding. That's not the coastal flooding as well. So that's another, I don't know how many residences that have to have flood insurance. If they're not eligible for the federal program, flood insurance becomes significantly more expensive through private carriers. So if FEMA drops us as a county, we increase flood insurance for all of our residents that have to carry it. The other thing that it could impact is federally backed mortgages. You can't get a federally backed mortgage in a flood area, riverine or coastal, if you can't get flood insurance. If you can't qualify for FEMA's flood insurance and you have to get private flood insurance, you may be out of getting a federally backed mortgage as well. So it has some unintended consequences for a lot of residents in Baltimore County that I think we need to be considerate of if we make any changes to the model floodplain ordinance that we adopted. I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Councilman Marks?
My understanding is we're the only county in Maryland that went 2 feet above the FEMA maps, correct?
I'm not familiar with that. I can look into that.
Yeah, I mean, I will tell you the general perception among many people in Middle River is these floodplain regulations are causing a lot of hardship. The administration did help us with the restoration of the Oliver Beach Community Hall, but that took 14 months to get done. And the floodplain issues were a big part of that. I appreciate all the work you do, Lauren, but on this one, I think we're just talking about a change in the date of enactment of a bill, and I don't think that's unreasonable. So.
Councilman Patokas. Sorry.
Hello, Ms. Buckler. I thought I saw Aaron Barnett here earlier. Is he still here?
He's here.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to introduce you to Aaron Barnett, if he's still in the hallway or anything. He is the president of Powhatan Farms Community. And so I thought that if you wanted to talk to him about the resurfacing of the Powhatan Farm streets, this would be a good time for that. Is that?
No.
I think that's not Aaron.
That's Keith Dorsey.
So anyhow, I just
I'll
wanted to make
ask
the
when I walk out if he's
I
out
wanted to
there.
make the introduction. Thank you.
It was Keith lurking in the doorway. There he is. He's here. All right, thank you, Ms. Buckler.
Thank you.
Our final speaker for this item is J.C. Shekels, who is here in person.
Good evening, Ms. Shekels. How are you?
Good, thank you so much. I appreciate your patience in allowing me the opportunity to speak. And thank you, Chair Ertel and the rest of the council members here for allowing me this opportunity. My husband and I live in District 5. It was nice to meet you, Mr. Marks. We talked about this issue. We're here today to voice our strong support for Bill 5325. And again, thank you so much for all that you do and for the opportunity to be here today. So we live on Seneca Road in Bowley's Quarters. We live on a nearly 1 acre double lot with waterfront on 2 sides. Our property currently includes an aging carport, 2 dilapidated sheds, one of which actually has a giant tree growing through the center of it. Our plan was to demolish those 3 deteriorating structures and replace them with one environmentally sound garage that is on the footprint of the existing carport. We would convert the shed areas back to grass, and actually, if we did this plan, we'd be giving back 200 square feet of pervious land. We obtained architectural plans and applied for a height variance. We were asking for 8 feet above the restricted 15 feet to accommodate our storage needs, as we don't have basements in Bowley's Quarters. We posted the sign, we received no objections, and we spoke to neighbors who were fully supportive of our plan. We filed our petition, importantly, on April 5th, 2024. On June 6th, our petition was denied. The ALJ cited a section of the County Code, Article 32, Section 8, Title 8, Section 507, that limits accessory structures in the floodplains to 300 square feet. That section was passed on March 21st, 2024, which is about a week or so before we submitted our application, but did not take effect until after our application was submitted, and it didn't take effect until May 5th, 2024. Even as an attorney, after I received this denial, I looked through the county code. I was familiar with the provisions while I was applying for the variance, and I was surprised I'd never seen that. And in fact, the reason I couldn't find it was because it was so new, it wasn't even on the county website yet. I actually had to call the ALJ's chambers, and only because I did that and asked, they sent me a copy of the code. It wasn't on the website yet. And so it wasn't denied because of the issue of height. That was actually never ruled on. It was denied because of the square footage. It was a brand new provision that was unknown to the public at the time of my application. When I asked about an appeal, I was told the county would bring on experts to testify against us. Between the plans I already paid for, applications and fees, I was already out $1,000 in reliance upon the code that had not been updated and in fact hadn't even changed at that point. And I would be out more money before I even started the project. We began the project with environmental responsibility in mind. We hope to reduce impervious surfaces through this project and replace old structures vulnerable to flood damage and getting washed away with a single, safe, code-compliant garage. My father-in-law grew up on the Seneca, my husband grew up in Middle River, and we want to raise our family on the Seneca River. So there is nothing more important to us than the long-term health goals of the Seneca River and the Chesapeake Bay. I appreciate all that everyone has done to help preserve it. And I'm here today because we were denied a fair process. We were stopped in our tracks by a code that had not yet taken effect. I support this bill proposed by Councilman Marks. It's a reasonable solution for families like ours caught between the gap between policy change and public notice. Thank you again for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilman Marks.
Thank you, JC.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
You too. Sorry such a long night.
I learned a lot. I appreciate it.
Want to be a council member?
All right, so we have 5425. Do you just want to talk briefly about that? The speakers already talked.
Establishes a
and then we'll move on to the,
and I can talk about this more at the next meeting, establishes an alternate process for a council member to make a corrective change to a zoning map approved during the comprehensive zoning map process. Very, very tight criteria established in this bill, and I'm happy to work with the administration to make it even tighter.
okay.
That's it.
Thank you. All right, next bill up is our last bill, and probably what a lot of you are here to speak about. It's Bill 5525, the council district map legislation. I'm not going to say a lot about this because I know the speakers want to tell us what they want to hear, and we really want to hear what you have to say. So unless my colleagues have anything to say, I think we're going to just go right to the first speaker.
First speaker is Sheila Ruth, who is here.
Delegate Ruth is here.
Followed by Andrew Miller, who is also here in person. So if the second speaker wants to come
Welcome,
forward.
Delegate Ruth. Sorry it's been such a long night.
You can, if the following speaker can come sit up in the
Yes,
front row.
if we
move
can
things
get
along a
people
little.
to kind of get in the queue. You can sit there if you want, right in the chair. Delegate Ruth, whenever you're ready.
Chair Ertel and members of the County Council, it's a real pleasure to see you again, even after 5 hours. I admire your perseverance in sitting here so long and listening to everybody. I wish I was here under better circumstances because I am here in opposition to Bill 5525. The bipartisan Baltimore County Redistricting Commission, with one member appointed by each of you, met for months, deeply engaged with the public, and developed several map iterations before issuing their final recommendation. While no map will ever fully satisfy everyone, the final map recommended by the commission substantially complies with the Voting Rights Act while addressing many, although not all of the voting rights, all of the community, addressing many of the community concerns, although not all. The commission's map creates 2 majority black districts, 2 majority minority districts, 1 on the east and 1 on the west, and 5 majority white districts. This comes close to reflecting the population of the county, which is currently about 30% black, 51% white, and 18% other minorities. It's disappointing then that the council chose to put aside that map. Bill 5525 packs black voters into 2 districts on the west side, and one of those districts contains a supermajority where almost 75% of the voting age population is black. The other 7 districts are majority white. The minority communities on the east side are once again left out of power as they are cracked between 4 districts. While 2 districts are better than 1, they still only reflect 22% of the districts in a county where approximately 30% of the population is black. I ask you to please amend Bill 5525 to return to the map created by your own appointed redistricting commission or one substantially similar that will truly reflect Baltimore County's diversity. If I could indulge in a side note, I just wanted to mention that when I was signing up for the testimony on the website, I had trouble finding the link to sign up for testimony. I spent about 10 minutes going around and around on the website, and I had to phone a friend. And if I'm politically engaged and knew what I was looking for and couldn't find it, members of the public are going to have trouble finding that also. So thank you so much for taking the time to listen to me.
Good to know. Any questions for Delegate Ruth? Thank you, Delegate Ruth.
Thank you.
I know it's been a long night. We appreciate you being here, and we appreciate your input as well.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know specifically what the difficulty that Ms. Ruth or others had, but the sign-up process was no different for this bill than any other that we have had since the website has had its current configuration.
It's still bad.
There's a ticker that says virtual hearings and sessions, and if you click on that, it takes you where you need to go.
Am I up?
Well, we got to reset the clock. So.
Okay, say when.
Thank you, sir.
Ready?
Floor is yours.
Okay, good evening, Chair
Miller.
Ertel and members of the council. Thanks for the opportunity to testify on this important issue. My name is Andrew Miller. I'm a longtime resident of District 2. I'm a member of the Baltimore Jews United for Justice Leadership Council and chair of the Synagogue Social Justice Roundtable. JUFJ organizes more than 2,300 members of the Jewish community and allies in the Baltimore region to support local social, racial, and economic justice issues. I'm here today to testify on behalf of JUFJ against passage of Bill 5525 in its current form. Baltimore County's demographic makeup has changed dramatically over the last several decades. Our current council's composition is not in any way representative of who lives in our county today, and even less representative of who will be living and voting here over the next 10 to 20 years. The Redistricting Commission collected many comments, had multiple hearings, you just heard this from Delegate Ruth, public meetings over a period of 5 months, adopted a map that was much more representative of the actual demographic makeup of Baltimore County. I'll add it was an arduous and difficult process, and members of the commission endured outrageous attacks in just trying to do their jobs. We should respect their effort, and if it should be amended, that should be a process that takes their map as a starting point and works from there. The math is simple. We have a county that's 52% white, 30% black, and the remainder are from a variety of other groups. By the next census, it's possible that our population will be less than 50% white, and that's almost certainly going to be true within 10 to 15 years. Yet the council saw fit to completely reject the work of the commission and to create a map where 7 out of 9, or 78% of the votes on the council, are given to majority white districts. So what was the point of having a commission? There are ways to draw lines that preserve communities and still conform with the law. Others testifying before this council, I believe, will be arguing that this map violates the Voting Rights Act, and if passed, it will almost certainly invite a lawsuit. And I've heard that from several different groups. Baltimore County has had a long history of racial inequality. The legacy of racism still impacts people here. Just read the recent article in the Banner that talks about why we have no public swimming pools, and I quote, "Decades ago, as federal courts ordered the integration of once segregated public facilities, county leaders chose to do without public swimming pools rather than welcome everybody. So most pools here are private and many people cannot afford to join. Members of this council have lived this story, this history themselves, and were quoted in that article. If this bill passes and is not overturned in court, it will likely preserve racial inequality and representation on the council for decades. You can make a different decision. I urge the council to do the right thing and vote against this map and engage in a process that meets both the spirit and the letter of the law. Thank you."
Thank you, Mr. Miller.
And Andy,
Question?
just I wanted to thank you for waiting and thank you for your testimony.
Oh, thank you.
And seeing you here just makes me think that in Bill 5025 in the Inspector General Appointment Board, that we should add retired professors, because you're a retired professor at UMBC, correct?
Yes, I am.
So
Professor Emeritus
that's
now.
a modification we might make. So thank you, Andy.
Thank you.
Why not expand it?
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Pat Gordon, who is here in person, followed by Melinda Adamczyk. But I believe Ms. Adams, you're here in person?
Close enough.
Oh.
I know who I am.
She's next. You're Pat.
She's signed up virtually.
I have to tell you, my butt is sore. I'm Pat Gordon. I live in Reisterstown. I'm a volunteer with the Reisterstown Improvement Association, known as RIA. The latest map shows Reisterstown split among 3 different districts, with our main street divided between 2 districts, the east side versus the west side. I hope you will consider keeping Reisterstown under 1 district. I don't believe any community, town, or neighborhood should be split or divided, especially our main street. RIA works hard for the betterment of Reisterstown, especially Main Street. And incidentally, Reisterstown is the only nationally accredited Main Street in Baltimore County right now. Our Main Street should definitely be under one district. And I'm going to play devil's advocate here. Let's say our Main Street is divided and the two council representatives are competitive and cantankerous. That might make RIA's job a little difficult trying to get things done for our town. So please keep Reisterstown under one district. Thanks for listening, and thanks for taking my request under consideration.
Thanks, Ms. Gordon.
Thanks for being here, Ms. Gordon. Thank you.
I'm Melinda Adamczyk, and I am not a well-behaved woman. I am here for the free people of Baltimore County. I'm also not from Maryland, which means I speak directly. Take a breath. Today I'm speaking about just one of the endemic chronic inequities in this county. We've listened to them for 5 hours, so we're not making this up here today. We have a math problem with this bill. We have an uppity minority problem here. Democracy is a majority rule structure. The math says that Baltimore County, Maryland is 72% Democratic voters. The math says the Republican voters are 28%. And before anyone wants to mansplain or heap heat or erectile dysfunction, correctile dysfunction my numbers, let's say this. Let's say the Democrats are 2/3. Let's say the Republicans are 1/3. That means the minority gets 3 seats of 9. Be glad I'm not doing the math, because you know what? 6 and 9 is the right math for a situation of 9. I'd prefer 11 council members to divvy up all this work that y'all really can't get to. But let's just say if it were my decision, there'd be one chair, you'd get one chair, and it'd be the timeout chair for that little gerrymandering thing you pulled. We all know about it. Let's not pretend we're grown-ups. In spite of your most horrible impulses, democracy still exists in this country. Take your 3 seats and sit down. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mary Molinaro, followed by Linda Dorsey Walker. Both here in person.
Good evening, Ms. Molinaro.
Good evening.
Thank you for hanging in there with us.
It's true. I walked up and my legs didn't fall asleep. I'm speaking to you today. My name is Mary Molinaro, and I'm speaking to you today as a citizen of Reisterstown, as well as a board member to my local Chartley Neighborhood Association, Reisterstown Improvement Association, doing business as Reisterstown Main Street, and ROG Coordinating Council. Our area will be greatly affected by the current county council redistricting map. If you looked at the suggested Bill 5525 map, the west side of Main Street will be in District 3, and the east side of Main Street will be in District 4. Reisterstown Main Street worked hard since its formation in 2010 until being accepted into the Main Street Maryland program in 2019. We are advocating for keeping Main Street in the same district. This acceptance in the state Main Street program would not have been possible in 2019 without the guaranteed financial support of Baltimore County. For that, we thank you. We are the only town in Baltimore County that is accredited in the state Main Street program, as well as the national Main Street program, which we achieved in 2025. We always celebrate representing Baltimore County on the state and national level. We once again am asking you to support us, as you did last year, approving our design guidelines and streetscape action plan that was added to the Master Plan 2030. The Councilmanic Redistricting Commission reunited Main Street in their maps after first splitting it. I had to come speak to that situation. We are asking you to do the same. we suggest that you split the area 04-010 on the map north of Franklin Boulevard with a west border of 795 to be included with District 4. With this statement, I'm also including the map prepared for Reisterstown Main Street by the Planning Department, showing defined areas. In 2010, when we started, we worked with the county's Commercial Revitalization District, CRD boundary. In 2014, we were approved as a state sustainable community to which we have reapplied every 5 years, and finally followed by the Main Street, Maryland defined area of study for the Reisterstown Main Street. In 1978, Main Street was approved as a federal historic district. Main Street, Route 140, is a state road. So we have to work with SHA when we want to accomplish anything. This proposed map will have us work with 2 different councilmanic district representatives and 2 different Department of Planning representatives for all of our projects. This will be unduly difficult. By capturing at least part of section 04-010 west to a natural border of 795, you can alleviate this situation. Please help. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Thank you, Mary.
Our next speaker is Linda Dorsey Walker, followed by Nick Stewart, who is on virtually.
All right. First, let me clarify something. I stated that we had received some accolades from one of the consultants. We had ended up having 2 consultants. It was the second of those 2 consultants that said all the things that I said. So just in case you are trying to understand what happened, some of you received a letter, a very forcefully written, inaccurate letter, because that letter did not state that the individual who wrote the letter left this room, went downstairs, and sat on that wooden bench with me for over a half hour having a discussion about redistricting. He failed to mention that conversation, and some of you in this room passed by us while we were sitting on that wooden bench having that very conversation that he somehow forgot to mention in his letter to you. I'm putting all that aside. I apologize if anyone felt offended by it, but there was a consultant who said everything we said about the lower risk that would be borne by the county if they went with the Woodlawn approach. There is nothing wrong with the Woodlawn approach. We had, and I'm in favor of it being, very much in favor of being included in Bill 5525. We have right now any number of people who are still in this room. I think we must have had at least 10 or 15 more people here earlier today. We just heard several people who said, please help us out in Reisterstown. Don't you know there's about 25 times more people that live in Woodlawn, Loch Kern? If they feel entitled to be respected, imagine you're in the much larger precinct that you're asking for, and you've been waiting 24 years to be respected. The largest single African-American precinct in region in Baltimore County is Woodlawn, Loch Kern. I called any number of people yesterday and the day before yesterday, and I said, we have a whole bunch of people from Lutherville and Timonium and Catonsville and Kingsville trying to tell you who live in Lockern and Woodlawn that you only live there because of discrimination. You know what they said? I moved here 50 years ago. I moved here 60 years ago because I had a good paying job at Social Security, or they work at CMMS, or they work at FBI, and they strongly resent all of you who have the arrogance to tell all these black people that you know better. Worry about your own areas. Worry about your own areas. Thank you. Let the folks who live, please stand up if you agree, please, because the fact of the matter is they're angry with you. You think you're being do-gooders. You're not. The fact of the matter is the map that was passed had bad math, the commission map. On the website, it even says that it is at 14.3% standard deviation. That's not allowed anywhere in the United States. The generally accepted redistricting standards say that you must stay within a 10% range or lower. The Woodlawn map is the only one that came within a 5% range. And so you want to keep trying to argue in favor. We're going to take you to court. We're going to sue you. How are you going to ask a sitting judge to confirm an illegal map? How about the other map where you wanted them to approve any part black when it's not even a term that can be used in the state of Maryland? And if it ever is, it would have to take the entire state to approve it, not just one district, not just Baltimore County. How are you going to go to a sitting judge and ask that judge, forget the fact that it's not allowed by law in Maryland. This is what we want for the black people in Woodlawn. This is what we want for the black people in Lockern. The area is 74.5% African American. They are excited like you would not believe. I went around to the National Night Out. There are people who came up to me and said, look, I raised 2 different foster care families, and now I really am looking forward to serving on the foster care board. I never got a chance to be on a board or commission before. You mean those do-gooders want to snatch that from me? The do-gooders want to snatch from me the opportunity to serve on a transportation board or some other board. It's not funny. It's not funny. It's sheer arrogance. The fact of the matter is I went to the ACLU and some of the other folks in this room and begged them for 4 straight years. Please help us get Vote for More passed. Some people helped, but many people did not. And now some of the same groups that refused to lift a finger, even last year when 2,200 names got thrown out, because someone wrote their name Nancy N. Smith on the first line, and then Nancy Noel Smith on the second line, and they said, well, it wasn't identical, so we're going to throw it out. I begged the ACLU. The same people threatening to sue the county, I begged them to come and help me as attorneys to challenge those names. I had to file pro se because the do-gooders who are in this room didn't want to fight. That doesn't apply to all. I'm not going to say that ever applied to Delegate Ruth. She was one of the people who introduced a bill multiple times to try to bring about an electronic signature process, which ironically the Board of Elections had allowed 2 times in a row and wouldn't allow us to do. So all I'm asking is do this, please. Please don't make people angry with you. And any state senator who has as part of his district Woodlawn, I would advise him to think very strongly about whether he wants to really take on his own district residents. Please give us some respect and know this, that you know, the fact of the matter is, all right, so I got the name wrong, but I know who the consultant was, and everyone who was on the staff know who the consultant was that came here during the closed session. That person spoke very highly and said that even though there are multiple ways of zoning, one is not necessarily better because you wrenched out the last possible Black or minority community. The problem that disturbs me now is right now, some of the people that have spoken out so hard, so strongly about let's have every possible district for BIPOC, some of the people in District 1, a district that's 40% BIPOC, 2 weeks ago came out in support and endorsed a middle-aged white male. You know what that means? Why are you fighting if some of the people who are your co-fighters have chosen to do that when all they needed to do was use the 40% minority vote and get 12% more vote? Ask yourself that. Why was that done? So if you're going to fight for something and throw down the gauntlet, know whether everybody in your community that claimed to be so liberal and claimed to be so progressive, whether they are really willing to support a minority, because they could have chosen somebody that was a minority or a woman or a young adult, not in their 50s. Okay? So that's all I have to say. Just give us some respect. And like I said, I apologize to Dr. Creighton if he thought that I spoke out of turn, but on the other hand, I'm very upset with him for conveniently missing a half-hour to 40-minute long discussion, never mentioning that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey. Well, Ms. Belkacem, your next speaker.
Thank you,
Our next speaker is Nick Stewart.
Secretary.
Mr. Chairman and members of the council, since Ms. Dorsey Walker brought it up, Mr. Creighton, who she refers to, Kareem Creighton, works with the Brennan Center for Justice. They're based out of New York, and they have an office in Washington, D.C., where Mr. Creighton is out of. And we were fortunate enough to speak, Mr. Phillips and I, with Mr. Creighton during the commission's work, and he graciously, on his own time, agreed to appear before the commission and give the commission members some training on the Voting Rights Act and what the general parameters are to be in compliance, and answered some questions, but basically gave a presentation about the Voting Rights Act. And that was the extent of his involvement. Mr. Creighton and in particular the Brennan Center for Justice did not assist with the map drawing. They did not assist with the product that the commission ended up presenting or recommending, and they did not have any influence directly on the map that the council introduced with Bill 5525. So I wanted to make that public because Mr. Creighton reached out to me and in fact sent a letter to me basically saying that very thing, that he just wanted there to be no misunderstanding that the Brennan Center neither endorses nor opposes at this time the county council's map. He presented as he presented months ago, and that was the extent of the Brennan Center's involvement. So he wanted to make that clear to everyone.
I never said he endorsed the map. What I said was the consultant that came to the closed session spoke highly about the lower risk nature, and that's all I said. I went back and listened and typed out every word of what I said, and that's all I said. But unfortunately, the people who are threatening to sue the county, they convened a meeting last Friday with Mr. Creighton so that he could generate this letter to try to make us look badly. I apologize to him publicly. I admit when I make a mistake, But at the same time, all those things that you just said did not mention that we had a half-hour to 40-minute long discussion downstairs on that bench about this map.
All right, thank you, Ms. Dorsey Walker.
Yeah, and I only brought this up just to make it clear because he asked that it be made part of the record, and that's all. I didn't bring it up to impugn anyone or anything, just to make that factual
Understood.
record. Thank you.
Understood.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Dorsey Walker. Mr. Stewart, you're on. You're up.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the council. My name is Nick Stewart. I am here testifying in favor of a map that will reflect the true diversity of our county and one that is developed out in the open with full transparency and full fairness. So I think that this is about both process and substance, ultimately. You know, the council has now introduced what I view to be its second secret map. And I say that because for the second time in a row, the public did not get to hear any of the back and forth between or among council members as to why the lines in this map are the way that they are. And importantly, why they're wholly different from the map that was recommended by the council's own redistricting commission. So, you know, at a time when national forces are trying to erase race from consideration, I don't think our county should join them. You know, we have at least 46% of our county that is non-white, and we are a diverse community in every sense of that word. But if we truly believe that in a fair and equitable Baltimore County, every voice deserves to be heard, and that means not packing them into two districts and quieting them elsewhere. You know, so ultimately, this map ignores community voices. It risks violating the Voting Rights Act. And again, it packs Black voters into 2 of these 9 districts, but it also disregards those recommendations from the Redistricting Commission. And because the Commission's map was never introduced by the council, we're unable to see why the lines were moved. And that is a starkly different process from the Commission's process. And I think if the Inspector General debacle has taught us anything, it's that the public is yearning for more transparency. It is upsetting, to say the least, that our council rejected thoughtful work from its own redistricting commission only to introduce a secret map that was drawn behind closed doors. As far as I can tell, the choice now is whether the council can be a true partner in the governing process for the county and do what the charter calls for it to do, or whether courts will ultimately have to make that decision for us. Because as you know, the council has been sued before and it has lost for doing the same thing. And if this continues, the council will be sued again and it will lose again, and that will cost us more money and damage our public trust. So it's time to let the sunlight in. Let's have this discussion now in the open. Let's find a fair map that reflects Baltimore County's true diversity. That's our greatest strength. I think we deserve work in the open, and we deserve a council that will make decisions with our people and not behind closed doors. We deserve to know why we have the districts that we have. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro. Ms. Wood.
Our next speaker is Charlotte Wood, followed by Tamara Gunter, who is on virtually.
Good evening, Ms. Wood. How are you? It's good to see you.
Thanks for hanging around so long.
Well, I can barely move up here to have my conversation. So truly, I appreciate the fact that you gave me a moment to try and move into my more relaxed state of mind. And with that being said, I want to say good evening to each of you gentlemen, members of the County Council. I appreciate this opportunity to be able to sit before you. For those of you who don't know me, and I think there are a few who may not, my name is Dr. Charlotte Wood, and I am the chair of the Baltimore County Democratic State Central Committee. And I represent members of Baltimore County all around the county who support what I am about to say, many of whom support, not necessarily all, because as you know, my colleague Linda Dorsey Walker is on the Central Committee and has a different approach to how she is looking at the things that we all need to look at with a bit of a broader lens from my perspective. I think it is important, as I sit here before you, for you to understand the solidarity that comes with me as I sit before you from all of the members around the county who support and are a part of those representatives from every aspect of the county, both on the east and the west side. I'm here because we oppose the bill 5525. The message that I want to share with you all right now is that we need and we are insisting on a map that accurately represents the voting constituency of this county. A fair map and a map that has fair representation. Bill 5525 does not. In fact, let me just share a couple of things that you have already heard. I'm just reiterating them for you in this moment. The map does not necessarily, in several aspects, comply with the Voting Rights Act. It ignores the recommendations, as you just heard, that were put forward by your very own 2025 Redistricting Commission. Why is that? It packs people of color in 2 districts on one side of the county and splits and dilute them on the other side of the county, resulting in giving control of 7 out of 9 seats to a white majority. There is absolutely, positively, no way that Baltimore County should have only 5 Democratic seats. Yes, I said it. There is no way we should have 5 Democratic seats. And the person that spoke, 2 or 3 persons before me, actually iterated that. In fact, we are consistent and in alignment with the fact that there should be at least 6 Democratic seats based on the county's demographics. Let's get real here. We are not being fair to all the members of the communities that surround the entirety of Baltimore County. When we divide our communities and when we start to negotiate behind the backs of our constituents, then what we're doing is going backwards into a past that is not desirable for us. Each of you represent a district of people, groups of people that you are supposed to be voicing their perspective on, not yours, theirs. It's going to be important for you to really understand and appreciate that these people are looking to you to be fair to them. This map is not fair, and it's not what it should be or what it could have been had the right amount of effort been put into it. Baltimore County deserves a fair map that reflects its true diversity and is appropriately divided in a bipartisanship in a manner that really represents the voting constituency of this county. So I believe we need a call to action. Understand me. This is more critically important than you really can appreciate in this moment. It goes wide, it goes far, and it goes deep. You all need to understand the community is not happy. They want something done and they want it right. And as Nick Stewart said, there has to be transparency. Doing things behind closed doors does not get us where we need to be. Look, guys, I was on sabbatical for a minute. I got a whole lot of rest, and I just went back to work. The first day of school was yesterday. So I had to get my energy and my oomph back together so I could deal with college level students. And I do want to, at some point, address that whole issue about professors, higher education, HBCUs, if given the opportunity. If not, I'll have a conversation with my particular councilman, and he can share that with you. We know that you can't start over at this point. We already know you can't start over at the beginning at this point. So I'm not mad at you for that, okay? What I want you to understand and be able to appreciate is we got to start somewhere. So I think your best consideration right now should be to give the commissions, your commission, the opportunity to take a better look, a different look, a deeper perspective. Because at least in that particular map that they created, you have 2 majority Black districts and a BIPOC district on the east and on the west side of the county. Although the commission's map is not perfect, as you have heard and as you well know, because you wouldn't have been tweaking it like you did if it was. However, I do want you to appreciate one thing. When this map finally comes out and you all vote on it, it will demonstrate your character. The character of each of you as councilmen representing Baltimore County. I call you to action. Please do not fumble the ball at the 1-yard line. We need you to do the right thing and give us a fair map. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Wood. We appreciate you being here.
I'm happy to be here.
Thank you, Dr. Woods.
All right, next up.
Our next speaker is Tamara Gunter, who is on virtually, followed by Engel Burns, who is here in person. Ms. Gunter, when you're ready to begin.
Yes, hi. My apologies, I was not able to attend tonight in person. For all of you who don't know, my sister was a 39-year-old woman who was shot in Federal Hill, celebrating her birthday. She's recovering, but I'm taking care of her 1-year-old. My name is Tamara Gunter, and I'm the legislative liaison for the Greenlee community. First, I want to go on record and say the map the commission put out, Greenlee did not support, the East Side did not support, and also that map came out the blue and was not a map that the public saw before it came out. I'll go back to my speech, thank you. I want to go on record and say Greenlee did not support the previous map that was submitted by the commission because it divided too many communities, including Greenlee. The new map introduced by Mike Ertel, county chair, keeps communities together while maintaining integrity. The new map also addresses the gerrymandering concerns presented in the commission's proposed map. I'm happy to report that we have some candidates who have already started running for office in our community, going door to door. I'm assuming the candidate is in support of the new map since she has represented herself as a candidate running for office in this district, Ms. Sharonda Huffman.
Ms. Gunter, does that conclude your testimony?
Ms. Huffman.
Oh.
Hello?
We can
Yes,
hear you.
ma'am, I'm sorry,
Okay.
you cut out for a moment. You can continue.
Okay. While I have said it publicly that Greenlee does not, many people have said it publicly that Greenlee does not need a seat at the table, a library, or any type of resources because we live in our expensive houses on the hill. I want to remind the council and everyone who's running for office, while our homes do range from $500,000 to $1.3 million, Greenlee does deserve resources and a seat at the table to make decisions for themselves. To my West Side friends, your interests are definitely different from the East Side, and you should be given the opportunity to advocate for that. And I respectfully request that all sides allow the East Side to advocate for our own needs. I want to finally thank the council for not passing the commission's gerrymandering map to ensure we're not repeating what's happening in the state of Texas. Last time I checked, I'm a proud Democrat. I'm also living in the great state of Maryland, where we do things the correct way. Thank you for listening and doing your best to keep communities together. All votes will count.
Thank you, Ms. Gunter. We appreciate you staying with us tonight. Next up, Mr. Burns.
Followed by Kathy
Reverend Burns.
Wolfson,
How are
who
you?
is also here in person.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, committee members, and those who have already testified, and those who have been patient enough to wait this long to testify. I want to thank you for this opportunity. I am pastor of Rising Sun First Baptist Church, and many of my constituents live in the Woodlawn community. Constituents, Lord Jesus. Many of my congregation. After tonight, I don't think I ever want constituents. I do not envy your patience being able to sit here for 5-6 hours at a time, but especially under contentious decisions you have to make, such as this. I understand everybody has particular loyalties to their own neighborhoods, and that is understandable. Today, it's a difficult day for me and my family. My father, former Delegate Emmett Burns, would have been 85 today, and it would have been my mom and dad's 65th anniversary today. So I took my mom to lunch today. I picked her up from Augsburg community where she lives, and in Lockern, and we had to drive out to her pharmacy first, and I had to go up to Owings Mills to get to her pharmacy. Then we were looking for a place to eat, and we ate in Owings Mills. And then she had to do some grocery shopping, so we had to stop in Pikesville to do some shopping there. And it reflected and it echoed in my mind that coming here after dropping her off back at her home in Lockern, that the need of these services for an aging population in the Woodlawn community to have these services at and easily accessible. If I wasn't there to drive her and she was relying on public transportation or other means to get to these places, it would take hours or it would be a very arduous journey for her. And we need these localized services in our community. So I am speaking for the Woodlawn approach in that it gives us our own voice to bring these services to our own community. I understand the difficulty. I understand there are many interests here, and I am in support of having a county-wide approach where the community and the demographics of the community in the county represent the demographics in the community that sits on this illustrious council. But I do also understand the challenges that you all have to face, and I can't advocate for everyone. I can only advocate for those in my community, and I am advocating for them tonight, and that is the Woodlawn approach, and we need our own councilman, and I want to applaud that decision that you have made in drawing the lines to give us and grant us our own councilman. You sit under a sign under the state motto that says act strongly and speak gently. I know it is challenging, but in acting strongly and speaking gently, that gentle doesn't mean you don't say what you want to say, but it means you say what you say and you mean it and you do it in a way that is respectful to others. And I hope I've been respectful to you all tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Pastor.
Our next speaker is Kathy Wolfson, followed by Mary Taylor.
Good evening. I'm a little tired. I know you are too. It's been a long 5 hours, but I represent the Greater Patapsco Community Association on the west side of the county, outside of the Erdel. And I've listened to a lot of testimony tonight, and I came here originally in full support of the commission's recommendation because it only made common sense, because you were the one that appointed the commission and then you didn't listen to what they had adopt their map. However, I do understand and agree that the Woodlawn approach is a good approach. And yet you say you're trying to keep communities together, which I agree. We should try to keep the Woodlawn community together, the Randallstown community together, as well as the Woodstock Granite community together. The Woodstock Granite community lies entirely outside of the Erdel, and your map, as well as the Woodlawn approach, divide the Woodstock community in half by Old Court Road. So I think we could support your map to the extent if it was amended to not divide that rural community in half. So that's kind of where we are tonight. I'm not sure that it's correct to not have the coalition districts. I'm not sure why that was eliminated from your maps. It certainly doesn't seem fair to the communities of multiracial communities not to be represented on your map. But our main concern is that our community has been divided in half by using Old Court Road as a boundary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wolfson.
Our next speaker is Mary Taylor, followed by Keith Dorsey, who are both here in person.
Ms. Taylor, how are you?
Wow. Is it too late to change my testimony to talk about historic preservation?
Yeah, bring it on back.
Just kidding. I thought I would lighten the mood a little bit. So can I start off by saying that, we all can disagree on redistricting, but wow, I've heard some things this evening. But verbally attacking a council member for party affiliation ignores the fact that they've listened to all communities. And this map reflects many voices. So the conversation should be about fairness, not partisanship. So with that said, good evening, council members. My name is Mary Taylor, and I'm a lifelong resident of Essex. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today regarding Bill 5525, the proposed revision of Baltimore County's councilmatic districts. I stand in strong support of keeping Essex and Middle River united as a single whole district. These neighboring communities share deep social, economic, and cultural ties, including shared schools, local businesses, and public services. Dividing them into separate districts would undermine the collective strength and representation of our community. For many years, Essex and Middle River has been overlooked. The changes happening here, the increasing diversity and growing population often go unnoticed. People who don't live here or have real ties to our community have no business pushing aside our beliefs and priorities and pushing to split our communities. As Ms. Gunter so elegantly put it, let the East Side advocate for ourselves. Together, these communities are evolving into a majority-minority area with people of many different backgrounds calling this place home. Keeping us together as one district ensures all voices, especially those historically unrepresented, are clearly heard and fairly in local government. Splitting the district would dilute our political influence, making it harder to advocate for essential services, education, safety, and economic opportunities. But united, we amplify our power and ensure the needs of our entire community are represented and addressed. There is a strong sense of history and pride in Essex and Middle River, symbolized recently by the 50th anniversary celebration of our Heritage Society of Essex Middle River Museum held this past June at Bon Appetit in Essex. At this event, the new Essex Middle River flag, which you see in front of me, was officially unveiled, a symbol of our unity and heritage. It was designed by Liliana Cotton, a graphic art student at Kenwood High School. The flag's light, dark, and blue colors represent the local high schools and the sky and water that defines our region's aviation and waterfront traditions. The white compass at the center represents Unity and Compass Road, the vital link connecting our community. This flag speaks to our shared identity and hopeful future. Essex Middle River are becoming places more people want to live. A welcoming, diverse community where everyone feels respected and valued. I urge the council to support 5525 with the recommendation that Essex Middle River remain a complete district, reflecting our history, community pride, and the demographic changes that are shaping our future. Thank you for your consideration, and would anybody like to have an Essex Middle River flag? I have plenty to share.
Sure, we'll take one. Who knew?
Who knew?
Mr. Dorsey, you can head up there when you're ready.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Look at that.
Our next speaker is Keith Dorsey, followed by Asa Johnson, who is on virtually.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman and members of the County Council. I am Keith Dorsey, a resident of Owings Mills and author of the Woodlawn Approach to Redistricting. I'm here in support of Bill 5525, the map, because it, like the Woodlawn Approach, places priority on preserving the 9 major community areas of Baltimore County. The Woodlawn Approach begins with the 2 southern tips, Catonsville on the west and Dundalk on the east, and then fills the 2 districts with approximately 95,000 people each. It moves north to the next major communities of approximately 95,000, Woodlawn and Middle River, followed by Randallstown, Owings Mills, and White Marsh communities. It recognizes traditional Pikesville and Towson communities and finishes with a North County district. I believe this approach, consistent with the charter requirements, produces a legally defensible map. Other testimony you have heard says that the county may face a legal challenge because of the proposed map is a violation of the Federal Voting Rights Act. I believe it is just as likely that the county would face a legal challenge if it adopted the map proposed by the Redistricting Commission, because it would violate the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. As found in the 1993 Supreme Court decision Shaw v. Reno, redistricting plans cannot do racial gerrymandering, that is, using race as the predominant factor in placing voters in certain districts. Yet a member of the commission stated to me that that would be their approach. Other decisions have cited Supreme Court decisions have cited Shaw v. Reno, such as the Miller versus Johnson, 1995, found that a reapportionment plan may be so highly irregular and bizarre in shape that it rationally cannot be understood as anything other than an effort to segregate voters based on race. Bethune-Hill v. Virginia State Board of Elections in 2017 found that consideration of race in drawing district lines cannot predominate traditional redistricting criteria such as our charter requirement that our districts be compact, contiguous, and substantially equal in population, and in which due regard is given to current natural, geographic, and community boundaries. In Johnson v. DeGrande, 1994, the Supreme Court found that dilution, that is, the racial packing and cracking, cannot be inferred from the mere failure to guarantee minority voters maximum political influence. While proportionality is an indication that minority voters have equal political and electoral opportunity in spite of racial polarization, it is no guarantee, and it cannot serve as a shortcut to determining whether a set of districts is unlawfully dilutes minority voting strength. This last decision refutes the argument made by some that a failure of Baltimore County, which is almost 50% minority, to provide 50% of the council district as minority districts is a clear indicator that the county has violated the Voting Rights Act. I'm closing and saying I again support the adoption of the proposed 55-25 map, but I do have to add one more personal comment. People keep saying that the Woodlawn approach packed people in the Woodlawn. That's not what happened. I explained the approach. It just so happens that the community of Woodlawn is 74% black. I didn't have any problem with the fact that North County is 75% white, and neither of the other plans. It just so happens that's the way the community is. And when I hear it, it reminds me of the fact that people may have looked at me as being the Director of Budget and Finance and thought that somehow I got there because of a special treatment. I started at the bottom and worked for 36 years, 80-hour weeks. And the people who know me know that was the case. So I'm offended when people look at Woodlawn and say, oh, because you are 75% black as a community, somehow that's inferior, something that has to be corrected, that you're not saying you have to correct about North County. So as I said, I hear it, I understand what people are trying to say, but the approach was not true, and that will make the difference as to whether Baltimore County can sustain a charge, because if it was a case that we did it, trying to huddle people together, that would be a problem, but we didn't. We recognized that Woodlawn is a community, and it's proud to be who they are, and they want to have representation. And I ask you again that you would adopt the proposed 55-25 map.
Thank you, Mr. Dorsey.
Thank you, sir.
Next speaker.
Our next speaker is Asa Johnson. You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Mr. Johnson.
Hello, members of the County Council. My name is Asa Johnson, and I want to quickly say that I represent the Middle River area, mainly the area of the Greenlee community. We are a design community to have over 3,300 homes upon completion. This consists of 1,100 homes and 2,200 apartments. We're in the third phase of 4 planned phases. So as you can see, there will be plenty of voter potential here. I recently testified earlier against the commission's map, and we stand by the most recent map presented by the council. With the current map presented by the council, the east side feels more cohesive, and it maintains our partnerships intact we have worked so hard to develop. This is what most of the people here want. For this decision, we desire to elect the most qualified candidate who is fair and who will truly address our needs for our community. We are not interested in electing anyone solely based on race or gender. We allow you to show us your works. Lastly, I just want to say this. Us on the east side have stood by in solidarity with our members on the west side and the north. And we just ask that if you don't live here on the east side and you got something negative to say about us, keep our name out of your mouth. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next, sorry. Pardon me, I lost my place. Our next speaker is Eric Andreas, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, who is on virtually, followed by Will Schwartz, who is here in person.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
We can.
Awesome, gentlemen, and everyone there, thank you so much for hanging around. I know it's been a long day. Mr. Chairman, Honorable Councilman, my name is Eric Andreas. I'm a registered Democrat and live within the 5th District. I'm currently the president of the South Parallel Boulevard Community Association, in which I represent 250 member families and an additional 550 homes within the White Marsh Fullerton area. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in support of Council Chairman Mike Ortell's recent redistricting map submittal. I believe this map best addresses the concerns of all the communities within the county. It keeps communities with similar needs grouped together for better representation, helping to form stronger neighborhood bonds and achieve long-term goals. This map establishes 2 districts in western Baltimore County that will allow for greater representation of predominantly minority areas. The map better divides eastern Baltimore County, allowing such areas as Perry Hall, Kingsville, and White Marsh, which are very similar, to remain grouped together. The most eastern portions of the county, which contain waterfront areas, are also grouped together. This is essential since these areas require special attention due to their environmental concerns, area needs, and issues, and recreational benefits to the county. I believe this map also seems to be a bipartisan map that should address the interests of both parties, allowing for fair opportunities for everyone. Many people tonight have spoken in favor of what seems to be partisan gerrymandering. And I want to say, as a Democrat and also a citizen of Baltimore County, people are tired of partisanship. We want people who are engaged and want to represent their districts, regardless of gender or color or race or however you want to classify it, to give what's best for the areas they represent and where they live. I want to echo what Mr. Dorsey and Mr. Johnson said, because I feel they brought up some very good points. In closing, I know there have been hundreds of hours spent on the redistricting process. This time is full of opinions, emotions, and tireless effort. I appreciate the time spent by all involved, and especially want to thank Chairman Ortell for a comprehensive version that best serves the citizens of Baltimore County. Thanks to each of you present this now evening for listening to me and for all you do on a daily basis for this great county. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Next speaker is Will Schwartz, who is here in person, followed by Ann George.
Mr. Schwartz here. He had to leave. Okay.
Ms. Ann George,
Ann George is here.
followed by Josh Sines, who
Hello,
is on
Ms.
virtually.
George.
Taking a different approach. You know, everybody wants something here. Thank you for an opportunity to speak. You know, you've got so many factors here and so many people wanting different things. And I think looking at the basic thing, you've got, of course, the gerrymandering issue is one. Keeping communities together, which is a big one for a lot of people, and the whole packing and cracking issue. But there are a couple things that I think really need to be pointed out here. Bottom line is, you can't have a map that's already been challenged in court, and it's not, you have another map now that most likely is going to be challenged again. You spent over $1 million defending that. $1 million that could have been put in something else, in legal fees, paid to attorneys that aren't even a part of, our county system. So I'm concerned about the waste of more taxpayers' money defending another map that is not going to go. The other thing is, we spent 6 months with volunteers from the community coming up with a map, and then you said you didn't like it. I mean, are we going to have another commission that will have that same result? To me, it's just too complex. Obviously, a lot of people are not going to be happy, but bottom line is, there's too much not following the law in this country right now, and it should not occur in our county. And if you do something that is going to be challenged because it's against a federal law, the Voting Rights Act, then to me, that is not acceptable. So I know that this has been difficult for all of you and for many here who have worked many hours and put together their presentations, but I think that's the bottom line. Follow the law. Thank you. By the way, I like what Nick Stewart said. I wish I could have said that. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next speaker, Ms.
Our next speaker is Josh Sines, who is on virtually, followed by Pat Hook, who is also on virtually. Mr. Sines, when you're ready.
Good evening. My name is Josh Sines, and I serve as president of the Essex Middle River Civic Council. For more than a year, the Civic Council has consistently and clearly asked that Essex and Middle River be united together in a single district. Time and again, we have voiced that our waterfront community should be represented as one, so that one council member can fully focus on the unique needs of our shoreline, our neighborhoods, and our waterfront businesses, while also honoring the historic ties that bind Essex and Middle River. This map achieves that goal. It finally brings our communities together in a way that reflects both common sense and fairness. We've also urged the County Council to prioritize keeping communities together rather than splitting them apart. That principle is not only good governance, it's what builds trust in the process. On August 6th, the Essex Middle River Civic Council held a vote and the result was unanimous. We strongly support this map. This map gives our communities a fair voice. It recognizes the shared character of Essex and Middle River, and it ensures that our waterfront, one of the county's most valuable and vulnerable assets, will no longer be divided and diluted. On behalf of the Essex Middle River Civic Council, I respectfully urge you to adopt this map. It reflects the will of the people. It respects our history, and it provides the representation our communities deserve. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Sines. Next speaker, Ms. Belcastro.
Our next speaker is Pat Hook, who is on virtually, followed by Bishop Barry Chapman, who is here in person.
I don't know that he's here. Or Aaron Barnett.
You may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Okay.
When you see him.
Hi. Good evening, Chairman Ertel, council members. My name is Pat Hook, and I've been a Middle River resident for the past 35 years. I am also the current president of the Hawthorne Civic Association here in Middle River. So I'm here to testify in favor of the Council District 8 map as drawn in Bill 5525. I'm basically going to echo some of Josh's comments, but for far too long, our region, especially Middle River, has been suffered from a fragmented representation, to say the least. Right now, we are split among 3 different council districts. So The division has made it difficult for our community to address our concerns effectively. So the current map in Bill 5525 offers us a needed solution by uniting Essex and Middle River that would ensure a focused representation. So also by keeping Essex and Middle River together, the map helps us speak with one strong voice. It not only helps with our unique identity and concerns of our waterfront communities, but our schools and local businesses as well. So bringing all these communities under one council district not only gives us better representation, but it just makes common sense. So currently, as a representative of my community, I have to deal with 3 different council members in addressing issues that just surround my neighborhood. So the current map would eliminate having to do that in the future for myself. So I urge the council to preserve the District 8 boundaries set forth in Bill 5525, as it will ensure that our interests are recognized and effectively advocated for at the county level. So thank you for your time.
He's online. No, you mean, oh, no, Bishop Barry Chapman? No, he is not. I do not see him online. He's online. I found him online. Yes, he must have left and then got online. So I'm going to bring Mr. Barrett up. When you're ready, Mr. Barrett, you may begin. Barnett, I'm sorry.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you may begin your testimony when you're ready.
Oh, okay, great. I'm sorry I had to leave. Greetings, everybody, all the council members, Chairman Ertel, and everyone. I just wanted to say that I came out in favor of the Woodlawns approach, and because for quite some time, I've been a Woodlawn resident, and most of you that know me on the council know that I've been a community advocate for a very long time in the Woodlawn corridor. And I just strongly feel that systemically we've been ignored. And I don't want to say that to point fingers at anyone in particular, but I feel that below the Beltway and the Woodlawn corridor, that if we had a district of our own and had representation from within our district, then we could probably get a better share of fair representation, because I do feel that with that, a council person from within our district, and I've heard the race card come up on several conversations, but as it stands, we are a majority African American district. I don't think that that should be the basis for the decision on the map. I think that it's just simply because the Woodlawn and Loch Kern areas really need strong representation, and by dividing us into 2 other districts, I just think that that will further take away our ability to actually have strong and fair representation. So again, in closing, I apologize because I had another meeting that I had to attend, but I had a speech actually written up with a lot of facts, but I left that in the truck and I just got back on because I heard you guys were still in the meeting. So just want you to know that I plan to be there next week, but I wanted to just come out and say today that I'm strongly in favor of the Woodlawn C map. I thank you for your time.
Aaron?
Yes.
Hey, Aaron, this is Izzy Patoka.
Hey, Izzy.
I was hoping you'd still be here because the Director of Public Works was here. And so I tried to connect you with her because we've been talking about those Powhatan streets and they are finally in play. And so I wanted you to hear it directly from the Director of Public Works.
Yeah, Miss Willie texted me to let me know that you were looking for me.
Yeah, because I know you've been asking for those streets to be done for a long, long time.
Yes, we have. Yes, we have.
Okay, it's getting done.
All right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Councilman. And I'm quite sure the constituents from our neighborhood will love to hear that.
Yep. Thank you.
And thank you.
Thanks, Aaron.
Thank you, guys. Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Certainly. Our next speaker is Sean McIntosh, followed by Peter Richkis.
This McIntosh.
Good evening, Council Chair Ortel and council members. It's been a long night. I know you're all tired. I'm tired too. Please don't take what I'm saying personally. I'm not attacking you, but I am deeply disappointed in the content of Bill 5525. It's a bill that reflects a fundamental failure to listen to the residents of Baltimore County and a clear disregard for the independent redistricting process. It's about process. I'm talking about the process that I was so proud of you for putting into place in December when you committed to having a commission, you committed to having public input in a process. Hundreds and hundreds of people came out and spoke about what they wanted. Your commission listened. They put a map forward. They listened more. They put another map forward. They listened more. They put another map forward. They listened. And you chose not to listen to them. It is your job as public servants to listen to us. And you chose not to. I'll take it back. You chose to selectively listen to what fit your narrative and what you wanted. I was told there were rumors that it was a sham, that you were not going to pass anything that came out of that commission. And I told people, no, that's not true. They would have never committed to it if they weren't going to listen. That's just not true. We will get a fair map. You didn't listen. And instead, we have 4 Republican districts. And I'm sorry, I believe in bipartisanship. I truly do. And I believe that we need to have Republican districts because we have Republicans. But there should not be more than 3. We need to look at the demographics of this county, and the map should reflect the demographics racially and politically, and it doesn't. You could withdraw that map and put the commission map forward and have public discourse on it and allow people to come forward. I'm not saying that Woodlawn doesn't deserve its own district. Maybe there needs to be some tweaking. Maybe Essex and Middle River do need to be together. I'm not saying no to those things, but you did not have discussion openly. You did not do it openly. You went behind closed doors and created your own map. You committed to an open process and then you did not do it. And so, yes, I'm disappointed in all of you. And I hope that you will reconsider, you will withdraw this map, go back to the commission map, and have an open process. Because that's what you committed to. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre.
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre.
Our next speaker is Peter Richkis, followed by Jyoti Mohan, who is on virtually.
Ms. Richkis.
Good evening
we
once
have
again,
one.
gentlemen. I would like to correct the record on a couple of things. Dr. Creighton did say when several of us met with him last week that he recalled sitting down with Linda Dorsey Walker after his presentation in March. And as we all remember, the Woodlawn approach was already beginning to evolve. And since then, I think Ms. Dorsey Walker said there have been 5 different versions. His letter also, Dr. Creighton's letter also says that he didn't opine one way or the other on their discussion or, as Mr. Bostwick said, on any map. But he did point out in his letter that when a district is more than 70%
black, it raises a flag. The other thing I would like to clarify or state for the record, Fair Maps advocates have always respected the black communities on the west side. And all of the maps that we considered, offered, thought about, talked about, a 315 map, in fact, had 3 strong majority black districts on the west side. What evolved, though, was the desire of more BIPOC districts, especially on the east side, which the 315 map also called for, to give fair representation to everyone. How those lines are drawn was not up to the Fair Maps people. It's finally in your hands, and you still have an opportunity to tweak, seriously tweak 5525 to make it more reflective of the county that we all live in. As has been said, thousands of Baltimore Countyans participated in the process. Unfortunately, as it is, Bill 5525 takes us backwards to the first map considered by the commission, back to the seriously flawed map passed last year, back to the same level of proportional representation we have had since 2001, when black residents, led by Linda Dorsey Walker and others on the west side, had to go to court just to secure 1 seat at the table. That court case forced the county to draw a single majority black district, just 14% of council representation. Now, Bill 5525 would only allow 2 majority black districts, just 22% of the whole. The numbers tell the story, and you have an opportunity to amend 5525 to include at least 1 new coalition district and ensure that all residents have a fair opportunity to elect candidates of their choice. Baltimore County deserves nothing less. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Richkus. Thank you for hanging out with us. It's been a long night. And I think we have one more speaker.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Jyoti Mohan, who is on virtually. You may begin when you're ready.
Good evening. Can everybody hear me?
We can hear you, Jyoti.
Wonderful.
Oh.
I'm testifying today in opposition to the redistricting bill 5525, when the likelihood of expanding the council looked like it would actually happen. I was pleased that Baltimore County was leading by example in terms of having leadership in the county that reflected the population of the county. The map that was rushed through as a compromise in order to get unwilling council members to grudgingly accept it is nothing short of disastrous. Councilman, when you speak of compromise, you speak of involving us, the people. We do not wish to be pawns in your power struggles. Simply put, Baltimore County cannot allow its racist past to dictate the present and future of its citizens. I'm looking at all of you, councilmen. Do not allow a racist map which gerrymanders the county into districts which restrict and dilute the vote be your legacy. Thank you.
No, I've held it in long enough, Mr. Chair. So I just want to point out a couple of things that I've heard this evening. And first of all, we would not be in this situation to even consider expansion of the council without the Republicans on this council. Does everybody remember the history of that vote? Without the Republicans on this council, we would not go from 7 to 9. Secondly, I've heard several people talk tonight about how there should be 6 Democrat districts and only 3 Republican. Well, that is a non sequitur when we're talking about the Voting Rights Act. The Voting Rights Act has nothing to do with political party. So if you look at voting registration, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but in Baltimore County, the current 7 districts, and then moving to 9, all of those districts have more registered Democrats in them than Republicans. I went through this in 2014 when I first ran for office. I was told when I started I could not win. You can't win as a Republican in Dundalk and Essex. No Republican has ever won in Dundalk or Essex. And we were outnumbered. I think registration at that point was like 3-to-1 Democrats. And we won because I outworked and I outmaneuvered and I outthought my opponent, and we ended up winning. And it was just simply because I was the better candidate. It wasn't because of my party. So we need to get over that. Because a good Democrat, and it's been said from this dais by several of my colleagues, I think, a good Democrat will beat a Republican in pretty much every place around Baltimore County because the Democrats simply have more numbers. So what I heard from the partisan Democrats tonight, whining about, well, it should be 6-3 or whatever the numbers want to be, I'm not buying any of that. You're making something hyper-partisan that isn't. This council rarely votes strictly along party lines. It happens. We deal with some ideological things sometimes, but mostly we're fighting for our communities. And we don't always agree on how we do the best for our communities, but we don't sit there and strategize, well, you know, Councilman Patoka, he's a Democrat. How am I going to make him look bad tonight? It doesn't happen.
Sometimes.
Well, with respect to you, yes, sometimes. But, you know, the hyper-partisanship that was expressed tonight, I mean, it was really surprising to me because of those 3 reasons. 1, we wouldn't be here without the Republicans voting. 2, there is no district in the map that has more Democrats than Republicans in it. And 3, the Voting Rights Act has nothing to do with party. It has to do with creating a fair map based on race in census tracts. So I just wanted to make those points, and you know, I'll stand corrected if I'm wrong on any of my facts there, but I'm pretty confident in what I had to say. So thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm done.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Crandall. Anybody else have a comment, or are we? I'd love to comment, but I'm not going to do it tonight, but I will at the next work session. And I want to assure the public, because we've been accused of, by several people who don't seem to listen to some of the other parties that have been here, because it's against what you want, but somebody else wants. And we live in a big county, and we have to listen to everyone. We don't get to just listen to some groups. And we have been through this map. Mr. Boswick and Adam Phillips, the council, the commission, we have been through this map 18 ways to Sunday. And the problem with some of this stuff, and I forget who said it, but I think it was Ms. McIntosh said, well, I think, you know, Woodlawn should have their own district and Essex Middle River should have their district. It's impossible. When you touch. There was discussion. Not openly. This has been the most open process this county has ever had. And I can tell you, as one of the advocates to expand our council, because I came in here as a doe-eyed council person, this is the right thing to do to expand the county council. And I can tell you, I am so sorry that I have done this because of from the night we passed this, it has been an experience in just abuse from everyone, including our colleagues in the state legislature who feel like they know better than us. And it has frankly been a nightmare, but we will move forward, and we have bent over backwards. And we're going to continue to look at this, and we have a lot of things that we're looking at, but you know, we've worked really hard on this. So you do take it personally, Ms. McIntosh, when you work as hard as we've worked and then have people just say, you know, you smoked a bunch of cigars in the back room and made all this up on, you know, on the back of a napkin real quick. It didn't happen that way. We've listened to hundreds and hundreds of people testify on both sides of the county, the top, the bottom. And I also noticed that a lot of times the people that are most against this are sitting in areas that, you know, like Catonsville, where Catonsville, you can only do so much because it sits at the bottom. Dundalk's the same way. You can't, we had people on the commission saying, why don't we put Turner Station on the west side? What kind of, you know, what is that? You know, one of the ACLU maps had Randallstown, Mays Chapel, and Cockeysville together in one map. I don't know anyone who knows anything about the county who thinks that's a good idea. But this is some of the stuff we've dealt with, and it's been very frustrating. So I'm sorry if I ranted, and I try not to do that, but Councilman Young.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. We knew we were going to be in this situation where we were going to have multiple versions of the map, just like the commission did. So we're hearing from folks this session from the last time we had a conversation about the map. We tried to tweak it to try and address some of the requests from the Woodlawn folks. So I'm under the impression, correct, that we're going to go from this conversation, hearing from the public, to then tweak the map again, or at least have another iteration of it prior to the next work session, correct?
We're definitely going to discuss it, sure.
Right, yeah, we're going to discuss it. So I'm pointing out the fact that we had already talked about this from the beginning, that we knew that we were going to have multiple work sessions. There were going to be more than just the one map. We're currently involved in that and hearing from public input to then address those concerns and try and tweak it again. So I'm just pointing out that we'd already had this discussion and knew that this was going to be the case. That we're going to discuss now. I just hope that that we move judiciously to present any tweaks we make based on what we've heard tonight, so that the public has a chance to see the next version before the next work session. I'm just pointing it out there because we had a lot of time between the introduction and now.
Absolutely.
Which also played a role in a lot of the discussion and concern, where there are a lot of folks having their own opinions about it. There's a shorter period of time between now and then that next work session. So I'm just pointing out that I think we have an opportunity to then show what we're listening to folks and tweaking the map. So I think that's what I've heard from you. That's what I've heard that other people want to see. And I don't hear anybody here conflicting with that. This is not the final version that folks are going to see. I don't know what that final version looks like because we haven't discussed it yet. And I hope we have an opportunity to then present the methodology for why we chose to do it that way. Because I'm also hearing that from folks tonight too, that they don't see the why of what was introduced from the commission to now. I know why, but folks that are looking at what we produced don't see it. And I'm just pointing that out. I hope we have an opportunity to clarify that in the next work session. Thank you, that's all.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilman Young. Councilman Marks.
Lastly, it was also the Republicans who helped pass campaign fund, the campaign fund, public campaign fund. It was a 5-vote majority to pass that. And I was on that. Councilman Katz, you voted for that. And it was endorsed by everyone on this council in the last budget. I don't hear a lot of people on the other side ever mentioning that. but it was a bipartisan vote to do that. What I find really interesting is now we have some of the same people who wanted that fund to help make elections competitive now don't want competitive districts. It's very interesting.
All right, with that, we'll wrap it up. I'm sorry.
I don't want the
Mr.
last word
Bosler.
necessarily, Mr. Chairman, but just to reiterate what has been said, we will have another work session. It'll be 2 weeks from tonight on September the 9th, Tuesday, 4 o'clock. So we would encourage everyone to participate.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good times.
Good times.